In order to prove that I am not mentally ill, I actually ran to the SSS-level eerie instance to claim kinship, the eerie couple that everyone else avoided. I shouted Mom and Dad at them. Upon hearing my cries, the evil butcher in the kitchen set down the chunks of meat in his hands and approached me with a meat cleaver. As billions of viewers in the live stream thought I was about to be tortured to death, the butcher instead revealed a sinister smile and mockingly said to me, "Come on, dear, come in for dinner. I have finally found my family. Even though my father is covered in blood and smells of evil, I will never despise him." Meanwhile, the eerie woman in the house set aside the flesh glove she was mending and looked at me with a half smile, saying, "Look at your torn clothes. Mom will mend them for you later." I glanced at the patient gown I had been wearing for years, and a sense of unprecedented emotion surged through me. The butcher walked into the kitchen to scoop up the unknown soup in the pot, and then he turned to me and smiled. "Come and have dinner, my good son." This terrifying scene made all the audience in the live broadcast room suffocate, but I was not only unafraid, but also looked at them gratefully. I didn't care about the blood stains all over the room, but quickly walked to the table and put down the suitcase. "I came back this time to bring you gifts specially. I don't know if you like them or not." At the moment I opened the box, both evil spirits were on alert, ready to kill me at the slightest misstep. At this moment, I handed a bottle of fine white wine and a cigarette to my father, causing a hint of confusion in the butcher's eyes. Is this kid pretending, or is he really not afraid? From the moment I entered, he did not sense any fear. Seeing me looking at him expectantly, the butcher twitched at the corner of his mouth, took the cigarette and wine, and then cooperatively praised with a sentence. He twisted off the bottle cap after a moment of silence. The strong sauce fragrance mixed with the strange smell in the room, making people nauseous. "Mom, you also have a gift." I opened another small box. A dazzling blue sapphire necklace appeared. "Mom, let me put it on for you." As I said, I ran behind the nurse ghost and carefully put the necklace on her. Two evil spirits looked at each other, obviously a little confused, but they could also feel that these two things would not harm them. "Well, let's eat." The nurse ghost twisted her body and sat down at the dining table, while the butcher poured the wine directly into the disgusting and eerie meat paste on the table. The thick meat paste was diluted into a more disgusting soup, and the smell became even more unpleasant. I saw him pour wine into the dish, and my eyes suddenly turned red and my nose became sour. I knew that my father was afraid that I couldn't eat the fishy taste, so he poured wine into the dish. In fact, I naturally smelled the unpleasant fishy smell in the dish, but now all of this doesn't matter anymore. As long as I can have a home, what does this taste matter? My parents have done it. What qualifications do I have to pick and choose? Seeing me crying with my nose running, the barrage sighed, thinking that this mental illness was not afraid of anything, but now even tears are scared out. His psychological endurance is considered good. If it were me, I couldn't do it. I would not be able to calmly put a necklace on an evil spirit. But I didn't care that much and just sat down directly. This made the audience in the live broadcast room frown again, because the chair was already covered with dark bloodstains, and the bloodstains on the table were thick enough to be pulled into threads. Although everyone was not on the scene, they could also feel the nauseating smell. Obviously, the demons enjoy this novel way of playing house. After all, humans have never voluntarily eaten their food before. At this point, the male demon has already brought me a bowl of murky flesh and blood soup. "Thank you, Dad." I politely picked up the bowl in front of me, and the butcher's body paused for a moment. "As long as you like it, it's good." I don't know if it's the audience's illusion, but they seem to feel that there is no hostility in this sentence. I felt a warm feeling in my heart. How could I not like the food made by my family? In the mental hospital these years, I have eaten everything. As a patient without family to pay for me, I have never been treated as a normal person. "After you finish eating, Mom will mend your clothes for you." The bloodstained nurse's cracked lips spread to the ears, and I happily responded and started to pick up the bowl to eat. The audience in the live broadcast room and the two evil spirits all turned their eyes on me. Is this mental illness really stupid or fake stupid? I almost vomited from watching him eat so heartily. After I finished a bowl, I burped contentedly. Then I raised the empty bowl and shouted, "Dad, give me another bowl." The husband was dumbfounded. At first he did have the idea of playing house, but the person in front of him was different. Not only did he show no fear, but even when he brought him food, tears welled up in his eyes. He was touched. After realizing this, the butcher himself was taken aback. Evil spirits like them grow by absorbing human fear, so even a hint of fear can be sensed by them. But he had never experienced this emotion before. After taking the bowl from my hands, Dad asked, "How have you been all these years?" My heart felt sour, and the butcher sensed the emotional change in an instant. He paused slightly as he was about to refill the soup, because he smelled the scent of pain and sadness again. "I have been doing well these years. At this moment, I am holding a bowl of soup, feeling a bit bitter, but now I am going home. Actually, I wanted to be tough, but I realized that there was no need for me to pretend to be strong anymore. Have you eaten enough? If not, I'll give you some more. The butcher sat on the other side of the dining table, completely forgetting that this disgusting food was not suitable for humans. I nodded vigorously, and he said he would have your mother tidy up a room for you later. With that, he signaled to the blood-stained nurse, who nodded and went upstairs. While I was putting a necklace on her, she felt the sincerity in my eyes. The butcher's cooking has always been bad, but the child ate it happily and cleanly. It was only then that she remembered their food was not suitable for humans. She must remind her husband to make some normal food later. She hesitated slightly. What the hell? I actually raised a human as my son with the blood butcher. The room was small, with only a bed and a table inside, and the only other things were dried corpses. She tried to remember what humans needed for daily life, then jumped out of the window directly. Many of their things have been contaminated with blood. Although the son wouldn't mind, she still wanted to prepare a clean set of bedding for him. The chat room exploded at this point, because I was happily chatting with the male evil spirit, while he was quietly listening on the side. I said I was living a happy life, eating well and sleeping soundly every day, and there were many girls chasing after me, but I often miss my parents. The blood butcher could sense the bitterness emanating from my emotions. Only the last sentence of my words carried a hint of fragrance. This emotion made him feel an inexplicable sense of bitterness. It's okay, you're back now. Dad patted my head. When he saw his hands covered in blood, he quickly stopped, afraid of dirtying his son again. Dad knows you had a hard time before, but from now on, no one will dare to bully you with Dad around. Did he have a son before? He couldn't remember the details of his past, but it didn't matter. It's nice to have a son now. My eyes turned red and I quickly turned my face away, feeling the happiness of blood slaughter. He couldn't help but smile under the mask, even excitedly twitching his head and shoulders. Seeing his convulsive appearance, the people in the live broadcast room couldn't help it again. This guy's mental quality is too good. The evil spirit is about to erupt, but he can still remain motionless. At this time, I looked at my dad again. Can I go out for a walk? Blood Butcher nodded. I'll give you something to wear, he said as he got up and threw me a bracelet made of finger bones. Your mother should be out preparing something for you. Take this with you when you go out to play. Remember to come home for dinner at night. He's afraid that other evil spirits without eyes will hurt me. As I played with the bracelet, Blood Butcher laughed unconsciously again. It's really nice to have a human son. Then, under my father's gaze, I walked out of the single-story building. I hadn't walked far when I came to a shop. I stood in front of the window staring at the human corpse made into a model, but the model was also staring at me. Help! Help me! The model opened its mouth. It couldn't move anything except its eyes and mouth. I think this person looks familiar, but I can't remember who he is for a moment. It wasn't until I saw the watch on his wrist that I suddenly realized he is the doctor who examines patients in the hospital. I reached out my hand, just when everyone thought I was going to save him, but I just snatched his high-end wristwatch. He put the watch on his own wrist and looked it up and down into the light. The light reflected by the watch's mirror was very translucent, and the characters inside the surface were clear as day. Zhang Che looked at it from all angles. Before he saw that this medical examiner was so precious that he had to beat the person up if he was touched by a patient. He thought it was such an awesome treasure, but now that he wore it on his own wrist, he only felt that it was nothing more than that. This operation of his made the eyes of the dry body stare, and the audience in the live broadcast room were all silent. I'm really convinced. I was just praising him, saying that although he has a brain problem, he's kind. Now I take back what I just said. He really has a brain problem. Is money useful here? So what about being mentally ill? Even if you don't save him, why don't you ask him for information while he's still alive? What can you do if people don't tell you? If I were the one set to die up there, I would definitely want someone to die with me. I'll let you go if you tell me. I'll let you down if you tell me. Do you say yes or no? But what does mental illness know about that? The audience was very confused about Zhang Che's behavior, and the accomplices within the replica who were watching this scene from a small building in the distance were also very puzzled. Who is this person? A man in casual clothes opened his mouth, and even though he was wearing casual clothes, one could tell from his neatly oiled hair that this person was usually a social elite in a suit. From our hospital, a mental illness, a nurse sighed, and seeing Zhang Che's bold movements he couldn't help but envy him. This evil spirit hadn't even come out to arrest him yet. This mental illness had walked this far down the street with great generosity without incident, and even dared to open the evil spirit's cupboard. They had just landed not long before the evil spirit caught them, and now they were even more afraid to go outside and step on the ground. If they wanted to change locations, they could only find a way to move through the building, because only the ground in the building was free of blood. Could it be that the evil spirit didn't catch us at all because we stepped on the ground? Another man in sportswear opened his mouth in doubt. He was different from the elite man. His skin color was a healthy wheat color, and his muscles looked more robust and solid. You could tell that in order to survive in the replica he had worked out for a long time. Could it just be because we were unlucky and just happened to run into an evil spirit coming out? He frowned, feeling that it wasn't impossible. They landed a total of 4 people, so it could be said that it was a cool game, which would definitely have a much higher chance of survival than a lone wolf. After all, as long as one ran faster than the others, then the one who ran last would be the meat shield of the team. No way, the elite man shook his head, but then he frowned. It's not impossible. During the time he spoke he did not move and shot a glance at the athletic man. They were a group of 4. The medical examiner had already been captured. Out of the 3 of them left, he was considered to be of medium physical fitness. If they were really in danger, he would definitely not be able to run away from this athletic man. It wasn't that he didn't work out, he had worked out hard, but it just looked like he was going to be much less physically fit than this man. Why don't we go out and try? The elite man tentatively asked the question. He wanted to get this athletic guy before he died himself. He could accept dying in his copy, he just couldn't accept being a mat for someone else. Now let's hurry up and follow him and join him. This mental illness just looks weak and abnormal. If we encounter danger. The elite man didn't say more, but both of them could understand what he meant. I think it works. The nurse raised her hand. No one in the hospital has even told this group of mental illnesses about the replica type of situation. This group of mental illnesses probably don't even know where they are. Maybe we can even trick him into opening the door for us or scouting for a path or something like that. The more the nurse thought about it, the more excited she became, and she realized it was a brilliant idea. All 3 of them had their own agenda, but if there was someone outside of their camp, surely the stranger would be prioritized for sacrifice. At the mention of scouting the road and the danger of going to scout it out, the 2 of them instantly lit up. Then hurry up, leave now. Just because he didn't have an accident means we won't have an accident if we go out now. The elite man walked at the front without saying a word. Now he still knew where Jiang Che was. If he was a bit late, he might not be able to find him. He walked out of the building without the slightest hesitation. He didn't even look back at the 2 of them and directly started running. The nurse walked out of the room and saw the bloodstains all over the floor and hesitated for a moment before running after him. The athletic man just froze for a moment and then quickly followed. His physical quality is really the best. Just a few moments the nurse will fall behind him. Looking at the 2 running ahead of her, the nurse became even more determined to find Jiang Che. If she couldn't find Jiang Che, then the next time she was in danger, the mat would be herself. Jiang Che wasn't walking fast, the 3 of them were already not far from the neighborhood, and in a few minutes, they caught up with Jiang Che's footsteps. Friend, wait a minute. The man in the suit quickly called out to Jiang Che. You can't just strut around here like that. It's dangerous here. With that, he pulled Jiang Che without a second thought and ducked into a nearby abandoned room. Entering it and leaving the feeling of sticky feet all over the floor, he let out a sigh of relief. Although seeing Jiang Che walking outside, he guessed that there was no danger now. He felt very uneasy as long as he walked outside. The other 2 followed closely behind, and once they entered the room, everyone was breathing heavily to soothe their restless hearts. My friend, my name is Zhao Qi. This is Nurse Xiaoya, and this is Brother Wang Bing. He pulled the 2 beside him and began to introduce them. Hello, my name is Jiang Che. Jiang Che saw the 2 and answered politely. This nurse he only felt that he had seen before. His impression wasn't deep. He should rarely come over to the ward to see a few glances from afar. Most of the time she was in the stabilized area. Jiang Che? Nurse Xiaoya looked at Jiang Che and immediately knew who he was. There were just 100 or so patients in the hospital, and before the weirdness descended, most of them were supplies of organs. The nurses in the hospital, as well as the doctors, had the daily job of counting the number of people, preventing the patients from escaping, as well as knowing the patient's condition and avoiding patients with mental illnesses that had an effect on the body, such as self-harm or hurting others messing around with food. Jiang Che knew that the better donors in the hospital, in addition to looking for family members all day long, they would not engage in behaviors that would harm other patients as well as self-harm. Jiang Che? Nurse Xiaoya was overjoyed. She naturally knew Jiang Che as a patient. As long as you said something related to his family, he was very obedient. For a moment, Nurse Xiaoya immediately knew how to control Jiang Che. I know where your family is. I'll take you there later. Okay? Please collect and recommend. Newcomers' new book chase reading is very important. You can also vote to support if you like. Oh, family? Jiang Che turned his face to look at her and smiled politely. No, thank you. I've already found my parents. He was a bit regretful that he hadn't interacted with this nurse earlier when he was outside, so it turned out that she also knew that her family was in the copy. Nurse Xiaoya was stunned. She had planned to use this to control Jiang Che and make him follow a few of her people, and now he was actually saying that he had found his family? No! Where was he going to find his family? Zhao Qimeng fiercely glared towards Xiaoya. Just now he was still happy that Xiaoya was worthy of being a nurse in a psychiatric hospital, knowing how to better control these patients with brain problems, knowing how to quickly calm them down. Who knew that this would immediately go wrong? Hearing Jiang Che's words, Xiaoya was also anxious, but now was not the time to think about this matter. She was also not sure what family member Jiang Che, a psychopath, had found. After all, a psychopath's mind was completely unfathomable. Seeing Jiang Che about to leave, Xiaoya hurriedly opened her mouth. You found your mom and dad. Did you find your wife and child then? Jiang Che's forward steps froze as he looked back at Nurse Xiaoya, who only had a very vague concept of family. Wife, child? Yes. Where is my wife and child? Jiang Che's eyes became more and more hollow and his expression became more and more strange. Before finding his parents, there had always been two imaginary shadows that enveloped his brain, which corresponded to the location of his parents at home. After the two blood butchers admitted that they were his parents, the formless parent's shadow in his brain became blood butchers and the blood-clothed nurse's appearance. Now that he heard her mention his wife and child, Jiang Che held his head and crouched on the ground, the intense pain causing him to stop wailing. He only felt that his brain was splitting, as if even his scalp was about to be torn apart. His fingers kept scratching his scalp, as if he was pondering and recalling certain things. After the shadow of the two blood slaughterers, two black shadows were quickly generated, but in a short while, two other shadows were suddenly generated, a large one and a small one. The larger one was tall and manly, holding a child in her hands. What happened to him? Zhao Qi frowned as he looked at Jiang Che crouching on the ground holding his head in pain, somewhat annoyed at why he wanted a psychopath to follow him inside the group. Can you find a way to make him shut his mouth? He's howling so much. What if he attracts evil spirits? Zhao Qi was a bit impatient. If it wasn't for the fear that the smell of blood would attract the evil spirits, and the feeling that this mental illness was still useful, he really wanted to make him close his mouth permanently with a single slash. Yeah, it feels like shutting him up, or else we really need to get out of here. First find a way to go hide in another building. We'll come back when he stops howling. Wang Bing also looked out a few times with concern. For some reason, his heart had been very uneasy since just now, but it was also true that there was no sign of any evil spirits. I'll think of something. 3 minutes. 3 minutes if he can't shut up. We'll go and hide next to it. We'll come over when he stops howling. Xiaoya anxiously squatted beside Jiang Che, patting his back to help him relax his spirit. The other two anxiously looked at their wristwatches, which were already doing a 3-minute countdown. Right, don't be anxious. Let's take you to your wife and child. Okay? It's dangerous here right now. Be obedient. Your wife is in another place. We'll take you there. Okay? Xiaoya's voice was very soft, squatting at Jiang Che's ear in a soft soothing voice. Where is my wife? Jiang Che endured the pain in his head and slowly raised his head. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his eyes had turned crimson. Xiaoya hesitated for a moment, but quickly thought of something. There's a normal area in the copy that looks exactly like the outside, and that's where your wife is. Just listen to us and we'll take you there to her. Xiaoya felt witty for her words, and she realized that she was just too smart. Zhao Qi and also Wang Bing looked at each other. Copy 9 was very famous. Famous because there was absolutely no escape exit to be found here. But it was because of this that everyone was very familiar with this side of the area. Because the people outside were always analyzing where the exit of copy 9 was hidden. Inside copy 9, there were a total of 95 areas where the evil spirits released their respective domains. And these domains ranged from large to small, with the evil spirits generally working on their own without interfering with each other. Each of the 95 areas had their own unique horror elements. But there really was an area here that was exactly the same as Xiaoya's introduction. That place looked just like the outside world. Very normal. No haunted houses or gore all over the place. Strange cobwebs and tentacles were all absent. It was as normal as an out-of-this-world paradise. Some people suspected that the exit was there, because this place was really too special. Some people quietly sneaked into it, but as soon as they entered it, they would somehow die, and the live feed would be cut off directly due to the death of the survivor. Naya was actually having this psycho go there to find his wife, and the psycho wasn't even under their control until they reached their destination. As for the wife, the two of them skimmed their heads and secretly snickered. This was a bizarre copy, filled with evil spirits that took lives. How could there be his wife? The audience couldn't help but sigh when they saw this scene. This bizarre copy is just like the Shura. No one can be trusted here. You can't trust your fellow travelers either, and you only want the other person to shield you from harm. You're all counting on each other here. A total of more than 300 people came in. This is just less than half a day's work, has already died half. The remaining large part have begun to be hunted down and tortured. These 3 people must not know. This psychosis is also a time bomb. They want this psychosis to explore the road, but they do not know that with this psychosis around, it is like having 2 more evil spirits to hunt them down. The opening of Tian, who was hardened by 3 people playing into the sky collapse. Seeing a person traveling solo, any fool knows that this person definitely has a problem. Expecting the 3 of them to see the Blood Slaughter family, and finally Blood Slaughter catching up. Ha, my pray how to change from 1 to 4. Will mitosis at you. The 3 of them naturally knew that they couldn't mess with anyone who dared to strut solo in a copy. But this time the situation was really special. This person was a mental hospital patient with a brain problem. All of them walked in front of them. Not favorable to not take advantage of them for nothing. At this moment, each of the 4 people had their own thoughts in their hearts, but they didn't realize that in a place not far away, an evil spirit was staring at where they were dead on. He had sensed an additional prey in his area at the beginning, and this prey carried the mark of Blood Slaughter on it. Just a prey. He didn't care at first. Let it be. But it did not occur to him that this prey had come together with his own prey. Calculating that they wouldn't be able to leave his area in a short period of time, he planned to go and find Blood Slaughter to make sense of it. Ask him exactly what he meant. Letting his own prey run around, even if it's not enough, now he still wants to dominate his own prey? Jiang Che's madness wasn't short. The 3 of them were scared for a few minutes, and only after seeing that Jiang Che had calmed down and the danger hadn't come, did they let out a sigh of relief. As long as they didn't make too much noise, in everyone's mind it was equivalent to danger reduced. Let's go. We'll take you to your wife. Zhao Qi couldn't help but want to laugh. It was the first time he had ever coaxed a mental illness in such a serious manner. With that, he looked at Xiaoya by his side. It wasn't easy for you guys before. You often had to take care of these people. Xiaoya closed her mouth. Just now she suddenly realized that she had already told these 2 people the method to control Jiang Che. If they were in danger, I'm afraid that they would be the first ones to be given up. Jiang Che might outlive them. Having an object around that could be controlled and sacrificed at any time. In the event of danger, it was natural that the person who was not well controlled would be the first to be eliminated from the game. There are a lot of people like Jiang Che. Maybe we'll meet quite a few more on the road. When the time comes, we can pull them all into our team, and as long as we properly keep them under control, they'll be very useful pawns. Xiaoya seemed to have thought of something and clapped her hands excitedly, but didn't dare to clap out. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. From Jiang Che, it could be seen that in this weird replica, stupid people have stupid blessings. The more brainy they are, the more they can't help but live a little longer than normal people. On the way afterward, they should encounter more psychopaths. She had every psychopath's weakness, their obsession, in her head, and she knew what to do to better appease the psychopath's heart. It also meant that they would have a constant supply of pawns. As soon as the words fell, Zhao Qi and Wang Bing immediately looked at each other. The 2 didn't say anything, but simply walked out of the abandoned house where they were currently located, one after the other. As they walked outside, the sticky foot sensation came from the soles of their feet again, and every step they took on it made one's heart recoil. Is that place far away? Jiang Che looked at the direction the few people were traveling in. He remembered that he wasn't walking in this location when he came. Yeah, it only takes 3 days to get there. Zhao Qi took Jiang Che's shoulder, not mentioning in the slightest that the copy would end in 3 days, and that if he couldn't find the exit, he would be obliterated. What's more, many people wouldn't be able to survive for 3 days, and would basically be hunted cleanly by the evil spirits by the end of the 2nd day. That won't work. Jiang Che shook his head. He could go out of town, but he thought that he must explain to his family before going out of town, so as not to make them worry. Why not? Don't you want to go find your wife? Zhao Qi glanced at Xiaoya, as if complaining that this controlling reason of his wasn't 100% useful. It's too far. I'm going to tell mom and dad before I leave. Jiang Che shook his head. Why don't you guys come with me and say hello and we'll leave? He believed that mom and dad would understand him going to look for his wife. After all, this was their daughter-in-law. Zhao Qi frowned as he let go of Jiang Che's shoulders and pulled Xiaoya aside. The mom and dad he's talking about wouldn't be other survivalists, right? Xiaoya's face was equally ugly. She had also discovered this problem. Besides their group, there was another group of people controlling Jiang Che with this reason. There should be other survivors who claimed that his parents controlled him, but now that he's going to look for his wife, he'll definitely have a new obsession. So let's just go and meet with him, and then won't it be Jiang Che's choice whether to follow them or us? Xiaoya pondered for a moment. It's good to meet them, or to see who some of the other people who survived are. Maybe we can go together. Wang Bing didn't care about more people in the team. He was confident in his physical quality, and once he encountered danger, the one who fell at the end would definitely not be himself. 10 more like that wouldn't be able to run away from him, and no matter how many people were in the team, it would be in his favor. Alright, if it's possible, then a few of us will go together. Zhao Qi gritted his teeth. The few people they had in the team right now, Wang Bing he couldn't necessarily get past, and Xiaoya was now useful again. The three of them discussed it before looking at Zhang Che beside them. Let's go back and get your parents together. When the time comes, the few of us will go together to help you find a wife. Zhang Che was delighted. This was truly a happy occasion for all. He hit the road and walked quickly to the front. He couldn't wait to show his family the new friends he had made. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that after having his parents, the people he met were much friendlier to him. The previous people were always impatient with him, but now these people were still able to hook up and communicate with him. Zhang Che took the three of them in a different direction. He always remembered the path he had taken. Actually, it's not impossible to follow him. I actually didn't even finish memorizing the map of copy 9. I just know the general situation. Zhao Qi whispered to the person beside him. Me too. I wouldn't have thought that I would enter copy number 9. There are too many copies. I didn't even memorize the map. I was looking at the ways to find the exits, and how to better survive in the hands of the evil spirits, and how to obtain some special items before leaving. Wang Bing couldn't help but snort when he heard them talking about maps. He firmly believed that exits and whatnot only lived to find them. As long as they lived, they would definitely be able to obtain exit-related information. Zhang Che couldn't understand what they were saying a bit, and the three of them were also avoiding him a bit deliberately when they spoke. Right in the middle of the few people's idle chatting, a thick and sticky footstep sound came from behind them. The hairs on the back of the three stood straight up the moment they heard that sound. Eyes engaged in an instant of intersection, and without even saying a word, the three of them took a step and began to run. What with letting whoever dies first and letting Zhang Che, the obedient one, live, all previous calculations disappeared at this moment, and one thought filled the entire brain. Run for your life. Run ahead of everyone. Zhang Che looked at the several people in confusion. Why did he suddenly run away? What about Zhang Che? Xiaoya tried her best to follow behind the two. What do I care if he lives or dies? Damn, luck is really backward. I should have known to ask him where the other batch of people are. Now the only way to escape first is to run along this direction. The three of them quickly fled for their lives, not daring to look behind them at all. The evil spirit came to Zhang Che's side in just a few breaths. He glanced at him lightly with a sideways glance of his head and then brushed past him. He had already asked Blood Slaughter, and Blood Slaughter said that as long as he didn't move the one with the bracelet, the rest of them didn't matter. Zhang Che cocked his head in great confusion. Why did this group of people suddenly all run away in a swarm? In just an instant, there was only a layer of footprints left on the bloodstains on the ground. The man whose lower half of his body was just like a spider then walked over to him, sniffing suspiciously towards where he was. Zhang Che also looked at him suspiciously, focusing a few more glances towards his lower body, with 8 open spider legs taking up most of the block. And the reason why there were wet footsteps when he walked over was because those 8 legs were each wearing 8 different shoes. The evil spirit looked at Zhang Che suspiciously. At first he was just curious about what Blood Slaughter's prey looked like, but only after the other 3 prey ran away did he suddenly realize that this prey of Blood Slaughter's didn't have a trace of fear when he saw it. Before, when several people were together, various flavors of fear were mixed together, and he couldn't tell who was who. No wonder Blood Slaughter wanted to mark this person for release. The level of this prey was too high, right? Once this kind of person produces fear, it would be a great tonic. Now it seemed that it could only be cheap for Blood Slaughter. It wasn't that he had principles, but he knew that he wasn't a match for the Blood Slaughter family. He only saw him chasing towards the 3 after glancing at Zhang Che, a scene that made the people watching the live broadcast envious. Not catching this is too good to be true, isn't it? So there are advantages and disadvantages to being tagged. The advantage is that it's safe to go wherever you go. The disadvantage is that this game is unsolvable. Being tracked and positioned. Others can still survive if they are careful. He just dies a little slower. This is good and bad. It's hard to say. It's hard to say whether it's good or bad. What if he runs away before the evil spirits find him? The 3 of them are dumbfounded. They wanted to leave the psychopath behind, but they didn't know that the evil spirits wouldn't kill him at all. I'm going to go watch the 3 of them. It's killing me. At this time, Zhang Che also jogged up. This group of people still have to take him to find his wife. He can't lose the people. At this time, the picture in the copy is very weird. 3 humans run in front. The evil spirit follows behind the 3 people without any speed. From time to time, it launches the spider silk, watching them struggle and then fight to run. Its speed was not too fast or too slow. The people in front of it ran forward vigorously, and it was able to follow closely behind. It was enjoying this thrill of chasing after them. Zhang Che, on the other hand, trotted along behind. No, did that Jiang Che die so quickly? It couldn't even stall the evil spirit for a second. Zhao Qi was a bit annoyed as he could feel countless spider silks jetting in from behind, trying to catch them, but every time those spider silks were just a little bit short. Fortunately they were fast, and every time the spider silks were launched over, they landed behind them. From time to time, they could feel their heels being stuck by the spider silk, but they were able to break free very quickly. They didn't dare to look back, they didn't even dare to glance behind them. If they glanced behind them, they would be able to realize that Jiang Che, the one who hadn't resisted the evil spirit for even a second in their mouths, was firmly following the evil spirit. When another spider silk stood on Zhao Qi's heels, he couldn't hold back completely. He looked at Wang Bing, who was running at the front, and pulled out his pistol from his arms. His target was not Xiaoya behind him, but Wang Bing who was running at the front. Xiaoya naturally saw Zhao Qi's movements, but she kept her mouth tightly shut and didn't say anything. Jiang Che obviously couldn't satisfy the appetite of the evil spirits behind him. And if Wang Bing didn't die, then the only one who would die would be himself. The moment he pulled out his pistol, the audience in the live broadcast couldn't help but sigh. So many people actually bring weapons into their copies to deal with not evil spirits at all, but their companions. After the copies have been opened for so long, the number of kills between humans and evil spirits is completely 50-50. Is it useful to run at the front? Wasn't it taught a long time ago? Don't expose your back to the enemy. So Jiang Che's kind is instead the safest. Although they will all die, people won't be living in fear these 3 days. As they spoke, everyone was very envious of Jiang Che again, thinking that it was quite good for him to be like this, to be happy before he died, just like the 3-day trip to the duplicate. In the next second, only 2 gunshots of bang could be heard. 2 bleeding holes appeared in Wang Bing's 2 calf bellies, with blood flowing in a milky stream inside, and Wang Bing lost his strength, and his entire body directly fell to the ground. Seeing him on the ground, Zhao Qi quickly retrieved his gun and ran past him frantically. When Nurse Xiaoya passed by Wang Bing, she only looked down and saw those eyes full of loathing and hatred. Zhao Qi, you bitch! You shall not die! Wang Bing roared hysterically. His face reddened, and his voice held emotions that he couldn't let out. The evil spirit walked to Wang Bing's side and let out a light laugh before bending down and picking it up and grasping it in its hand. It did not continue to pursue. These emotions were enough just now. Resentment, anger, revenge. Outsiders only knew that the evil spirits liked to hunt people, but they didn't know that it wasn't human flesh and blood that they wanted. What they wanted was simply those negative emotions of humans, which was the root of their growth. He stared at the prey that he had just caught in his hand. This person was overflowing with sadness and despair, and more than anything else, he was still resentful. Without looking at Jiang Che behind him, it took Wang Bing and left straight away, its 8 legs climbing the rock and walking on the wall like a spider, disappearing between the buildings in just a few breaths of time. But he took in his hands this already desperate Wang Bing, but at this moment saw the humming and puffing running behind them Jiang Che. He did not understand why Jiang Che did not die. Behind them that heavy and disorganized footsteps suddenly disappeared. Zhao Qi 2 people then dared to look towards the back. After realizing that the spider evil spirit had disappeared into thin air, they suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and dodged into the house next to them in a flash. Zhao Qi and Nurse Xiaoya hid together, and the abandoned room was filled with the sound of their heavy breathing. Nurse Xiaoya gave him a scornful look, but didn't mention what he had just shot. The evil spirit captured 2 people. It looks like it won't appear anytime soon. Zhao Qi patted his chest for a long time before his breathing became calmer. It's just a pity. Xiaoya sighed. What's a pity? There are so many mental illnesses. It's just a matter of finding another one to send to death. Zhao Qi gave her a cold look. You have to know that the reason why you're alive, knowing how to control those mental illnesses, knowing their weaknesses, is your value. He naturally wouldn't say that it was because Xiaoya herself was weaker than himself, and it wasn't like this kind of little nurse was able to buy hot weapons to have around with the likes of them. Other than knives and forks, they simply couldn't find any special weapons that weren't a bit of a threat. In the event of danger, he was strong and sturdy, and Xiaoya herself was an object that could be sacrificed at any time. You guys, what are you doing running so fast? I almost couldn't catch up. Jiang Che followed the footprints into the room, and he leaned against the door handrail panting heavily. This group of people ran like they didn't want to die, and he almost followed them off himself. He was running slowly and his vision was blocked by the evil spirit's body. He only heard 2 loud noises and then saw 2 holes appear in one of the people's legs and stomach. Blood was pouring out, and the one who had been following them took the person away, supposedly taking them away for treatment. From the time he entered the copy he knew that many of the people here looked a little different from the outside, and his mom and dad's looks were also a little different from the outside world. But can you really rely on looks to define how good or bad a person is? Didn't you see that after that person was injured just now, the one with the spider legs took him to be treated? It was evident that most of the people here were good-hearted. Hearing Jiang Che's voice, the two men jerked their heads back to look at the doorway, and when they saw Jiang Che, their eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. You're still alive. Zhao Qi couldn't help but take 2 steps back as he looked Jiang Che up and down, expecting him to have gone through a lot of effort to escape from the evil spirit's hands. He saw that there wasn't even a single speck of dust on his entire body. There wasn't even a single tear in his clothes. How was this possible? Zhao Qi already had one hand reaching to his back waist, where his weapon was pinned. Nurse Xiaoya did stabilize her mind and swallowed a mouthful of water. Just now, that spider evil spirit, how did you escape from under him? Spider? Upon hearing this word, Jiang Che immediately knew who they were talking about. Why did you guys run away? I couldn't even catch up if you ran so fast. Zhao Qi pressed down on his temples. The words this psycho was saying were becoming more and more incomprehensible to him. What can't catch up? You're chasing us? Yeah, you guys ran too fast. We chased after you for a long time before we saw a person injured, then that uncle took that person away. Jiang Che sighed. If they didn't run too fast, how could they get hurt? The uncle must have wanted them to stop running so they wouldn't fall. But still, the reminder was not enough. Someone was still injured and the big uncle brought someone for treatment. Wait a minute, he didn't arrest you? Zhao Qi felt that his 3 views were shocked. I've been following him to chase you guys. It's too fast. Jiang Che said helplessly. I almost lost him. And you guys promised to take me to my wife. I see. Zhao Qi slapped towards his thigh. I know how to survive in the weird copy. Zhao Qi hugged Nurse Xiaoya. I finally understand. Ha 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 ha. His words were excited. Almost crazy. Can't run. Can't run. Running will surely lead to death. It turns out that evil spirits only catch those who run. He looked at Jiang Che and felt as if he understood something. Nurse Xiaoya seemed to have reacted as well. She looked at Jiang Che and felt that this was the answer. No wonder this mental illness was coming and going here and there in the copy. It turned out that this fool had crookedly touched the rules of copy 9. Yes. No running. She looked at Zhao Qi excitedly, tears welling up around her eyes. Zhao Qi took a deep breath, then confidently looked at Nurse Xiaoya. After that, let's go together. Now that I've found the rules of the copy, I'll definitely bring you all to live. He couldn't help but smile. Once he became the first person to break through copy number 9, then he would become a hero and would be rewarded with the first pass of the copy. And this group of people he saved would also become his squad. After all, there were too many rules in the replica. Following a smart person, there was a high possibility of surviving afterward because that person was able to crack the rules. Yeah, there was no choice but to shoot just now. He turned his head to look at Xiaoya, excusing his previous behavior. But now that you understand the rules, you can rest assured. I will definitely take you all out of here. And when the reality of the bizarre hunting ground descends, we will still need to work together. Zhao Qi continued. Xiaoya had also thought that he had bad intentions, but when she heard him say that he needed to seek cooperation when the hunting ground descended, Xiaoya immediately understood that she would not be of benefit to him if she died. Everyone who survived the duplicates would have their physique enhanced, and then there were the duplicate props, which were too slow to collect alone, and there were numerous side effects to using the duplicate props, which would be difficult for one's body to withstand. He needed partners. Brother Zhao, I definitely trust you. Xiaoya immediately changed her face. After we go back alive this time, we'll be partners who can deliver our lives. So why are you guys running? Jiang Che looked at the two of them, causing me to almost fail to catch up. Don't run. Don't even run afterward. Zhao Qi patted Jiang Che's shoulder. Although this kid had brain problems, he was definitely his lucky star. After having him around, he had discovered too many rules for himself. Let's go find your parents first. Zhao Qi took Jiang Che by the shoulders. He was in a good mood right now and put the matter of Jiang Che having brain problems behind him. And the people watching the live broadcast were directly dumbfounded this time. Ugh no, wait for me to slow down a bit. He thought it was this one, another thought it was this one, and actually it was this one. How is it so shady? Now this Zhao Qi thought Jiang Che's parents are humans. Also the group of doctors and nurses in the hospital bluffed him to obey, right? Seems to be the case. He is now going to follow to see Jiang Che's parents? Bloodshed? You want to see me? Blood butcher. I knew that putting out this kid would definitely come back. I didn't expect to give me extra food. Damn, I'm really going to die laughing. It's proven that you really can't go with a mental illness under a copy because you have no idea what he's thinking. Blood butcher. I knew that this kid would definitely come back. Jiang Che, Mom and Dad. I brought a friend back. Mr. and Mrs. Bloodslaughter, you're such a good kid. You still know how to give Mom and Dad extra food. The spider evil spirit sensed that the 3 people in the distance had started advancing on the bloody ground again, and he glanced at the direction, which was the direction of the Blood Slaughter family. With just a glance, he withdrew his gaze. It was because he and Blood Slaughter had agreed not to interfere with each other, even if the prey ran into each other's territory. The Wang Bing under his feet was gradually turning into a dry corpse under the wrapping of his spider silk. Wang Bing's eyes were also filled with despair. He didn't expect that he had worked so hard to exercise his body, but in the end, he died in the hands of his own people. Do you want revenge? In the dying moments of his life, he heard a hoarse and sharp voice coming from above his head. He looked upwards. The spider evil spirit was looking at him playfully. I'll let you go back. You go and bring them to me, and you'll die together. How's that? He didn't say he wouldn't kill, but he could promise to let them die together. Wang Bing's eyes fiercely became vicious. He was no longer seeking to live. He just wanted Zhao Qi to be buried with him. Yes. Request for recommendations. Request for favorites. Request for followers. I hope everyone will support this new book. Zhang Che led the two of them towards the way they came. Seeing the sticky bloody ground under their feet getting shallower and shallower, and the scenery in front of them gradually began to change. After the ground turned into scorched earth, Zhao Qi and the others let out a small sigh of relief. It was only after the sticky texture under their feet disappeared that they felt like they were once again treading on solid ground. I didn't expect him to actually recognize the way, Zhao Qi muttered in a small voice as he looked around this area, which was full of dilapidation as far as the eye could see. This side should be safe. This kid doesn't look scared at all. Nurse Xiaoya followed behind Zhang Che, surveying the surroundings with the same steps. Where are your parents? Zhao Qi touched his hidden pistol. Now that he was going to meet up with another team, he felt that he should be able to gain the upper hand, because the ones who could use their parents' identity to control Zhang Che should be the doctors or another medical staff from the hospital. Only these people were the right ones to know the weaknesses of these mental illnesses, and could use their identity as Zhang Che's parents to control him. Zhao Qi didn't care about Zhang Che right now. What he cared about was being able to dominate when he rendezvoused and aligned with more people. It should be at home. Zhang Che walked towards the building in the very center. The more he walked in the direction of his home, the happier he became, and later on, he would be able to tell his mom and dad that he was going to find a wife. Mom and dad should be happy too. Zhao Qi and the two of them followed behind Zhang Che, constantly surveying their surroundings. The two of them, even though they weren't familiar with this area, they could also tell that they had been walking in a straight line since they entered this area. Before, in the spider evil spirit's territory, they didn't even dare to walk in a straight line like this. They only dared to circle around the periphery a little bit. But just like this, that spider evil spirit still found them. It's hard to. Zhao Qi and Xiaoya glanced at each other. It's true that no one of the previous survivors had ever figured out the rules of Copy 9. Now it seems that those rules of sneaking and hiding not to be found by the evil spirits of the other copies aren't suitable to be used here at all. The more Zhao Qi thought about it, the more he felt that what he said was very accurate. He had only followed Zhang Che for less than half a day and felt that he had realized a lot of things. This place would be suitable for the straight and narrow. For example, you can't run when you encounter evil spirits. You can't circle around when you enter each area. Straight and narrow. These are the copy rules. And these rules were all broken by this kid Zhang Che by mistake. Zhao Qi looked at the figure walking ahead and couldn't help but laugh to himself. He didn't realize that they, the survivalists, were not as good as this psychotic mindless trespassing when they were carefully hiding here. So we've traveled this far and we haven't seen any evil spirits appear. Zhao Qi followed behind Zhang Che. That means this kid's luck is really good. When we meet the others later, regardless of whether we form an alliance or not, this Zhang Che person we must stay. He had always disbelieved in any Qi luck claims, but now he felt that there was a bit of metaphysics in Zhang Che's person. I also feel that we should leave him behind. Later on, we'll use the wife argument to get him to join us. Zhao Qi whispered and instructed Xiaoya. I know. When the time comes, I'll lie that he has a wife and a daughter and trick him into joining us. Xiaoya also kind of felt the importance of Zhang Che. This kid was a bit of shit luck on his side. We're almost there. My house is right there. Zhang Che pointed to a small building in the distance, like a ruin after a fire, like a lord's ancient castle in this wasteland. This place was different from the area where the spider evil spirits were located. Before, there were countless small building blocks in addition to the blood and water all over the ground. But here, aside from individual abandoned houses, there were traces of fierce fire everywhere. Just that. Zhao Qi looked at the building at the front, and he didn't realize where it was until he walked outside of it. He stopped his small steps and his voice was low. I know this place. In the past, there were survivors who landed here after entering the replica, and there was a key at the same time as they landed, but none of them ever opened that door. Will it be dangerous? Nurse Xiaoya couldn't help but pull Zhao Qi's clothes, and Zhao Qi also had a rare moment where he didn't slap her hand away. It shouldn't be. This kid is a bit of shit luck on his body. Everyone dares not open that door, but this kid dares to open it. This confirms the rule I figured out before. This copy is suitable for straightforward. Everyone thinks that this place is dangerous, but the truth is, it's safe in here. The more Zhao Qi spoke, the brighter his eyes became. Seeing Zhao Qi's serious step-by-step analysis, the pop-up screen had gone silent. I'm really convinced of this big smart. If the person in front was a normal person, these speculations of yours about the rules of copy 9 would be completely valid. This is a copy. The person in front is mentally ill. Zhao Qi, I'm so damn smart. This live broadcast can all be used as material to educate. Before speculating on a person's behavior, first to determine whether this person is mentally ill. I didn't expect a small ninth copy. The Crouching Dragon and Phoenix all got together. Jiang Che led the two of them to the front of the small, solitary building and reached out to knock on the door. Mom and Dad, I'm back. The bottom of his eyes carried an excitement that he couldn't hide. He was thrilled at the thought that he could go find his wife after a quick hello. The dull knock on the door thudded. No one answered inside the door, but there was the sound of footsteps shuffling. Zhao Qi had already put his hand behind his back and picked up his pistol. He stood behind Jiang Che and raised his pistol to the position of the room's door, regardless of who opened the door. He wanted to give the other party a bit of a forceful deterrent first. Only with a show of force could he control the situation. The door of the room in front slowly opened, and a silhouette slowly appeared behind the doorway. There was still blood and grime on the dirty pig-killing clothes. The white skull-stitching mask was reflected in his eyes, and the holes in his eyes were able to see blood-colored eyes. In that instant, Zhao Qi only felt his whole body sweating, a cold air rising from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. His hand that was pinching the pistol was trembling uncontrollably. The audience watching the live broadcast also violently choked a little. Even if they already know the result, seeing this image will still make them feel suffocated. If I were Zhao Qi, my soul would have flown away. Zhao Qi, is this what you call mom and dad? Blood Butcher, you who, really went out and brought back the prey. Blood Butcher, you who, really went out and brought back the prey. I finally know why the Blood Butcher did not kill this psycho. This is clearly the bait. Before everyone could discuss a result, a gunshot was heard resounding in the live broadcast room. Bang! The force of the bullet shot directly into Blood Slaughter's head, and his head tilted back, black smoke rising from his eyebrows. Zhao Qi clenched his teeth. His hand that was squeezing the pistol was trembling. He didn't know how he should describe his mental activities at the moment he just opened the door. And he only knew that if the evil spirit didn't die, the one who died would be himself. This stupid psycho. Zhao Qi's hands were trembling, but Jiang Che in front of him had gone crazy. He heard a gunshot coming from behind him, and then he saw a black hole appear in the center of Blood 2's brow. Regret, chagrin, anger, many emotions appeared in his head in an instant. He turned around and strangled Zhao Qi's neck. His eyes rounded and his veins bulged. I'll fucking kill you. Jiang Che tightened his grip on Zhao Qi's neck. Xiaoya took 2 steps back. The scene in front of her had broken her. She looked at Jiang Che, who was choking Zhao Qi, and simply didn't understand why this mental illness would get angry when she shot at an evil spirit. She kept backing up. Right now she just wanted to take advantage of this dog-eat-dog opportunity and leave. Before he left, he saw Zhao Qi rising with a pig liver-colored face, slowly raising his pistol and aiming it at Jiang Che's temple. The audience watching the live broadcast fell silent. Who said mental illness is stupid? I don't think mental illness is stupid at all. He still knows that his umbrella is gone. Dog bites dog. And the winner in the end is actually that little nurse. No, brothers, you seem to have forgotten one thing. Pistols, these hot weapons, can't do any harm to the evil spirits at all. A sentence directly pulled the crowd back to reality. Yeah, hot weapons have no effect on evil spirits at all. Sure enough, just as the gun was about to be aimed at Jiang Che's temple, a hand pinched Zhao Qi's gun. Only 2 fingers slowly closed, and the round-barreled muzzle was pinched and flattened in an instant. Blood Slaughter had slowly raised his tilted back head, and there was a charred black hole on the brow of his mask, but it was visible that he hadn't suffered any damage to his main body apart from the mask. Alright, I'm fine. Blood Slaughter patted Jiang Che's head. He could feel Jiang Che's emotions. That instant of anger and also regret wasn't fake. This was worthy of being his own son. He reached out and pinched Zhao Qi's head, and then glanced at Xiaoya, who was trying to escape. The moment the icy cold eyes passed over, just one glance and she stopped in her tracks. Bring your friends inside for dinner. This bad guy dad will handle it. He looked at Xiaoya as well as Jiang Che, signaling them to go into the house. Is it really okay? Jiang Che wiped the corners of his moist eyes. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have brought home anyone. I brought them back because they said they knew where my wife was. It's fine. You're a good boy. It's all their bad. Blood Slaughter pushed Jiang Che and pushed him into the house. You go in as well. He glanced at Xiaoya who had fallen to the ground. Xiaoya stepped back in terror, wanting to escape even more. A blood-clothed nurse then appeared behind her. grabbing the back of her dress. Go on, go inside. Everyone is still waiting. The door of the room was closed. Bloodslaughter grabbed Zhao Qi's head with one hand and dragged him towards the location of the garden. 5 fingers were tightly embedded in Zhao Qi's skull, and he hissed in pain. His eyes glazed over. It wasn't until after walking out for some distance that he slightly exerted his fingers, and plasma instantly shot out in all directions. A headless corpse collapsed onto the ground in a loss of strength, the blood quickly seeping into the dirt and mixing with the black scorched earth. After doing this, he didn't go home immediately, and disappeared in a few flashes. The only thing left behind was a headless body that was thrown in the bushes. At this moment, inside the small solitary building, Nurse Xiaoya hadn't dared to move a muscle since she was caught here and pressed into the chair, and she looked at the scene in front of her, her eyes full of horror, because he saw Jiang Che sitting on the sofa with a guilty face at this moment, chagrined and with his head lowered. Is Dad still not back yet? Every now and then, he looked towards the doorway. He'll be back soon. He went to return an item to a friend. The blood-clothed nurse poured Jiang Che a glass of water and handed it to him. These 2 prey items were from the spider next door. Blood Slayer had just killed one without holding back, so naturally he needed to go find another prey item to return to someone else. Xiaoya sat motionless on the chair, her fingers touching the rough texture of the table and chair after the blood dried gave her the creeps, but that wasn't what freaked her out the most. If there was something weirder than Jiang Che calling creepy mom and dad, it was that this blood-clothed nurse handed over a clean cup to Jiang Che and poured a cup of clean water. The pure and transparent clean water was out of place with everything here. Is this your friend? The blood-clothed nurse glanced in Sayaka's direction. The scent of this human's panic had filled the room. She's not my friend, but she knows where my wife is and said she'd take me to her. You have a wife? The blood-clad nurse froze as well, then frowned. Then you need to hurry up and go find it for her. It's not safe here. She felt like she was purely in love with the house, and even though she hadn't met the girl yet, she didn't want her to die out there like that. You know where it is? She looked at Nurse Sayaka suspiciously. Yes, we agreed before where to meet up. Xiaoya couldn't think straight at this point, and didn't even dare to say that the wife was something she made up. For a moment, she had a plan. If she led Jiang Che to the other creepy, said that this was his wife, and then had that creepy kill Jiang Che, the blood slaughter over here would know the news and then go over to kill that evil spirit. They would be dog eat dog. Would she be able to take advantage of the situation and survive? The blood-clothed nurse frowned. She could only feel Xiaoya's emotions. She couldn't read her heart. She only felt that there were all sorts of joyful and happy thoughts flashing by at that instant. She didn't know if it was her own illusion. At this moment her thoughts were absurd. She actually felt that this blood slaughter family really treated Jiang Che as their son. But how was this possible? Jiang Che was a human. Alright, then you can eat before you leave. And bring a little more food on the way. The blood-clothed nurse also knew that time was rushing. In this hellish place, who knew if her wife would die the next second? There's no need to wait for him to come back on your dad's side. It'll take time for him to go find something to return to his friend. By the way, I made you a dress. Put it on. With that she pulled out a doctor's tunic that was stained with a little drop of blood. The tears on it had all been sewn up. Eat before you go looking for someone. With that she brought out a bowl of boiled instant noodles and placed it in front of Jiang Che. This was the human food she had obtained from a few prey items after going out to look for them. As for Xiaoya, she didn't care at all. It didn't matter if this person ate or not. Seeing the food in front of Jiang Che, Xiaoya was immediately dumbfounded. This was instant noodles? The food prepared by an evil spirit was instant noodles? Why did she understand this world less and less? Did evil spirits like instant noodles? The viewers watching the live broadcast didn't care about this. They didn't think this was the evil spirit being nice to Jiang Che. After all, evil spirits were all hypocrites. This must be an attempt to make Jiang Che continue to be the bait to trick this psychosis into bringing someone back. What everyone was jealous of was the doctor's outer robe that Jiang Che was wearing. This is another special copy item. Why can't I get one even after fighting for my life? And this psycho can get two. Please collect. Please recommend. Please catch up on your reading. Jiang Che ate his meal quickly. He was in a hurry to go out. The atmosphere inside the house was very weird. Jiang Che buried his head in dry rice, while the blood-clothed nurse was sitting opposite Jiang Che, obviously wearing a muddy and dirty nurse's uniform. Her face was also wrapped in bandages. Even under the bandages, countless centipede-like scars could be faintly seen. The words bloody and horrible were no longer enough to interpret her. She did not speak, but Xiaoya always felt that this evil spirit exudes love and maternal light. Xiaoya did not dare to make any unauthorized movements, seeing that the evil spirit did not harm herself. Under the fear, her brain was running at a faster speed. Calm, coldness. She began to secretly adjust her breathing, and her raging heart began to calm down a little. Being calm was a necessary lesson for everyone before entering a copy. It's just that when encountering danger, Not everyone can remain calm. Not everyone has good mental qualities. Mother's love? She had just felt that the evil spirit in front of her was very wrong, and now when she thought about it, she felt even more crazy. Right. One of them went around looking for his parents all day long, and the other one really treated him as a son? She pondered whether she should also follow Jiang Che to call the evil spirit a mom to boldly gamble, and immediately thought that she would immediately follow Jiang Che to leave to find his wife. At least before finding his wife, the other party would not do anything to himself. At this time, the live broadcast audience has exploded, because the live broadcast screen is not affected by the illusion. Normally, when watching live broadcasts, people often saw survivalists being caught in the traps of illusionary techniques from an onlooker's perspective. Ordinary survivors simply do not have the means to break the illusion. There are evil spirits as accomplices to follow. There will be inexplicable things as food. Every time the live broadcast sees a survivalist encountering an illusion, the crowd pounds their chests and heads, feeling sad for the survivalist who has been caught in the illusion, and also feeling sad for themselves for being unable to break it when they encounter this kind of thing. So now, everyone could clearly see that what Jiang Che had eaten was a real instant noodle. It wasn't some unknown blood and flesh illusion, nor was it some disgusting maggot. No, the last meal wasn't all that disgusting food. And this one is normal? Which step did I not follow? I can't understand it. I feel like this blood-clothed nurse is really raising Jiang Che as her son? It's not like raising a son. It's more like raising a pet. You guys say this is not a way of circling around with the evil spirits, and can get props and briefly safe, as long as you can finally escape. This period is when the pet is a slave I all recognize. The viewers began to calculate the possibility of this kind of playing house succeeding. There had never been an example of playing house with an evil spirit before, and this was the first case ever. At the same time, the heat in Jiang Che's live broadcast room grew violently. The fact that a psychopath like him could survive until now and had gotten 2 special props already spoke volumes. Mighty ghost over home. Feasible. Everyone in the live broadcast room was now staring at Jiang Che with a deadly stare, wanting to learn how he maneuvered around with the evil spirits. Looking at the pop-up seriously analyzing Jiang Che's every move. Some people laughed to themselves and said, laughing to death, mental illnesses are really born to be the holy body of a family. I didn't think I'd need to play house with a psychopath? Is it possible that it's just a coincidence that this trick wouldn't work at all with other evil spirits? And it's just this blood-clothed nurse's own fetish? The crowd was speechless and could only study seriously. Learning one more trick is one more trick. Maybe they can use it when they are desperate. It only took a few minutes to eat a single serving of instant noodles. Jiang Che just took 2 big bites, and the noodles in the bowl were almost at the bottom. It was only then that he saw Xiaoya, who was sitting in his seat, staring at him. Xiaoya didn't understand why Jiang Che could eat so well. Why was he able to eat what the evil spirit gave him without any worries? The food in Jiang Che's bowl looked like instant noodles, but having seen so many replica tutorials, hell, he didn't know if this was some sort of illusion, maybe under the evil spirit's illusion. The bowl was filled with countless wriggling maggots. The blood-clothed nurse looked at Xiaoya. Her eyes were full of contempt, because she could feel Xiaoya's crazy changing emotions. Xiaoya, except for the first time when she saw the instant noodles, was a bit surprised. Every time she looked at the food in Jiang Che's bowl afterward, her heart was full of horror. Ha! Humans! She snorted disdainfully. If this woman didn't know where her daughter-in-law was, she was afraid that she would have already finished her off. Are you hungry? Jiang Che glanced at Xiaoya and then to the food in the bowl. His mom had only prepared a bowl of noodles. He couldn't afford to give it to anyone else. Before Xiaoya could even open her mouth to speak, she felt the temperature in the room drop quite a bit, the threat of death looming in a flash. Not hungry. Not hungry. You eat, you eat. Xiaoya could not cry. She herself did not want to eat. This evil spirit was even afraid that she would steal Jiang Che's food. She was a little puzzled as to why the evil spirit would show killing intent towards herself because of Jiang Che's words. It was like protecting a calf. Protecting the calf? This thought instantly crossed her brain, and she was immediately startled by this thought, and she vaguely felt that the motherly love she felt was not an illusion. But, how is this possible? She looked enviously at the doctor's robe Jiang Che was wearing. She recognized it as a copy of a special item, and unlike those watching the live stream, she felt it more directly. The viewers watching the live stream only thought that it was a special item, but she could clearly feel that the moment Jiang Che put it on, his aura and this replica merged into one. This feeling couldn't be described. She was in this room, but she could clearly feel that after Jiang Che put on the clothes, even though his appearance was still human, he gave people the feeling that he was already a family with the blood-clothed nurse in terms of his aura. Jiang Che gave her the feeling that he was also like an evil spirit. That doctor's robe completely covered Jiang Che's human aura. After noticing this, Xiaoya's heartbeat stopped for a beat. She felt as if she knew what the function of this piece of clothing on Jiang Che was, masking the breath. As long as one wore this outer robe, they would be considered to be of the same kind by the evil spirits. Regardless of what this blood-clothed nurse's purpose was for giving Jiang Che this dress, as long as she didn't follow her when she went out later, she would have to find a way to trick this dress into her hands. She might not be able to trick a normal person, but to trick a psychopath, she thought she could do it handily. I'm done eating. Jiang Che put down his chopsticks in satisfaction. Go on, hurry up and find the people. Bloodclothes got up and collected the chopsticks in front of Jiang Che. She looked outside to see that the sky was already getting darker. Night was about to fall, and she knew deep down that the hunt would truly begin at night. Giving Jiang Che the doctor's outer robe to put on, she was relieved to let Jiang Che leave. With the bracelet and the clothes, Jiang Che wouldn't be in danger in the copy. She wouldn't follow Jiang Che because as long as she followed, then humans would hide when they saw it from a distance. She was going to do another thing now. 3 days later, the replica would close, and the humans who remained in the replica would be instantly wiped out. She couldn't let Jiang Che die in the copy. It wasn't until she was escorted out of the room by the blood-clad nurse that Xiaoya began to take bold breaths. The unique bird stench of scorched earth continued to sweep through her nostrils, but Xiaoya felt as if she was smelling a fairy's breath. Which direction are we going now? He looked at Xiaoya suspiciously. Jiang Che didn't need to be afraid of worrying his family if he didn't return home now that he had already greeted his family. This way, right. The blood slaughter area was still quite empty, and she had just let Jiang Che take her upstairs to see the distribution of the area it was in. The blood-clothed nurse didn't stop it either. If Xiaoya didn't do this, she felt suspicious instead. Copy 9 wasn't too big, nor was it too small. Humans might have agreed on a rendezvous location, but in order to rendezvous they also had to know where they were first. Xiaoya was purely broken. She didn't even think about rendezvousing with others. Red Pearl Psychiatric Hospital did have small groups before entering the copy. Those small groups did have agreements and cooperation, but those small groups didn't include small nurses like her. Those who were able to form a team were tycoons who had acquired some special props to be able to deal with the evil spirits. Even if people like them went to rendezvous with someone, they would be used as cannon fodder to die. She just wanted to find a dangerous place and let Jiang Che go to his death after tricking him out of his clothes. Then she took Jiang Che's doctor's outer robe and hid to find a way to escape the copy. This way, Xiaoya headed in another direction. She was lucky that she had just been on the top floor and saw an ancient fortress a few evil spirit fields away at a glance. When she saw this ancient fortress, Xiaoya simply couldn't stop her heart from beating wildly. Humans didn't know much about Copy 9, but there was quite a lot. Just like that ancient fortress, the only place in Copy 9 that had the most similar environment to the human living area. Everyone suspected that the exit was there, but people who traveled to that area would somehow die. Xiaoya was very excited. She hadn't expected this place to be so close to the ancient castle. Jiang Che followed her excitedly, and every now and then, he even straightened his clothes. He tried his best to think of his wife's appearance, but he couldn't recall it at all. All the information was vague. It was just like his parents before, just dark shadows hovering in his head. No looks. Jiang Che also brought his own suitcase with him before he left, and inside were the gifts he had prepared earlier. Xiaoya had been watching from the side when Jiang Che was organizing the suitcase, and had thought that there was some kind of treasure inside, and couldn't help but show contempt in her eyes after seeing what was inside. The suitcase looked like high-grade goods, and the dolls and jewelry inside looked expensive. It was obvious that Jiang Che went to the rich area and stole it to bring it in. She sized up the robe Jiang Che was wearing, as well as the bracelet on his wrist. It was a real waste for these two items to fall on Jiang Che. It would have been nice to get them for herself. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. She was lucky that she was with Zhao Qi and Wang Bing when she entered the copy. Entering a copy with a companion by her side was a fortunate and unfortunate thing. Fortunate in the sense that it could increase the chances of survival a little. Unfortunate in the sense that she belonged to the type of cannon fodder that was sacrificed to increase the survival rate of the rest. But now, the corner of Xiaoya's mouth hooked up. Wang Bing was dead, and Zhao Qi was also dead. All that was left around was Jiang Che, the fool, with two extremely valuable props. It was said that the mantis catches the cicada and the yellow bird is at the back. She thought she was the cicada, but she didn't think that she would end up being that yellow bird. Along the way, Xiaoya could still see human corpses falling on the side of the road from time to time, and she raised her eyes to look full of sympathy. Dismembered limbs and broken arms could be seen everywhere. She glanced at Jiang Che. The sky was already darkening. The silver full moon overhead set off Jiang Che's white doctor's robe even more brightly. She had already begun to envision her reward for taking the first pass of the copy through Jiang Che's two props. Jiang Che, I'm a bit cold. Xiaoya hugged her own arms tightly and sneezed as she rubbed her nose. The bracelet could be figured out slowly. She had to get this dress now. Along the way, she walked behind Jiang Che in fear of encountering other evil spirits. Nighttime was a good time to hunt, and Xiaoya didn't think they were lucky. It could only be because of the doctor's robe that Jiang Che was wearing. It hid his aura of being a human, disguising him as an evil spirit. As for herself, she was treated as Jiang Che's prey. I'm just in time. Jiang Che was in a happy mood, and his tone couldn't help but rise. From the time the sky started to darken, he felt the temperature drop. The cold wind blowing on his face stung his skin raw. It was a good thing he was wearing a doctor's outer robe. The warmth of adding clothes when it was cold was something he didn't understand until now. In the past, when he was in the mental hospital, he could only hide in his room when it was cold, not daring to go out. The hospital had prepared winter clothes for them, but they weren't that warm. When the cold wind was blocked by the clothes, Jiang Che realized what a saying he had heard before meant. The thread in the hands of a loving mother, the clothes on the body of a wandering son. He accelerated his steps. He couldn't leave his home, and he didn't want to leave. But his wife wasn't back yet. But his wife hadn't come back yet. Wanting a family reunion, he had to get his wife back for a family reunion. This was something he had to do as the man of the house. I'm a bit cold. Xiaoya stomped her feet in anger. Did this psycho not understand her words? Doesn't he know to take off his clothes and put them on her? What can I do then? It's not like you can't walk. Jiang Che frowned. It wasn't like he hadn't been chilled before. This temperature was only lowered a bit, and aside from some shivering, it didn't affect movement at all. Grass. Xiaoya couldn't help but swear in her heart. She kind of understood that this mental illness couldn't understand her hints at all. Can you give me your jacket for a while? I'll give it back to you later when it's not cold. Xiaoya hugged her arms and looked at Jiang Che as she opened her mouth pitifully. The viewers in the live broadcast room were staring at Xiaoya as she tricked Jiang Che out of his clothes. No, they hadn't thought of a line of 3 people. The 2 strongest men were dead. And in the end, they let this little nurse pick up the slack. Look at how far they traveled at night without encountering danger. This clothes obviously have a role to play. This little nurse is also a smart one. Rob it. Should not be able to rob. Will also cause Jiang Che alert. Mental illness are very strong. The head of the rash. Strength. I agree with the use of deception. There is no need to use force. This little nurse has a bit of luck on her body. Living until now. If she gets this dress, maybe she can really live from the copy to walk out. No one felt that what Xiaoya did was wrong. And everyone was even discussing what they could do to do the best job to trick the clothes from Jiang Che's hands. Jiang Che frowned when he heard her words. He reached out and touched the buttons of his tunic. And just when everyone thought he was going to unbutton it and take it off to Xiaoya, he quickly fastened the rest of the buttons. I'm cold too. Watching his movements, Xiaoya's movements of holding her arms became stiff. For a while she was really a bit confused as to whether this psychotic brain had a real problem or a fake one. I'm really too cold. Girls really can't be frozen. I've already started to have a stomachache. Xiaoya covered her stomach and squatted on the ground with a pained look on her face. You don't want to be unable to find a wife either, do you? Xiaoya squatted on the ground and buried her face in her knees and said leisurely. Seeing Xiaoya's move, the audience straight away called out absolutely. From the information that Xiaoya had said earlier, he was able to learn what kind of mental illness Jiang Che was suffering from. Hypochondria. This was caused by different etiological factors, such as biological, psychological, and social environmental factors that acted on the brain, disrupting the brain's relatively stable functional state within a certain range, leading to abnormalities in mental activities such as cognition, emotion, and volitional behavior. The severity and duration of the abnormality are beyond the range of normal mental activity fluctuations. Although the reason for Jiang Che's onset was unknown, it was only necessary to know what caused his onset. In other words, while Jiang Che, a person who normally had no problems and was able to communicate normally, could be controlled as long as his mental obsessions were pinpointed. This was also the tactic used by the medical staff in the hospital to make the mentally ill patient listen to them. Even with coaxing and deception, really cannot then force suppression. Psychiatric brain are a little paranoid. This kid is like a humanoid treasure trove, this time completely planted in the hands of this little nurse. Feeling that nurse evil spirit also in the clothes on the means, now cheated away to put on may also be a hot potato. Worry about this, worry that. Now if you do not wear, maybe later directly on the death, put on at least can live a while. Just where does she go, this kid, to find a wife? Look at this kid's state of mind. Maybe just point to an evil spirit and say it's his wife, and he'll be rushing up there with his ass on the line. The audience is like this. Xiaoya is also like this. Although she is also afraid of the clothes have the function of positioning, but she is more afraid of her own now have no clothes to hide the breath directly dead. The night is the most easy to die, and she knows that this kid still has a bracelet. Before the meal when she heard the blood-clothed nurse mentioned, so that Jiang Che is not allowed to take it off. With this kind of calculation, in case of danger Jiang Che had the bracelet to protect his body and definitely wouldn't die right away. She wasn't going to let Jiang Che go to his death just yet. She wasn't going to let Jiang Che go to his death. She wasn't sure she could survive on her own. She was just a small nurse. No matter who she encountered, she was no match for them. And right now, the only one she could utilize was Jiang Che. Jiang Che couldn't help but frown when he saw her crouching motionless on the ground. He did hear about girls being afraid of the cold before. Your wife is also a girl. You definitely don't want her to know that you disregarded the person who helped you find your wife, right? Xiaoya continued to threaten with his mooted wife. Besides, you have a daughter. If your daughter needs help out there, you don't want others to be as cold-blooded as you, do you? Xiaoya began to sustain her output and started to morally kidnap. She had previously only used the information wife to control Jiang Che, only saying that she had a child, and not telling Jiang Che that it was a daughter. But now, she realized that saying it was a daughter would be more likely to make Jiang Che listen. If she didn't have to get the doctor's robe on Jiang Che, she was still prepared to put the daughter as a killing weapon in a place where Jiang Che had to die so that she could live. Jiang Che's brain was like a heavy blow. There was an image of his entire family in the depths of his brain. Before this, there was only the black shadow of his parents. Ever since the black shadows of his parents had turned into the blood slaughter couple, images of his wife and son were born in his brain, only blurred. But now, the image of the youngest son was in this moment. His hair began to grow longer and his clothes evolved into a skirt. The slender arm holding the woman looked soft and sticky, with the sweet fragrance of a girl. He crouched down to cover his head. The shadow had transformed into a girl and appeared next to his wife. She was holding her hand and standing in the mist. His brain was tearing apart, and the fuzzy imaginary shadow in his head began to gradually solidify. Xiaoya squatted on the ground, slightly raising her face to look at Jiang Che with the rest of her eyes. She was a nurse in a mental hospital, and although she wasn't as specialized as a doctor, she still knew some specialized knowledge. As she watched Jiang Che cover his head and wail in pain, she immediately knew that the words she had just spoken had had a huge impact on him. She also began to determine that the point of information, the wife and child, could indeed pinpoint Jiang Che. When you go out, everyone needs help at times. You also don't want your own daughter to be in trouble with no one to make a helping hand, right? She increased her stimulation. She knew exactly how to control Jiang Che's spirit. Sure enough, Jiang Che stood up numbly, and he began to unbutton his doctor's robe. Xiaoya had a joy in her eyes that she couldn't hide. This outer robe could help humans hide their aura and make the evil spirits think that they were their kind. Other than needing to guard against the blood slaughter couple finally locating and tracking up, she could already be fearless of any evil spirits. She could even boldly search for the exit of Copy 9 without having to be as cautious as the previous survivors. This time, she might actually survive. First pass. The first person to pass through Copy 9. She trembled with excitement just thinking about it. Jiang Che unbuttoned all the buttons of the doctor's outer robe and then took it off. Seeing him undress, the audience couldn't help but cast envious gazes towards Nurse Xiaoya as well. This Xiaoya is truly a great winner in life. If she really survives, who would dare to treat her as a mediocre little nurse in the future? Who says luck isn't part of strength? Once Xiaoya was able to survive this copy, then in addition to the 2 powerful copy props she would receive, the most important thing was the reward of being the first to pass and be the first to escape from copy number 9. Every 10 days in real life, a hunting ground would descend, and the evil spirits and the replicas would come to the real world, circle the area, and start killing. Humans are not completely sitting ducks. Bizarre copies. Is the way for humans to become stronger? Every escape from a copy, their own physical quality will be greatly improved. The first pass that person's physical quality of the enhancement is more unusual to pass the value of 100 times. Once escaped, even the family chickens and dogs can follow the ascension. A heavenly destiny circle like the Red Pearl Asylum is a choice for the rich, not for the strong. The strong would take the initiative to look for areas with the possibility of entering a duplicate, taking the initiative to enter it and seek challenges. After taking off his outer robe, Jiang Che then felt a hint of cold wind, but his movements didn't stop as he took off the doctor's outer robe before starting to take off the blue and white striped patient's clothes he wore inside. This is warmer. This is thicker. With that, he handed over the blue and white striped one he had just taken off and put the doctor's outer robe back on. Although the outer robe fit, it was breathable on all sides, and through the large V neckline of the doctor's robe, one could see Jiang Che naked inside. These clothes you put on outside. It must be warm. This one outside. It's breathable and not warm. Looking at the clothes handed to her, and Jiang Che's clear and sincere gaze, Xiaoya completely broke down. She cried and didn't want to show her goal too conspicuously, so she could only speak in a small voice. Won't you get cold this way? She realized that she really couldn't measure a mental illness with a normal person's thinking. When a normal person gives someone clothes, they give them a jacket. This mental illness gives people clothes, going so far as to take off their inner hats and hand out their jackets. He had a sincere attitude and couldn't find a single fault. No, Jiang Che spoke seriously. I'm in good health. I can handle it. And you just taught me that when you're out and about, if you encounter someone else in trouble, you should help if you can, otherwise my wife and children will look down on me if they know. You're in need of this garment right now. Plus, I'm used to freezing. If I didn't feel that stripping naked was undignified, and we were alone, and I was afraid that my wife would misunderstand, I would have even given you the jacket together. Jiang Che continued to speak. Saying this, he even passed the garment in his hand forward, signaling Xiaoya to put it on quickly. Xiaoya smiled very stiffly as she received the garment handed over by Jiang Che. This blue and white striped hospital gown was indeed a bit thick, as Jiang Che had said, because the hospital, in order to save money, did not prepare too thin clothes for these patients. In this way, in summer the heat not out of the problem. In winter is not too cold also freeze out of the problem. In terms of style, afraid of buttons and whatnot being removed by their onset, the clothes are also a series of pullover sweatshirts. There is still the residual heat of Jiang Che's body heat on the clothes. Xiaoya can see Jiang Che's sincere gaze as soon as she turns her head. She forcefully pulls the corners of her mouth to smile, and then puts the clothes on over her head. Jiang Che's clothes were large. They were still loose on her, and the length of the clothes was just enough to cover her thighs. Jiang Che nodded with satisfaction. He felt more and more that he had done the right thing by taking off the inside clothes. If he had given her the jacket, it would have been big and cumbersome, and not enough to keep her warm. If it's still cold, then we'll only have to make a trip home first. Luckily we haven't traveled for long. Going home will be quick. When we go back we can look around the house to see if there's any thicker clothes for you. Xiaoya had wanted to say something, but once she heard Jiang Che's words, she immediately closed her mouth. If she went back, that blood-clothed nurse wouldn't be able to tear her alive. It's not cold anymore. It's not cold anymore. Let's go. I'll take you to my wife and daughter. Xiaoya's smile was ugly. The audience who were watching the live broadcast saw the scene, and everyone was dumbfounded. Crap. Is this mental illness really stupid or fake? I'm a student of micro-expressions. That look in Jiang Che's eyes is obviously genuine. He truly feels that the outer robe isn't as warm as the inner one. I'm really convinced of this psychotic brain circuit. Who takes off the inner garment? Just like me, and you say cold. Just want a jacket. The result, you take off the warm clothes. That little nurse is afraid that her mind is broken. Find a way to get Jiang Che, while not yet met with the other copies of the other people. Jiang Che to death. And then he thinks pickpocket. 2 copies of the props. One of them can also hide the breath of humans. With these 2 things cannot be from the copy of the living down as garbage. Dead, forget it. Entering the copy of who is not with the human elite. Now do not do it. In case you meet other people in the middle. Soon everyone will be able to analyze Jiang Che. That piece of clothing is not ordinary. Xiaoya didn't trick the jacket and didn't dare to guarantee a one-strike victory in terms of force. She was indeed now calculating how to get Jiang Che killed first, just like the audience. Although there wasn't the same God's perspective as the viewers, but in a sense, everyone had the same purpose. Survive by any means necessary. The 2 of them had been traveling for more than 2 hours in the darkness of the night, and through the whiteness of the moonlight, Xiaoya could see that the ground they were traveling on was filled with fresh, hot blood, as well as severed limbs that were bleeding. The night hunt never stopped, yet the 2 were safe and sound. The mournful screams of humans in the distance mixed with the creaking cries of the crows overhead, and for a moment it was impossible to tell what exactly was whose voice. Xiaoya and Jiang Che were traveling in parallel, and she didn't choose to go one after the other. In this kind of dangerous place, one after the other is the most deadly way, because one never knows when the person behind them will disappear. One never knows if one will look at the back of the person in front of them and be dragged silently into the night. Unlike Jiang Che, Xiaoya simply couldn't control her face as she looked around. I don't know if it was her illusion, but she always felt that there was a shadow not far away that had been following the 2 of them, haunting them like a stern ghost. But when she fixed her eyes on it, there was nothing there again. Xiaoya knew that they were afraid that they had encountered evil spirits again. Did you see anyone over there? Xiaoya leaned a few steps towards Jiang Che's position. She didn't dare to get too far away from him. Where? Jiang Che looked towards the location she pointed towards in confusion. Looking around, he realized that the 2 of them had unknowingly walked to a special cemetery, where the houses were more like single-family houses, and in the courtyard in front, the tombstones were like plants planted in clusters. A gray mist haunted the tombstones, and rustling sounds resounded continuously through the mist. And the location that Xiaoya pointed to, a figure could be vaguely seen hiding in the mist, seeing them casting their gaze, and then quickly hiding their figure. See, isn't there a person there? Xiaoya came together beside Jiang Che and spoke excitedly, but didn't dare to speak too loudly. It seems like they're Jiang Che just took a glance and retracted his gaze. He had business to do right now and had no intention of going to make friends. But people go their way, we go ours. It's not like I built this road. Xiaoya was a little speechless. She really wanted to crack open Jiang Che's brain to see what exactly was inside. She had thought that the two of them were still safe, but now it seemed like that wasn't the case. There were already evil spirits that had targeted the two of them. They were just jealous and hadn't made a move yet. She wanted to save her life and didn't know what to do. Let Jiang Che go and choke that evil spirit? But what if he left and she was in danger? It's not like the clothes can be tricked. Xiaoya was so anxious that she was on the verge of crying. She was very upset. Why could a psychopath like Jiang Che be able to act recklessly in the replica? But they had to be careful for fear of losing their lives. The fact that God sent Jiang Che to her meant that Jiang Che was her chance. What Jiang Che had on him, it should be her own. As long as she got Jiang Che killed, as long as he died, all his props would be her own. Her brain spun rapidly. That's not a good person. Before I only told you about your wife, not your daughter. Xiaoya sighed heavily. It's because your daughter was kidnapped by that person in the mist just now. I'm afraid that you are sad that I haven't mentioned it. Please collect and recommend it. Kneeling thank you bosses. Kidnapping. These two words were like a heavy hammer that directly hit Jiang Che in the chest. He fiercely got up and looked around. The black shadow in the cemetery mist had long disappeared. Jiang Che was anxious in his heart and couldn't help but run a few steps in that direction. But he was pulled down by Xiaoya. Aren't you alerting the snakes by rushing over there in such a high profile now? How else can you save people? 'Cause the other party to be wary? Maybe they will even tear the ticket. The silhouettes could no longer be seen in the surroundings, and Xiaoya would never let Jiang Che chase them out. Her plan was to let Jiang Che go and fight those evil spirits. No matter what the evil spirit in the dark was, it wasn't something that a human who was new to the replica could deal with. She knew that the evil spirit in the shadows should be coming for herself. After all, Jiang Che's aura was concealed, and after Jiang Che put on this doctor's outer robe, her heartbeat would unconsciously speed up when she was around him. He hid the aura that belonged to a human, disguised as an evil spirit. And as long as he didn't take the initiative to mess with it, the evil spirit wouldn't find trouble with him. The evil spirits in the dark were afraid that they were treating themselves as prey and wanted to snatch them from Jiang Che's hands. Xiaoya was very clear about her identity position. The prey. That's why she just had to get Jiang Che's doctor's robe. Jiang Che, this idiot, would be fooled by her words to provoke the evil spirit, but she herself wouldn't. She wanted the evil spirit in the dark to think that Jiang Che was protecting his food, and that he would fight it because he was guarding his prey. The evil spirit wouldn't be interested in Jiang Che's clothes. After all, the evil spirit didn't have a human's aura to hide or an evil spirit's aura to disguise. As soon as Jiang Che died, she would be the first to go and strip off Jiang Che's clothes to hide them. Jiang Che paused in his footsteps. Every word of Xiaoya spoke to the most worrying part of his heart. Yes, he couldn't be impulsive. Once he was impulsive, the consequences would be endless. Then what do you think I should do? After so many things, Jiang Che already trusted Xiaoya very much, because there were many things he didn't know that Xiaoya had told him. Xiaoya pulled Jiang Che to hide in a corner, and only after determining that no one was around did she open her mouth with a suppressed voice. I have a plan. Jiang Che squatted beside her and looked at her seriously, not wanting to let go of every word she said. Later on, you and I will walk a bit apart, and I'll walk at the front. Xiaoya still decided to be ruthless with herself, shedding the child to catch the wolf. When the time comes, you'll follow behind me. Don't go too far away, and don't get too close. The person in the dark will definitely not be able to resist making a move on me. When that time comes, you'll just charge up and get him killed. Xiaoya decided to risk her own life. The only thing she knew for sure was that evil spirits enjoyed the thrill of chasing and hunting, and rarely did they directly execute their prey when they caught them. She wanted to stir up strife between Jiang Che and the evil spirits as well, using her body as bait. Will this be dangerous for you? Jiang Che hesitated for a moment. Letting someone else be used as bait to help him save his daughter was a bit too much on his conscience. What can be as important as a child? We're adults. We'll suffer a few injuries at most. As long as you protect me with all your strength and dedication, then I have no regrets. Xiaoya looked at the huge clear full moon overhead, her mouth bitter. Zhao Qi was dead, and Wang Bing was also dead. She felt that she was already lucky to have made it this far. In this kind of dangerous copy, it was impossible to do anything without taking a little risk. Minimizing the risk within reason was what she needed to do. What if? Sayaka touched the roughly textured hospital gown she was wearing. The blue and white stripes had faded in the wash and the fibers of the garment had hardened a bit. If I give you bait to seduce a shadowy enemy, will you steal away in fear? Ya had done enough to prepare herself, and her mind was still worried. No, Jiang Che was categorical. The other party was helping himself out. He definitely wouldn't just abandon the other party like that. Alright, I'll go first later, so you just be careful and hide behind. Xiaoya secretly clenched her fists, giving herself steady determination. There were a lot of people in the live broadcast room with Jiang Che as the main viewpoint, And now everyone could see Xiaoya's appearance as she secretly gave herself a pep talk and acted clumsily. After this incident today, I'm certain that I really need to practice my acting skills in the future. This Xiaoya's acting is so poor that only this psychopath can't see it. His brain should be completely drilled in. His brain should be completely drilled into the bullseye. I kind of know. As long as Xiaoya says something about his family, his brain is as if he's welded to this thing. Otherwise how could he be sent into the mental illness? Ordinary people you tell him is an orphan. He can accept this fact after a hard time. Only mental illness. You tell him you are an orphan. He is very persistent to say that he does not believe in. This Jiang Che is Xiaoya's luck. You can't even envy this kind of thing. Xiaoya's plan can't be called perfect. Now it's really one of the best solutions. Currently, the only way to take away Jiang Che's things was to let him go to his death. After the two of them briefly discussed the matter, Xiaoya got up and walked at the front. She let Jiang Che follow where she could vaguely see her silhouette. Walking alone by herself, she realized that this cemetery had a large scope. The ground was full of small tombstones with no names engraved on them, just like giganticized tokens, one after the other. Everywhere, just behind each headstone was a small bulge, which Ye avoided with every step she took. The wind from the cemetery kept whistling in her ears, and every now and then she turned her head sideways, shallowly seeing Jiang Che following her. Xiaoya kept her fists clenched, watching out for any black shadows to appear. She and Jiang Che had agreed that the moment they encountered danger, Jiang Che would rush up and send her to her death. No, it was to save her. Jiang Che took a deep breath. Following Xiaoya along the way, he didn't even dare to blink, afraid of missing the enemy. Xiaoya's footsteps walked slowly, because her goal was not to escape from this area, but to seduce out the evil spirits in the dark. She didn't care what the evil spirits in the dark were. As long as she could get Jiang Che killed, it would be fine. Not having walked for long, Xiaoya felt her back begin to chill. That feeling of being stared at rose from the bottom of her heart again. It wasn't even one pair of eyes in her feelings, but countless pairs of eyes, dense and pervasive. It was as if Xiaoya's footsteps lurched and she looked violently at those tombstones on the ground. It was as if the things buried underneath those tombstones had all crawled out. The moonlight overhead spilled down in a straight line, and in the copy, there weren't even pale clouds, nor was there the kind of gradual brightening and darkening that occurs when the moon passes over the clouds. The night here was translucent through and through, and everything was sprinkled with a layer of silvery white radiance. Because of this, under that silver moonlight, all the scenery in the replica can be seen clearly. Encountering danger, humans couldn't find a dark corner to hide themselves. This hunt, humans could not avoid it. The wind blew, weaving through the tombstones with a horrible whistling and a low moan. And Xiaoya felt like she heard a lot of people crying, wailing and wailing and wailing straight into her brain. She completely regretted it. She should never have gotten this idea. She realized with a jolt that this was a graveyard, and there might be more than one evil spirit here. Perhaps these evil spirits were weaker than the others in single combat, but they couldn't resist the large number of evil spirits here. She stopped her steps and looked towards her back. She regretted this plan. She had to return to Jiang Che's side now. The cries in her ears grew louder and louder, burrowing straight into her brain, stimulating the nerves of her meninges, and that pain spreading out from her brain was suffocating, making her heart beat faster and suffocating, as if her soul was being extracted. Jiang Che, Xiaoya turned back, but her vision had already started to become blurry. The countless tombstones turned into heavy shadows, and she saw a not-so-large silhouette walking towards her step by step. Screaming was the code word she had set with Jiang Che. Once she screamed, Jiang Che would have to strike immediately. The two also thought about making the code word a bit more hidden, but in the end, Xiaoya insisted and just screamed. She had seen many copy videos and copy tutorials and knew that screaming was the most normal thing in a copy, and the more she screamed, the more excited those evil spirits would get. If they sneaked around, it might even make the evil spirits more wary. Feeling the approaching danger around her, the more Xiaoya wanted to obtain Jiang Che's piece of clothing. After walking so many miles in the darkness of the night and staying safe and sound, one could be sure of the value of Jiang Che's piece of clothing. Jiang Che, as if she was afraid that Jiang Che wouldn't be able to hear her, she called his name again in the shrillest of voices. She felt that the wind around her had gotten louder, and the evil spirits seemed to be unable to resist, wanting to drag her into the darkness and gnaw her to death. Suddenly, Xiaoya saw a shadow in a white coat break through the mist and lunge towards her. Being able to see the bloodied chest inside the white coat, Xiaoya's heart snapped down, and she wiped her somewhat moist eyes. She wiped her somewhat wet eyes, seeing Jiang Che rushing over towards her without a care in the world. She had never felt such a sense of security before. When Jiang Che heard Xiaoya's shout, he immediately rushed towards her direction. Just now, he had already felt the fog around him thickening, and if it wasn't for Xiaoya's two screams, he really wouldn't have been able to find Xiaoya's location. The moment he saw Xiaoya, Jiang Che also saw the black shadow behind Xiaoya. The closer he got, the clearer the shadow became. Remembering Xiaoya's words in his heart, he rushed towards the black shadow without any hesitation. Xiaoya looked at Jiang Che rushing towards her with the suitcase in his hand. Xiaoya didn't dare to move. She could feel that there was an evil spirit approaching behind her, and Jiang Che, who was rushing towards her, was aiming at the things behind her. It seemed that letting Jiang Che live was also a good choice. Xiaoya sighed in the bottom of her heart. Pity. Xiaoya sighed. It was a pity that Jiang Che was about to die. The audience stared at Jiang Che's righteous movements and also shook their heads. This kid has been tricked too hard by Xiaoya. Mental illnesses. They can't survive in a place like this. If Xiaoya doesn't cheat him, there will be others who will cheat him as well. This Xiaoya is really good. If she is out of the copy, I still want to find her team. No matter after the hunting ground descending or into the new copy. Team together can increase the survival rate. You're not afraid of teaming up with her and her cheating you too? In the copies we all work separately. Where is the real trust? I've already survived 2 copies. It's better to be able to team up with someone who is more powerful than to team up with a pig teammate. Being able to fool others is also a skill. If I'm really tricked into it, in a place like a weird copy where I still believe in others and do my best for others, this life as a price is not a loss either. The crowd sneered and laughed. Everyone had mixed feelings about the word cheat. Some people thought that it was very undesirable to cheat in the replica, but there were also people who thought that it was their own skill to be able to cheat people here. For Xiaoya's act of cheating, most people were approving. In a place like this, being a holy mother would only end up harming one's own life. The live broadcast images of the two were different. The image on Xiaoya's side was Jiang Che rushing towards her without any hesitation, and the image on Jiang Che's side was him rushing straight towards that thing behind Xiaoya. The silhouettes of the two men intersected at the same time until Jiang Che brushed past Xiaoya, and the audience could clearly hear Xiaoya letting out a sigh of relief. Although she couldn't bear to let go of someone as sincere as Jiang Che, the fact that Jiang Che went to deal with the evil spirit behind him meant that she had succeeded. Don't worry, I'll escape the copy with the white coat. Xiaoya lowered her head, not daring to turn around. She now had to find a hidden corner to hide in, wait for Jiang Che to die, and be the first to pick off what he had on him. Jiang Che rushed towards his target, and the closer he got, the clearer the silhouettes in front of him became. He saw a little girl holding a long section of intestines in her hands, dragging it along as she stood in front of him. The moment the little girl saw him, she grinned and began to laugh maniacally, with sticky blood still on her teeth. Jiang Che violently rushed over and held her in his arms. He couldn't stop the tears from falling. So it turned out that Xiaoya's claim that the people in the dark had kidnapped his daughter was true. Now that his daughter had managed to escape with great difficulty, she even took the initiative to come over and look for him. How is it? Have you been injured? Have you suffered recently? Jiang Che reached out and wiped the bloodstains on her face. Using his white coat to wipe them away bit by bit, he heartily surveyed the child in his arms for any injuries. His behavior caused this evil spirit child to freeze violently, and his hand that was pinching his intestines was a bit at a loss for words. This development, it seems to be a bit different from what one thought. She had just looked at a prey and followed it for a long time. It didn't occur to her that there were actually other hunters who had followed into her domain, and had kept this prey under guard, and she had been secretly staring at it, just to seize the opportunity to strike. But now, she looked at Jiang Che, who was holding herself, in confusion. What was this situation? This evil spirit, why was he hugging himself and calling himself baby? And the aura on his body was strange. Leaning in close, it was a bit like a human and a bit like an evil spirit. The little girl let Jiang Che wipe the dirt on her face as well as the blood, and then hugged herself tightly in her arms. She couldn't even react before Jiang Che had already hugged her and cried out, "It's Daddy who didn't protect you well. In the future, Daddy won't put you in danger again." Jiang Che hugged the girl, arranging her dress for her and earnestly assuring her, "Look, Daddy also brought you a present. See if you like it." Jiang Che said and opened the suitcase beside him. The little girl stood in place, puzzled. No, what exactly is happening now? The cool moonlight sprinkled on the two of them, and Jiang Che quickly opened the suitcase in his hand, which also contained a few cute plush toys. After walking for so long, he kept the suitcase in his hand. The girl quietly stood beside him. The ruthlessness in her eyes had disappeared, and she looked at Jiang Che squatting there. The suitcase wasn't big, and the things placed inside weren't big either. As soon as he opened it, he saw a slightly flattened teddy bear slowly retracting back to its original shape in the air. Soon, the brownish curry-colored teddy bear became full and cute again. He took out one of the teddy bears and placed it in the girl's arms. "If you don't like this one, I'll bring you another one next time." Jiang Che didn't dare to look directly into the girl's eyes when he said this. He still felt a little guilty in his heart because none of the teddy bears were new, and he hadn't brought her any other nice-looking clothes. The girl lowered her head and looked at the doll that Jiang Che had stuffed into her hand. Her fingers loosened and the intestines in her hand fell to the ground with a snap. The texture of the furry with fine particles was something she had never felt before. The lines of the bear's mouth rose upward, and 2 black gems were set in place at his eyes. Pinched the bear's face, the rounded cheeks sinking in and swelling up again quickly, the smile on his mouth still upturned. She reached up and stroked the teddy bear's head again, the touch coming from the palm of her hand making her want to do so. Do you like it? Jiang Che asked carefully. Love it. The girl's voice was a bit excited. I brought you a present for daddy too. Seemingly thinking of something, she picked up the soft and sticky intestines stained with blood and dirt from the ground and wore it around Jiang Che's neck. Before, she always liked to chase after those survivalists with this intestine. As long as the survivors saw the intestines swirling round in her hand, they couldn't help but scream uncontrollably. Ah! A scream broke through the air, and the girl indifferently looked in the direction of the scream. The moment she saw Xiaoya, her eyes immediately became excited. Jiang Che's momentary interruption just now made her forget what she was going to do. And when she saw Xiaoya, she grinned and began to squeal again. Xiaoya was watching Jiang Che rushing over. She immediately fled in the other direction. She hid herself as fast as she could, in a place where she couldn't see Jiang Che and Jiang Che couldn't see her. The fog in the graveyard was very heavy, and she had no idea what was happening at Jiang Che's place. She only felt that the lilting sound of the wind in her ears became shallower, and the evil spirits crying hidden in the wind as well as the gloomy wind also became weaker. Nonetheless, she still didn't dare to go forward immediately and only dared to hide. She could only expect the evil spirit to be satisfied after killing Jiang Che. After waiting for about 10 minutes, she finally couldn't help but go up to look for Jiang Che's corpse. Jiang Che could die, but the things on Jiang Che's body couldn't be lost. Only when she opened the fog, what she saw in her eyes was the little girl holding the intestines in her hands, strangling them towards Jiang Che's neck. The reason why she screamed was because Jiang Che was crouching on the ground, as if he was possessed, with a smile on his face, letting the little girl strangle himself to death. This feeling was too weird. It wasn't the same as killing and gore. Killing and gore she had seen too much of, watching live streams or video replays of other survivors escaping in their copies when they were in the outside world. Blood and killing she had long been accustomed to. This kind of ghostly obsession to let the evil spirits strangle themselves, she had never seen. Hearing her scream, the little girl's evil spirit jerked towards her. Without saying a word, she ran towards her back. One could only hope to grab the time she had to strangle Jiang Che to death and run as far away as she could. If she could survive, she would come back at dawn. As Xiaoya ran back, she had already bitten the bullet. If she could survive tonight, then she would come back to the cemetery at dawn and take Jiang Che's things. The little girl heard Xiaoya screaming, and she was excited. Yes, that was the way it was going to be. It was that kind of scream. The scent of fear filled the air quickly. Humans were such cowards. Humans were natural containers of fear. The nourishment for them, the evil spirits, to grow. Jiang Che looked behind him in confusion. Looking back there was nothing, except for the mist that haunted the tombstones. Everywhere was bleak, but that voice just now, it seemed like Xiaoya. As soon as he thought of Xiaoya, Jiang Che immediately came back to his senses. He looked at his daughter beside him, wearing only a thin skirt. He suddenly thought of something and quickly took off the white coat he was wearing to wrap it up. Xiaoya had been screaming about being cold. His daughter should be cold now as well. Next time you come out don't wear so little. It's cold at night. Jiang Che wrapped her up. The white coat worn by an adult wrapped around the body of a 7 or 8-year-old girl was just enough to mop the floor. The girl's hands weren't even able to fully extend out from the sleeves. It wasn't until he took off that white coat that the human's breath was violently released. Seeing his movements, the people watching the live stream were completely dumbfounded. It's really his own death. He's obviously been treated as a kindred spirit by the evil spirits, and now he's exposing his identity on his own. If that Xiaoya sees this, I'm afraid he'll be so angry that he'll vomit blood and die here on the spot. Idiot. So what is Xiaoya counting on him to do? Don't even care about him. This stupid bastard will die by himself. I'm having a brain hemorrhage. Don't let Jiang Che die. This dress will be randomly thrown in the corner. If Xiaoya doesn't bring it back, it will be thrown inside copy 9 forever. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. The things inside copy 9 aren't that good to bring out. People were frantically cursing Jiang Che, cursing him for wasting it, cursing him for having brain problems, and cursing him for not knowing how to cherish it. The moment Jiang Che took off his clothes, the little girl was indeed dumbfounded. She thought that the mixed human and evil spirit aura she felt was an illusion, and it wasn't until Jiang Che took off his clothes that she realized that Jiang Che was a human. His evil spirit's aura was entirely brought to him by this white coat. This person was surprisingly human. Her hands were still maintaining the movement of putting on Jiang Che's scarf. The hand that was pinching the intestines contracted rapidly, and, The intestines were getting tighter and tighter around Jiang Che's neck. Dad, the gift I brought you, do you still like it? She smiled sarcastically and tightened her hands, seeing Jiang Che's neck being tightened. Love it. Jiang Che only felt that breathing became a little difficult, but this was the first time his daughter had put a scarf on herself, and his hands didn't know how light or heavy it was, so a little bit of tightness was a little bit of tightness. It didn't matter. He bent down and held his daughter in his arms. Like it a lot. Jiang Che hugged her tightly. The evil spirit felt Jiang Che's embrace, and her fingers began to push harder. She thought that this human was going to try to strangle her like this as well, but she realized that that strength was only gently holding her up, and the other party didn't put up any resistance even when she pushed harder. I'm sorry then, for only finding you now. Jiang Che felt the strength between his neck. He immediately realized that his daughter was angry. Xiaoya said that she had been kidnapped, and now that his daughter must have managed to escape by herself. It must have been very hard, right? But that was it. She still brought herself a gift. Her daughter must love herself very much. The audience was on the verge of laughing in anger when they saw Jiang Che. It was the first time they had seen someone willingly strangled to death by an evil spirit. The girl's hand movements jerked when she heard Jiang Che's chagrined and regretful emotions. The evil spirits were very sensitive to emotions, and as all this guilt wrapped itself around her, she realized that Jiang Che didn't even have the slightest bit of fear in him. Whether it was the moment she took out her intestines, or the moment Jiang Che was strangled by herself. She also realized with a jolt that although the clothes were able to cover Jiang Che's flesh and blood aura as a human, they had no way to cover his emotions. It was because he didn't have any fear in the first place, and that was why she had been fooled by the clothes. The reason why I felt that he had the aura of a human being mixed with that of an evil spirit was also because he had that kind of joy that belonged to a human being that made him feel strange. Wasn't he afraid? The girl slightly loosened her own hand. The intestines without force binding them suddenly loosened a little. Jiang Che's reddened face also slightly eased. Feeling the strength on his neck tighten up, Jiang Che couldn't help but take a deep breath. He felt like tears were about to flow down his face, and only by taking a deep breath could he suppress the tears under his eyes. Sure enough, although his daughter resented him, she still loved him. Daddy won't leave you in the future. Jiang Che held her in his arms, and his afterglow saw that she was still pinching that teddy bear in her hand. Perhaps the air was filled with emotions she had never felt before, and the girl was a little disoriented. It must be a fake. It must be a fake. She skimmed her head and mentally grunted. Good. Antoine won't leave Daddy from now on. As soon as this human dared to reveal any hint of fear, she would kill him and abuse him properly. She would not leave this man. This was the prey she had her eye on. Just as she was thinking of all these things, there was another cry of alarm in the distance. A scream coming from far away. It was still the same woman from just now. She immediately coldly lowered her face, not blaming the woman for screaming, but this range all belonged to her area. Then the prey here, as long as it didn't run out, was hers. Now there was even someone who dared to enter her area to plot against her prey. It's your Auntie Xiaoya's voice. Jiang Che froze. Why was Xiaoya screaming so miserably? Auntie Xiaoya. Tuan froze slightly as she looked at Jiang Che in confusion. Jiang Che hurriedly waved his hands. No, Aunt Xiaoya is the nurse who treated Dad before, and this time it was also her who brought me here to find you. Jiang Che hurriedly explained. He also didn't know why he saw his daughter's eyes flustered. That look made him sweat. Nowadays small children, they are really precocious. She wouldn't think that this was the mom she found for her, right? I won't fall in love with anyone else besides your mom. Jiang Che quickly waved his hand. Tuan immediately froze, squeezing the fingers of the teddy bear a little too hard, and could feel the soft rebound again. This emotion was just like the touch of the teddy bear on her hand, a feeling she had never experienced before. All at once she thought of the screaming in the distance, fearing that some other evil spirit was coming. She hurriedly took off the jacket she was wearing and returned it to Jiang Che. I'm not cold. You'd better put your clothes on. I'm not going to wear a white coat. I'm only going to wear a small skirt. She arrogantly tossed her head, holding that teddy bear in her hands. Jiang Che looked towards his suitcase, feeling a little guilty. This time, he was in too much of a hurry and didn't even prepare a little skirt. Hurry up and put it on. Tuan listened to the screams in her ears grow more and more mournful as she forcefully forced Jiang Che to put on his clothes. Evil spirits were also divided into strengths and weaknesses, and before meeting that evil spirit, she couldn't be sure if she had the ability to protect Jiang Che. Humph, weak human. I'm not doing it to protect him. I'm doing this fight for my own prey. She mentally kept convincing herself, making sure Jiang Che was dressed before taking his hand and leading him towards the location of the scream. The fog in this area was all released by her, and she was able to easily parade through it, making it impossible for anyone to notice. The people watching the live broadcast were now dumbfounded. Clearly the last second they were shouting and fighting, Now how are they getting along? No, brothers, am I missing something? Do all evil spirits eat this now? Next time I'll also grab the evil spirits and call out to my parents. And grab the little evil spirits and call out to my daughters. I didn't miss a step. Which step did I miss? It feels just like when I was in math class. I obviously listened to every step and read every step. But the next second, the teacher wrote out the answer. If Jiang Che survives, let him start the class. I'm willing to learn. What's the point of you being willing to learn? Can you understand the brain circuits of a psychopath? So almost being strangled to death without resisting. You can survive? The viewers spoke in 7 different ways, really not understanding how Jiang Che was able to keep surviving at the hands of the evil spirit. The live streaming screen couldn't feel the same human emotional aura as the evil spirits. And naturally, people wouldn't know that Jiang Che didn't have the slightest bit of fear even when he was being strangled and gasping for air in this situation. There was only endless guilt in his heart, as well as his love for his daughter. Tuan Tuan pulled Jiang Che and stopped halfway there. She didn't want to go over there. She wasn't sure she could deal with that evil spirit, even though she hadn't met it yet. It didn't matter if it was herself, but now that Jiang Che was by her side, she couldn't let Jiang Che go over there and wade into danger. How about we don't go over there? Tuan Tuan pulled Jiang Che. Let's go directly to find Mom. It was dangerous here, and she had a feeling that her mom was also a human. If she was a little late, she might be hunted as prey just like this human called Xiaoya. Jiang Che wasn't afraid of himself, so the wife he spoke of, his own mother, shouldn't be afraid of herself either. For some reason, she suddenly longed a little for a family like this. Life in the graveyard was too lonely. Buried underground were young children like her. She didn't know what she was before she became an evil spirit, but after she became an evil spirit she stayed here all her life, spending her days in the graveyard in the company of these children. The word parent was not one she had ever heard of, nor had she ever thought of it. This was the first time the thought of leaving this graveyard had occurred to her. We got lost. Jiang Che spoke in embarrassment. He had been searching for his family for a long time, and this was the first time he had heard news of them. Your Auntie Xiaoya said she knew where you guys were. That's why I've been following her. Okay. Tuan nodded firmly. If she had to save that woman, she would have to show her fangs. This was the area she lived in. Other evil spirits dared to rob her land of its prey. The fog grew thicker around Tuan, and a pale white blade of mist surrounded her hands. I'm not trying to find my mom, nor am I trying to help Jiang Che. I'm just fighting to guard the prey on my territory, torturing everyone. Tuan pulled Jiang Che back into the fog, the thin gray mist making the two transparent. Xiaoya's screams became more and more mournful, with a dying accent, feeling the fear that filled the air. Tuan Tuan was a bit puzzled and pulled Jiang Che's hand tighter and tighter, because she could sense that the flavor of fear was getting stronger and stronger, and even after such a long time, it hadn't dissipated any. Doesn't that evil spirit suck up fear? Tuan frowned. Approaching Xiaoya wouldn't take much time for her, but now, she deliberately distanced the fog, slowing down the time it took for them to pass and better analyze what was happening over there. Evil spirits all fed on fear, and blood and flesh would also allow them to grow, but nowhere near the increase that fear brought. Most of the evil spirits liked to chase their prey while feeding on fear, like an appetizer, and then enjoying a feast of flesh and blood as a dessert at the end of the meal, and also being able to not waste the scent of fear and let it escape. Of course, there are evil spirits that do not inhale, and these are quite cruel evil spirits, torturing to the end and enjoying an unbridled feast. This was a place that belonged to the mist of the regiment, where it was difficult for other evil spirits to discover her presence when she didn't want to be seen. Jiang Che followed her, his gaze able to travel through this mist, visualizing a farther distance than before. He vaguely saw that Xiaoya was now with Wang Bing. Wang Bing? Jiang Che looked at him with some surprise. Previously, Wang Bing was injured and was taken away by a cosplayer of Spider-Man. Now that he's back, it seems that his injuries have healed. It was just that it looked as if he had lost a lot of weight, and his entire body had become dry and flat for some reason. During the short time he spent with Xiaoya, Jiang Che had encountered many strange-looking evil spirits in the copy, including the few areas he had traveled through with Xiaoya, where he had caught glimpses of some strange figures. All of those strange-looking figures stole a glance at them from afar before leaving again. He hadn't cared about any of this and hadn't told Xiaoya about it because the way everyone looked was probably strange in the eyes of people like Xiaoya. If he told Xiaoya, Xiaoya and the others would definitely arrest everyone and force them to take medicine or tie them up. In the past, when he was in the mental hospital, he often heard the patients around him say that they were mushrooms, they were the sun, and they were tigers. Those in the hospital would all tie them up when they got impatient and starve them for a few meals. Jiang Che was able to speak normally most of the time, except for his obsession with his family, and the fact that he hadn't been treated like this didn't mean that he thought it was right for the doctors to do so. Those people at the hospital referred to them uniformly as mental illness. Jiang Che didn't think that people were sick. It must be that people didn't understand them. Just like before, he also thought he had a family, but everyone told him that they didn't. Now didn't the facts prove that he had a family? Now, in this copy, he really saw a lot of strange people, and he hadn't told Xiaoya about it because he was afraid that everyone would get hurt again, just like in the hospital. Those people in the hospital, if they saw their strange appearance, they would definitely try to capture everyone and torture them with a means called treatment. That's also our friend, called Wang Bing. He was with us all the way before, but he was injured and went to heal. Jiang Che introduced it to Tuan Tuan who was beside him. Tuan Tuan looked at Wang Bing and also Xiaoya. Getting closer, Tuan Tuan realized why this evil spirit didn't suck the fear that filled the air. It was because this person in front of them was a human. The two of them approached quickly. Xiaoya hid in the corner and didn't move. She felt a very thin layer of spider silk attached to her body. She was now like a prey that had fallen on a spider web. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't escape from the spider web. As for Wang Bing opposite her, this originally plump person had become dry and flat. His dry and thin body was like a piece of air-dried bacon, and the slight rise and fall of his chest could still tell that he was still alive now. There were white spider silks on his body, hanging on his body, wrapping most of his body. If the previous Wang Bing's eyes were full of confidence and contempt, now he only had ruthlessness in his eyes. Wang Bing used to think that he was the one who could survive to the end. Even if he couldn't escape from the copy, he could still survive to the end. At least he wouldn't die in front of the team's two losers. He couldn't have imagined a second before Zhao Qi pulled the trigger that he wouldn't die not at the hands of an evil spirit, but in a human's backstab. Where's Zhao Qi? The live streaming Xiaoya's perspective. She started to run for her life after her screams. She found a farther corner to hide, probably because of the screams she just made. It also allowed Wang Bing to find her. After approaching her silently, Wang Bing pulled out the spider silk from his wrist and immobilized Xiaoya. Looking at the spider silk drawn out from his wrist, Wang Bing was a little heartbroken. He was already weak, and using his ability once was also very painful for himself. This was the ability given to him by that Spider-Man to help him find his prey. Drawing silk, the ability to draw out flesh and blood to turn into spider silk. Fixing his target. Xiaoya's live broadcast room had gone crazy. Everyone thought that Wang Bing was dead. The moment he was betrayed by Zhao Qi's shot, he was doomed to not live long. Regardless of whether it was Xiaoya or the viewers in the live broadcast room, the first thing they all did was cast their eyes on Wang Bing's legs. Before Zhao Qi had given 2 shots, hitting him squarely on his back knee, piercing through his balling ear cover. Logically speaking, Wang Bing would never be able to stand up again. Countless spider silks were now wrapped around the joints of his legs, forcing the broken key to wrap around and fix it. Unexpected, right? I can still stand up? Where's Zhao Qi? Since Wang Bing was released by the Spider-Man, in addition to the skill of drawing silk, he also gained another passive ability. He was able to vaguely smell some human odors and could hunt for the scent to find his target. He seriously moved his nose, and the unpleasant smell of the air drilled into his nostrils. But still, he didn't smell anything about Zhao Qi. He didn't think Zhao Qi was dead. A ruthless person like Zhao Qi wouldn't die as long as Xiaoya was still alive. This kind of person never goes soft when he sells others. Crap, this Wang Bing didn't die. What's that spider silk he pulled out of his wrist? Isn't he human? Was there anyone at Wang Bing's live broadcast before? Did anyone say how exactly he survived and how he got his abilities? No, this kind of person is usually dying. Everyone will directly exit the live room of his perspective to see other people's copy of the experience of such a valuable time. Who go to see the last clip of other people die? The first time this person gets the ability is to find Zhao Qi to take revenge. Unfortunately, Zhao Qi died. Zhao Qi died in the blood slaughter that I really did not expect. At that time the shooting was indeed a physiological reaction. He did the right thing. Just a pity. The audience was very curious. Curious about how Wang Bing got the drawing silk ability. The audience had seen with their own eyes. He drew out the spider silk from between his wrists and fixed Xiaoya. That spider silk was very strong. Once it was sticky it couldn't move and could only be manipulated. No one would bother about what it would cost Wang Bing to draw out those spiders. What everyone was curious about was just that this person had gained such an ability. It had been verified before that killing an evil spirit would gain a certain skill of the evil spirit. In an accident, a person accidentally killed an evil spirit and gained its ability. That person had become a giant on the side by now. Now that everyone was looking at Wang Bing, could it be that it was the last moment of his life that gave the evil spirit a counterattack? Killed it and then gained its abilities? It wasn't impossible. Zhao Qi is dead. Zhao Qi is dead, Xiaoya hurriedly replied. She was on the verge of crying in her anxiety. Why did he just not believe himself when he said Zhao Qi was dead? Most of all, Xiaoya could clearly feel that her life force seemed to be being drained away by the spider silk. After only being confined for a few minutes, she felt like she was losing her physical strength as well as her sanity, and her brain was already suffocating a little bit. Really it wasn't long before just us escaping, Zhao Qi was directly killed by that psychotic mom and dad. Xiaoya was a little tearful. She could see Wang Bing's skeptical eyes, and honestly if she hadn't seen that scene with her own eyes, how could she not have imagined that a ruthless person like Zhao Qi would die in such a dramatic way? She didn't even know how to go about explaining it, explaining that the psychotic mom and dad were actually evil spirits as well. Using this psychotic like bait to keep bringing humans home? What I said is true. I can take you to Zhao Qi's body, Xiaoya hurriedly explained, and now that you've gained the ability of an evil spirit, I definitely wouldn't dare to lie to you. I also know that Jiang Che has a bracelet on his body, which is why that Spider-Man didn't attack him before. Xiaoya sold Jiang Che without any hesitation. Wang Bing originally didn't believe Xiaoya, but when he heard that last sentence, he then remembered that at that time, that evil spirit had indeed crossed over Jiang Che and ran to catch him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten shot, and Zhao Qi wouldn't have shot him because he was being chased trying to pull him down. There was a more important reason. He did gain abilities now. He had wondered if he could escape with this ability, but the evil spirits were certain that he couldn't. The spider's prey only had to get on the spider silk, then no matter where he was, the spider could feel his every move through the spider silk. He had also given up on the idea of escaping, but now that he heard Xiaoya talk about the bracelet, he became violently interested. What bracelet? He remembered that after he fell to the ground and was grabbed by Spider-Man, Jiang Che slowly ran over from behind to brush up against him. He had previously wondered why Spider-Man didn't beat Jiang Che, but now he finally had an answer in his heart. If he was able to obtain this bracelet, wouldn't he really be able to escape with the skill? He didn't care about the argument that every time he used the spider silk he would consume blood and flesh. As long as he could escape, he would definitely eat and drink a lot of tonic. As long as he toned up more than he used, then he would be fine. It's just a bracelet given to Jiang Che by an evil spirit. I don't know exactly what it's for, but it does manage to avoid the evil spirit's attacks. Xiaoya hurriedly explained. So you believe me now? Zhao Qi really died, and it was because of Jiang Che's bracelet that he died. At this point, Xiaoya could only tell him roughly in layman's terms. All this talk about parents being evil spirits sounded too outrageous, and it was very laborious to explain. Although the process of explaining was a bit different, the good thing was that the result was the same. Wang Bing believed it. Xiaoya didn't tell him about the clothes on Jiang Che's body. The clothes looked like an ordinary doctor's white coat, and if Xiaoya hadn't personally seen the evil spirit giving it to Jiang Che, and saw that Jiang Che had hidden his aura after putting on those clothes, she would never have imagined that the clothes had such an efficacy. The bracelet on his hand was just too special. Light red finger bones. Each section was coiled and shiny. This thing was so special at a glance that it couldn't be hidden at all. Wang Bing gave her a serious look, then faintly asked, "Where is Jiang Che?" He looked around and didn't see Jiang Che's shadow. "I wanted to get his bracelet, so I designed to frame him to go find an evil spirit for trouble." Xiaoya spoke in a small voice. When these words came out, Wang Bing instantly smiled frankly. In just a moment, he understood why Xiaoya was hiding here alone. Moreover, he also very much believed Xiaoya's words that she had designed to frame Jiang Che to death in order to get his bracelet. This person was really capable of such a thing. By the way, brother, can you tell me how you killed the evil spirit? After seeing that she was temporarily safe, Xiaoya twisted her body and threw a wink in Wang Bing's direction. A human's dying counterattack? She didn't believe in such a powerful ability at all. She didn't care in the slightest that what she was doing was being broadcast live on the entire internet. Compared to the live broadcast, she felt that obtaining that ability was more important. No. Wang Bing teasingly looked at her, watching her mayfly chrysalis twice, realizing that she couldn't move and winking towards herself again. I didn't kill it. Then how did you get the ability? Sayaka was a little lost in thought. This was also the biggest question in her mind. That heavily injured look of Wang Bing at that time. He didn't have the ability to kill an evil spirit at all. Now, besides his body being a bit dry and thin, he had gained the ability and survived. This was the best ending. There is no need to kill an evil spirit at all. Wang Bing looked at her with a smirk. I also just learned that as long as the evil spirit is willing, it can bestow its ability to you. Why would he be willing? Xiaoya couldn't care less if this question would anger Wang Bing if asked. She only wanted to get an answer. At this time, the number of people online in the live broadcast room she was in had reached an unprecedented peak. From now on, as long as Xiaoya is able to survive, then no matter what she did in the copy, I think she's right. What about her selling her flesh? That's also right. Who says selling to win isn't winning? I'm willing to call me her mom if she can just ask how to get the skills and how to make the evil spirits willing. The audience had gotten anxious, and at this point everyone just hated that the pop-ups couldn't reach the ears of the copy seeker. It's simple. I promise to help him hunt and help him capture humans back, and he grants me the ability. Wang Bing knew that the people outside must be watching this scene as well. Mockery crossed his eyes, and while looking at Xiaoya, it was as if he saw thousands of people. It was still uncertain whether he would survive this time, so he can only say that Jiang Che's bracelet was his one hope. If he didn't get the bracelet, he wouldn't be able to escape the spider evil spirits, and he would die sooner or later even if he got the ability. There was only one thing he could do right now, and that was to tell these people that evil spirits were able to bestow human skills. Let these people go forward and die. How could an evil spirit take the initiative to give humans abilities? Using his brain, he knew that he would definitely have paid with his life. Bunch of dumbass. Although he was cursing these people in his heart for being stupid, Wang Bing truly believed in Xiaoya's words. Jiang Che must have something on his body that the evil spirits had given him that was able to avoid some of the evil spirits' attacks. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain why that spider evil spirit wouldn't even grab him when it brushed past. The evil spirit had taken the initiative to give Jiang Che something, and he was able to figure out the evil spirit's intentions almost instantly. Like himself, Jiang Che was just a tool to help the evil spirit find humans. Compared to the evil spirit, humans, it would be easier to find humans that were lurking. It was also easier for humans to gain the trust of humans. Once many evil spirits approached, even if they were invisible, within a certain range, people who were a little bit more emotionally sensitive could feel themselves becoming more flustered, and also becoming more annoyed. However, many people could not notice it and would only feel that it was the oppression given by the copy itself. The blood slaughter evil spirit that Xiaoya had spoken of must have seen that Jiang Che's dull and stupid state was easy to gain the trust of humans, and that was why he had given him an item to defend himself, avoiding him from being mistakenly injured by other evil spirits. Bing, can you untie me first? In just a few moments of work, Xiaoya's life force had already drained quite a bit. Her delicate skin was loosening up with the naked eye, and the texture on the surface of her skin was becoming rough and dark. Bing, can you take me to that spider evil spirit? I can also search for humans for him and help him find prey. In front of the live broadcast, Xiaoya didn't hide her intentions either. What was shameful? What was carrying a reputation? As long as one was able to live and become stronger, all of this was nothing. Those people in the replica, even if they didn't betray themselves, they were going to die sooner or later. You're fighting alone by yourself. You must really want a companion too, right? Xiaoya said. Regardless, everyone says that the strong always walk alone and only the weak walk in groups. I don't agree with this statement at all. I think the strong need their accomplices more. Seeing that she was moved, Wang Bing couldn't help but sneer. Aren't you afraid that I didn't tell you about the dangers here? Xiaoya felt that the spider web binding on her body was disappearing a little bit, and she knew that Wang Bing retrieved the spider web on her. At first glance, both you and Jiang Che are being utilized by evil spirits, but you're a bit more cost-effective here than him. Xiaoya took stock of the situation left and right. The same was seducing the prey. Jiang Che's side was all about the props given, while that side was a direct gift of abilities. Neither side would necessarily survive to the end, so it was natural to choose the one that would help you the most. Xiaoya shook her head and sighed helplessly. Is it possible to not die without abilities? Xiaoya's words directly spoke the minds of everyone watching the live broadcast. Wang Bing's appearance at this moment was very different from before, looking like a dried corpse that had been sucked of all its flesh and blood. Just a glance showed that his appearance today was very much in line with the characteristics of a spider's predation. Although he didn't know what price Wang Bing had paid, but all of this, it was not a problem. Being able to survive. Life was more important than anything else. I can take you to Jiang Che. Xiaoya still decided to throw Jiang Che to block the knife for herself. Xiaoya could see that Wang Bing was very attracted to that bracelet of Jiang Che's. Moreover, this Jiang Che person can still be utilized. Just now when I tricked him into going to his death, he didn't hesitate at all. Xiaoya somewhat proudly stated that she had tamed Jiang Che very well. I believe you on this point. Wang Bing sneered, his eyes filled with contempt for Xiaoya. You people can't deal with normal people, but psychosis is a good hand. When Jiang Che saw Xiaoya, she had already been untied from her spiderweb bonds by Wang Bing. However, the Tuan he was holding by his hand had a dark face. Jiang Che was a human and was too far away to hear what she and Wang Bing were talking about, but she was an evil spirit, and this fog was all within her domain, and she was able to clearly hear the voices in the gray mist. The words of the two trying to scheme against Jiang Che were heard clearly by her. Dad, are they really your friends? Tuan looked at Jiang Che innocently, her two big eyes fluttering. Yeah, Auntie Xiaoya will even take us to your mom. Jiang Che patted her head. Jiang Che felt a little guilty. It was his inability that caused there to be no way for the family to reunite now. Xiaoya held Jiang Che's hand and looked coldly at the two people in the distance through the fog. At this time, Jiang Che didn't know that the two people over there were teaming up to scheme against him. These two people. The troupe let out a cold laugh. These two people dared to scheme against her chosen prey. Tuan Tuan also sensed that when Jiang Che was talking about his wife, the air was filled with guilt as well as regret floating in the air, and when he was asked where he was going, his mind was also filled with doubt. Dad, I'll follow you every inch of the way. Tuan grinned. She wasn't going to give those two a chance as long as she was there. As long as they found Mom, it would be the death of those two. Jiang Che led her forward, and when he saw Xiaoya and Wang Bing, he greeted them warmly. Thank you, Xiaoya. Thanks to you, I finally found my daughter. Jiang Che and Tuan Tuan appeared very suddenly. Tuan Tuan led Jiang Che to manifest directly out of the mist. The two of them didn't even have any footsteps and appeared directly behind them. The sudden sound behind them instantly creeped the two out. A kind of cool air rising from the soles of their feet straight to the bottom of their hearts. Wang Bing even felt his scalp numb, to know that he had arranged the spider silk in the surrounding. Although it was not as good as that spider evil spirit, which arranged the spider silk all over the place, but he was also able to be alert to the surrounding. Until he was caught by the spider evil spirit, he didn't know what the sticky blood on the ground before was. It was countless blood-colored spider silks paving the land. It was too thick, too sticky, and accumulated into mud. As long as they walked on that land, they would give the spider evil spirits burst points every now and then. He followed suit and made such an arrangement in the area he was moving in, but he didn't expect that Jiang Che would still approach him in such a motionless manner. Even on Jiang Che's body, he detected a trace of the flavor that belonged to evil spirits. It was the kind of oppression and fear of humans that evil spirits carried with them. Moreover, the current Jiang Che didn't have any human flavor on him. Jiang Che, Wang Bing took a violent step back. The smell on Jiang Che's body startled him, and again, it made him feel like he had returned to the scene when he was facing the spider evil spirit. It was cold and terrifying. The reason why he couldn't feel the smell belonging to humans on Jiang Che's body should be the credit of that bracelet of Jiang Che's. He skimmed over to Jiang Che's right wrist, and there was a string of 10 or so small finger bones connected to the bracelet. The beautiful pink color indicated that these finger bones had been moisturized by countless amounts of blood. He greedily looked at the bracelet on Jiang Che's wrist. If he got it himself, there was a real possibility that he could escape the spider evil spirit's control, escape the copy, and get free. He looked around. Xiaoya was the only one here, and for a moment, he was so evil that he wanted to take action against Jiang Che right there. As for Xiaoya's previous words of cooperation, he didn't even pay attention to them. He didn't even look at the child at Jiang Che's hand. It was just that Jiang Che's appearance was very strange, not to mention holding the little girl dressed in rags by his hand, wearing a white lab coat full of bloodstains, and carrying a string of disgusting intestines around his neck, with yellow fat floating particles hanging on it, but Jiang Che didn't have the slightest intention of taking it down. If he wasn't 100% sure that he was human, he would definitely be stunned by his appearance right now. He just took a glance and retracted his gaze. He was going to dispose of Jiang Che on the spot and then drive away with the bracelet. As for Xiaoya, settling her was a casual matter. Xiaoya was right. Wang Bing himself disagreed with the idea of a strong person traveling alone. He believed that a strong person should join hands with a strong person, but the person he wanted to join forces with was not her. Dad, is this your friend? Tuan Tuan could feel the murderous aura on Wang Bing's body, and she coldly watched as he took a step forward to stand in front of Jiang Che. She had to find a place where Jiang Che couldn't see him and dispose of him. She couldn't let her dad think she was a bad boy. Nope, couldn't let her prey think she was a cruel killer. Humph, as soon as Jiang Che showed fear, she would kill him, yet she didn't want fear to rise because of someone else. She could only make him afraid of herself. Wang Bing frowned as he looked at the girl in front of him, 7 or 8 years old, just up to an adult's waist. She was wearing a small white dress with some bloodstains, holding a brown teddy bear in her hands. Her short shoulder-length hair was draped over her shoulder, and her small face didn't have a single injury other than the bloodstains. Ever since Tuan Tuan had followed Jiang Che, she had been taking advantage of Jiang Che's inattention to change her appearance little by little. The first thing that had changed was that big, gaping mouth that could swallow a person's head with a single opening, as well as the corners of her mouth that reached the base of her ears when she smiled. Now, she looked just like a little human girl. Right, Tuan Tuan, let me introduce you. This is Auntie Xiaoya, and this is Uncle Wang Bing. Both of you, this is my daughter, Tuan Tuan. Jiang Che took Tuan Tuan's shoulders and gathered her by his side. Xiaoya froze, assuring her that she had completely made up the story that she said she had a daughter. She had just fictionalized an enemy that kidnapped Jiang Che's daughter, wanting Jiang Che to go and clash with that evil spirit for a bit then die ignorantly. Now that the enemy didn't see a hair, there was an extra little girl who said she was his daughter? No. Xiaoya felt her head hurt a little. Jiang Che was only 20 years old, and this little girl looked like she was 7 or 8 years old, so she couldn't be his daughter by any stretch of the imagination. As Xiaoya thought about it, she violently realized that there was something wrong, because this time the copy location was in the Red Mountain Mental Hospital. Today's Red Mountain Mental Hospital no longer had any small children of this age, no matter if they were rich or patients. There were no children of this age here. Then how did this child appear? The child looked normal in appearance, and looked generally the same as an ordinary human child. But Xiaoya always felt that there was something wrong with this little girl. She couldn't make sure that the only people who entered the copy this time were the people from the Red Mountain Mental Hospital. Because of the properties of the Red Mountain Mental Hospital's Heavenly Fate Circle, in the surrounding area, there were also a lot of people who had built temporary housing. That is, a house circled by a few iron plates, like a large container. A temporary housing was filled with people like a large pass-through, so she couldn't be sure if this little girl was someone from outside the Red Mountain Mental Hospital. Little friend, come close your eyes. Uncle will give you a gift. Wang Bing grinned a fierce smile. He didn't care if Jiang Che was her father or not. He had already begun to fantasize about the little girl opening her eyes and seeing Jiang Che fall in a pool of blood. Wang Bing's killing intent was on display, and Xiaoya was instantly startled. She had no skills as a person, and she had learned to detect words and colors extremely well. She immediately felt the wrongness of Wang Bing's smile. At this moment, she took a step backward, wanting to seize the time to escape while Wang Bing wasn't paying attention. It would be fine to strip her clothes after Jiang Che died. As for the skill, since she already knew the method, she would just find a chance to snub the evil spirits afterward. But without thinking, just as she took a step backward, her feet became sticky and stuck to the ground, unable to lift them up again. Looking down, fine spider silks were arranged on the ground, shimmering with transparent light. Did I let you go? Wang Bing slightly skimmed his head and blankly glanced at Xiaoya. Tuan also saw the spider silk on the ground and she grinned. Uncle, it's very impolite behavior to just set up your own things here. Oh. Wang Bing was a bit puzzled when he heard her words. Uncle, you and Auntie Xiaoya brought Tuan and Daddy to look for Mommy, and Tuan is very happy, she said and stretched out her hands towards Wang Bing. Uncle, can you hug Tuan? Jiang Che is very relieved. After his daughter escaped from the bad guys, she can still remain naive and unaffected and without psychological shadows. It's so nice. Otherwise he would have blamed himself for being incompetent. Good. Then let's start with you. Wang Bing sneered. This is what this little girl sent herself first. He also wondered if killing his daughter in front of a mental illness would make this kid become even more insane. What is it like for a psychotic to be even more abnormal? He licked his lips. He had never seen it before. At this point, the crowd watching the live broadcast had already sensed Wang Bing's mind. That killing intent was too obvious. It's only Jiang Che who didn't feel it. Is this Wang Bing stupid? How can there be such a simple and cute little girl in a copy? It's obviously not normal. Do you all remember the 3 elements of a copy? Don't believe in cute little girls. Don't believe in beautiful and pretty women. And don't believe in poor old men. I was thinking before that this Wang Bing survived the copy to recognize a righteous father to hug his thigh. Obviously got the ability. It is also considered a Tianhu opening. But the result is to fight like this. Wang Bing picked up Tuan from the ground. His current strength is much greater than before. This kind of little girl, he can completely break the neck with a hand to get it dead. But soon he felt something was wrong. The little girl's hand around his neck was very hard. He could even hear his spine clicking. He pinched hard at Tuan's arm, wanting to twist her arm off and grab it, but he realized that this little girl's arm was as solid as a rock. Tuan hugged him and whispered in his ear. Looks like you're really a bad guy, Uncle. Unfortunately, Tuan is a good boy in front of Daddy. When Daddy isn't around, Tuan will come back to deal with you. Oh, be good. The little girl in front of him was obviously sweet and cute looking. She blinked her round eyes, and her black pupils almost occupied the entire eye socket, dark and deep. Before Wang Bing looked at it and thought, this little girl is quite cute. If he was outside, he wouldn't mind stopping to compliment her. Now in the copy, he would see death. He also didn't know if it was because he had gotten the spider evil spirit skill, or maybe he had been betrayed by Zhao Qi once. He felt that he had become even colder and more ruthless. When faced with such a cute little girl, the first reaction of his heart was actually to pinch her to death. But now, his neck that was wrapped around by the little girl was very stiff. His body's flesh and blood had already dried and flattened, and he could touch the bones as soon as he reached out. And with every breath he could see the surface of the skin at his neck floating up and down because of the air entering his windpipe. Now Tuan strangled him with one hand. His hands were soft and couldn't be seen to exert any force, but he strangled Wang Bing's neck to death. The undulating windpipe was also stuck, but Wang Bing's face was already dark, and it was not visible at all that his face was flushed due to asphyxiation. Wang Bing stared deathly at the girl who was hugging him, and Tuan Tuan's soft whispers could only be heard by himself. That dark and deep eyes at this time, how to look, how bizarre. Tuan Tuan took a deep breath as she breathed in the flavor of fear in the air and sighed a little regretfully. Wang Bing was also afraid now, but this threshold of fear was not as high. After going through the spider evil spirit one, it would take something more terrifying to create a stronger fear in him. Xiaoya stared at Wang Bing. She was a bit puzzled as to why Wang Bing was able to be so calm while holding Tuan Tuan. Could it be that Wang Bing still had a touch of humanity left in his heart? She didn't say much, but if it was her, she definitely wouldn't soften her heart because the Tuan Tuan in front of her was a girl. Wang Bing only felt that his chest was getting more and more stuffy. His heart felt like it was being tightly grasped by a hand, and all the blood inside his heart was being drained out one after another. At the moment when Wang Bing was about to suffocate and pass out, Tuan Tuan loosened her stranglehold on him. She let go of Wang Bing and returned to Jiang Che's side to hold Jiang Che's hand. Wang Bing gasped for air. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The Tuan Tuan in front of him reached out his hand and grabbed it out of thin air, and he immediately felt his heart tighten again. Wang Bing's body violently stumbled forward and almost fell to the ground. Are you alright? Jiang Che hurriedly tried to go forward to help him with one hand. Wang Bing hastily waved his hand and jerked back. The sky was bright with a full moon. There was no wind and no clouds. The silver-white moonlight fell on several people, and he looked at Jiang Che and Tuan Tuan, who were standing not far in front of him. A few minutes ago, he also felt that Jiang Che, who was covered in a blood-stained white coat, looked very wretched. The striped patient uniform inside had already disappeared, being worn by Xiaoya, and there were no clothes on the inside. Looking for a white coat to drape over his body without being clothed, he felt that Jiang Che, like this, was more wretched than all of his own injured people, because they at least wouldn't be like Jiang Che, who couldn't even keep his own clothes to be gripped. But now, for some reason, he stared at Jiang Che, who was holding that mysterious little girl, shirtless and wearing a white lab coat. I'm fine. I can see that uncle should be having a heart attack. I see that other people with heart attacks are smoking like this. Tuan Tuan's small hand pinched in the void, and Wang Bing pressed a hand to his heart. He wanted to reach for the bloody skin of his chest to relieve the pain, but when he reached for it, he only pressed on the surface of a thin, dry and wrinkled layer of skin, and between his fingers was the touch of bones rubbing together. Wang Bing wanted to escape, but when he took a step back, the girl pinched harder. In just a moment's effort, his dry, black and thin face had turned pale. He could see it. This little girl was an evil spirit. She was intimately attached to Jiang Che's side at this moment, like a real father and daughter. He was just a bit puzzled as to why this evil spirit would be by Jiang Che's side and call him dad. Did all evil spirits like to roleplay nowadays? Tuan Tuan, have you ever thought about getting a new dad? Wang Bing's eyes dripped as he crouched on the ground and waved at Tuan Tuan. Although he didn't know what technique Jiang Che used to trick this evil spirit, if he could trick it, he could trick it himself. When these words came out, Jiang Che's face instantly turned cold. He had managed to find his own daughter with great difficulty. What was the meaning of changing her father? He was also his love rival, and he liked his wife too? At the moment Wang Bing spoke, Tuan Tuan looked fiercely at Jiang Che. In that instant, she felt Jiang Che's anger rising from the bottom of his heart. Seeing Jiang Che get angry and pissed off over himself, the corners of her complacent mouth rose slightly, and she held her hand tighter. Wang Bing, I think it's better for us to walk separately afterward. Jiang Che held over Tuan Tuan. Just now he was thinking of letting Nurse Xiaoya go and check for him to see if there was any problem with his heart, but now it seems that he was overthinking it. Jiang Che was angry. He felt like he was being sincere to everyone else, but everyone always treated him badly. Xiaoya was just as stupid at this point, but she also knew that the little girl at Jiang Che's hand wasn't simple. An evil spirit? Her heart couldn't help but tremble for a moment, and in that very instant, she felt a gaze land on her. The little girl smiled at her, and seeing the smile, Xiaoya's back went cold. Xiaoya only felt that it was not right for her to stay, nor was it right for her to leave. She tried to avoid the evil spirits by all means, but she had seen several of them around Jiang Che. She couldn't imagine at all why she had only asked Jiang Che to deal with the evil spirits, and Jiang Che had backhandedly brought back a little girl who obediently followed him and even called him daddy. In the past, those survivors, from the time they entered the copy to the time they died, they would only see 2 at most, or they would directly die without even seeing the face of the evil spirits. By Jiang Che's side, even though he was always bumping into ghosts, there was an advantage, and that was just bumping into ghosts and not dying. Hearing Wang Bing's words, the viewers watching the live broadcast immediately felt that this move was feasible. Since the evil spirit wanted to play house, who would play with it that wasn't playing? Playing house with evil spirits had a disadvantage. That is, sooner or later, they would die. However, there were also benefits, and that was delayed death plus personal bodyguard. seeing Jiang Che get angry. The pop-up screen was also happy. Who in this mental illness said he was stupid? He also knows that this is the safest? Honestly, this time Jiang Che really opened the door to a new way of thinking. Playing house with evil spirits is also a way to stay alive in a copy. It looks like giving the evil spirits a pet. It may seem like we're giving the evil spirit a pet, but we can also kill people with a borrowed knife. And it's still not clear who's utilizing who. This round of Copy 9 has really uncovered so many new things. And it's the first time I've learned that you can rely on evil spirits to give you skills. While everyone was discussing heatedly, a tender girl's voice leisurely came. Yeah, it's better for you to walk separately from us. Tuan Tuan pulled Jiang Che's sleeve and spoke with a smile. Tuan Tuan's words caused Xiaoya as well as Wang Bing to have a jolt in the bottom of their hearts. That innocent smile at this moment looked just like a little devil, capable of devouring people at any time. Combined with what Tuan Tuan had just said, as soon as Wang Bing left, that was when he lost his life. She was going to strike where Jiang Che couldn't see. I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything else. I just saw that Tuan Tuan was too cute and wanted to recognize her as my goddaughter. Wang Bing hurriedly explained. He didn't explain because he saw Jiang Che's cold face. He explained because he saw Tuan Tuan's imp-like smile. Jiang Che was nothing in his eyes. What he cared about was never Jiang Che. And while he appeared to be telling Jiang Che that Tuan Tuan was cute, he was actually saying this to Tuan Tuan. Every now and then, he stole 2 glances towards Tuan Tuan, wanting to see how this evil spirit reacted when it heard the compliments. Humph, my daughter. Naturally cute. Jiang Che's heart was happy when he heard someone praise Tuan Tuan, and the anger that rose from Wang Bing's previous offense was also eliminated. It turned out that it was just because Tuan Tuan was cute. Yeah, Tuan Tuan is really cute. The first time I saw her, I also wanted to recognize her as my goddaughter. Xiaoya hurriedly chimed in from the side. Tuan Tuan was holding Jiang Che's hand. Her expression was bland, looking at Wang Bing and also Xiaoya without anger or joy. The evil spirits were able to sense all changes in emotions. She could feel it. When Wang Bing said he was cute, his heart was filled with fear. His eyes didn't even leave his hand for fear that he would pinch another hand towards his heart. The flavor of that fear had already covered Wang Bing's diffusion, and the delicious cover of fear couldn't be covered up. With this, he still said that he was cute, but hearing Jiang Che responding to someone else praising himself was different. Tuan Tuan could feel the full sincerity. As for Xiaoya, this woman had been harboring evil intentions all along. If she didn't still have to rely on her to find her mother, based on what they had just said about counting on Jiang Che alone, she would have gotten them killed long ago. Fine. Then we'll go together. We'll go find mom together. When Xiaoya spoke of her mom, apprehension surfaced in her heart for the first time. She was afraid that the mom that Jiang Che spoke of would not be able to accept her after knowing that she was an evil spirit, and there was no way she could go and call someone who would face the fear in her heart anytime she was called mom. But she liked Jiang Che, and was willing to love the house, and the mom and dad that Jiang Che spoke of. Her own grandparents? She wouldn't scare them like this, would she? She would try her best to be a good baby. Hearing Tuan Tuan nodding her head in agreement in a well-behaved manner, Xiaoya as well as Wang Bing quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The viewers watching the live broadcast were also astonished. It turns out that this trick really works. It turns out that evil spirits really like to play house. Brothers, I seem to know how to survive in a copy. I'm not very good at anything, but I'm good at caring for the elderly and children. I can't imagine how many evil spirits I can lure to be my handlers with my eloquence. Brothers, this incident is a big step forward for mankind. Think about it. If you can trick evil spirits into giving you powers by playing house with them, then mankind will turn the tables. I'm already looking forward to my next trip to the replica. I'm going to practice. The audience shouted loudly that they were going to go to the replica to practice. And those humans who were hiding and didn't want to enter the replica couldn't hold back their excitement at this time. The act of cheating was just too easy compared to living meticulously. At this time, another group of people were watching the live broadcast having a video conference. Gentlemen, what do you think about this matter of today's Copy 9? A woman in a long red dress painted her nails, her long dark hair dragging to the ground, playing house with evil spirits. Is that really feasible at all? Unlike ordinary people saw this message and thought to themselves that they were going to try it out. But they were different. These people they were having a video conference with had all escaped from many copies, and some of them had even already beheaded evil spirits to obtain their skills. All the values of their bodies were not comparable to ordinary people. I don't think so. This is a tease. A person snorted. Evil spirits and humans simply couldn't coexist, and those who believed in this over-the-top play were pure fools. Ordinary people can send their lives if they want to. It's the evil spirit jokingly giving him the skill. Who knows if the skill has a hand in it? Maybe it's just a localization device. Even if he escapes from the copy, he won't be able to escape just the same when the reality hunting ground descends. In the video conference, Several people kept sneering. Killing is only justice. Only the ability gained from killing evil spirits with your own hands can belong to you permanently. And only then is there no intrigue in it. They didn't agree with this playstyle, but they didn't remind ordinary people of the possible conspiracies in it. This was because whether ordinary people became stronger or weaker had no effect on themselves. As for those fools who believed in this approach method to send themselves to their deaths, nowadays times were so dangerous that when one's IQ was not enough, it was best to die. The people outside were still cheering. Some wanted to try it. Some weighed the pros and cons. Wang Bing and Xiaoya, on the other hand, followed the two Jiang Che in small steps, not daring to speak. Do you know where my mom is? Tuan Tuan looked at Xiaoya, trying to make that self look as harmless as possible. Xiaoya nodded her head in horror. At this point in time, did she dare to say she didn't know? A viciousness flashed in the bottom of her eyes. At this point she could only execute her original plan. Find another evil spirit. Let Jiang Che go to his death. It would be best to let this girl evil spirit die along with her. She might even be able to fish in troubled waters and live. Or perhaps, she took a deep breath, and in the back of her mind was another wild thought. That is, when these evil spirits were killed with only one breath left, she would go for a sneak attack, deliver the final blow, and then gain one of the evil spirit's skills. The light in her eyes grew colder and colder as Tuan Tuan felt the change in Sayaka's mood. She didn't have a way to read thoughts directly, but she knew that Xiaoya's mood changes at this moment were very complicated. There was doubt, uncertainty and conviction as well as a hint of ruthlessness in there. She couldn't help but pull Jiang Che's hand tighter. This was the reason why she hated humans. Humans are too complicated. But luckily, her own father wasn't like that. Walking towards the outside of the fog, the full moon overhead was already gradually setting. It was just that after a night of no sleep, coupled with the fact that several people's spirits were highly strained again, there wasn't a bit of drowsiness. From time to time, Xiaoya climbed to a high point to observe the direction, relying on the fact that there was Tuan Tuan by her side. Tuan Tuan looked in the direction she said. The distribution inside the replica was too familiar to her. The direction that Xiaoya was taking them forward was the direction where the exit. Also, the direction where that person was. Tuan Tuan frowned but didn't say anything more. Jiang Che was a human and couldn't possibly stay in the copy for long, and since she liked Jiang Che, she wouldn't let him die in the copy, and when the time was up, she would definitely find a way to send Jiang Che out. So Xiaoya was leading them towards that direction. She understood. After all humans wanted to escape. Mom should be heading in that direction as well. But this time, the troop was wrong. This was copy 9, and the humans didn't know where the exit was. The only reason why Xiaoya was leading them in that direction was purely because she felt that place was the most dangerous and deadly. The moon overhead was setting a little. The red sun on the other side was slowly rising. The orange-red light in the sky dispersing the darkness a little. Countless survivors hiding in the corners were looking at the rising sun. There were still 2 more days and nights like this. Within 2 days, if you can't find the exit, your life will be left here forever. The moment the replica closes, the live broadcast will be suspended. No one knows what will happen after the replica closes, but no one has ever seen the replica close and someone survive until the next time this replica opens. Daytime wasn't the slightest bit safer than nighttime. On the contrary, according to the rules summarized by countless people, the evil spirits that infested during the day were all stronger, and it was only at night that some weak evil spirits came out to pick up the prey that the strong ones didn't hunt during the day. Those evil spirits at night, in order to make themselves stronger, in order to absorb more fear, the means used would be more cruel. And those powerful evil spirits in the daytime only needed some simple means to give birth to unprecedented fear in humans. After all, in human society, daytime was when humans felt the most secure. And to humans, light seemed to dispel all darkness and take away all evil. The gloom of daytime was the most seeping, and the night would bring its own panic even if it was safe. The darkness of the night was dispersed very quickly. A golden sunlight sprinkled on the 4 of them. Feeling the warmth sprinkled on the surface of the body, Xiaoya cannot help but open her hands. The morning light is slightly she looks like a mess. I never thought that I could maintain such a spirit even after not sleeping for a day and a night. What she could not have imagined even more was that she was able to survive a day and a night in copy 9 unharmed. What was not sleeping? What was a little sleepy? Never heard of anyone sleeping in a copy. Almost every second of a survivalist's life was spent on how to crack the copy and how to find the exit. As for those who entered the replica with camping equipment and so on, they followed the rule of resting well in order to survive better. Many of the rich people who entered the copy this time had brought similar equipment. In response, Xiaoya's comment was that she couldn't even save her life but she was still poor and preoccupied. It's just 3 days. Why sleep long before death, when you will surely sleep long after death? She had long since returned the incongruous patient uniform to Jiang Che, and all the way last night, She felt that the evil spirit girl called Tuan Tuan had been staring at her clothes. It wasn't until she returned the patient uniform to Jiang Che that the girl withdrew her gaze. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but after she returned the clothes to Jiang Che, she could still feel the mockery in that girl's eyes if anything. Wang Bing followed behind them. The sun was warm, but he was uncomfortable, probably because the flesh and blood were too withered. When the sunlight sprinkled on his body, he always felt pain in his body, like his body was being corroded by the sunlight. He wanted to find a shady place to hide, but as he followed the troop, he didn't dare to take the liberty of raising the words to leave. His greatest fear was that as long as he dared to leave, the troop would directly resolve themselves in a place Jiang Che couldn't see. Wang Bing realized that he wasn't as valuable in the team as Xiaoya, who could still use his wife's information to trick Jiang Che and save his life. As for last night, after they said that Tuan Tuan was cute and wanted to recognize her as his goddaughter, Jiang Che's reply was that it depended on Tuan Tuan's own willingness. He wouldn't force his daughter's hand for her. The two of them could only look towards the evil spirit in embarrassment, but just as their gaze was cast over, what they received in return was the girl's disdain and sneer. Daddy hug. Tuan Tuan doesn't want to recognize anyone else. Tuan Tuan only wants daddy and mommy. The innocent Tuan Tuan pitifully stretched out her arms, asking Jiang Che to pick her up. Seeing her in that state, Jiang Che's heart ached. Even before hugging her, she gave Xiaoya and Wang Bing a warning glance, scaring the two of them so much that they didn't dare to open their mouths and say similar words again. Wang Bing walked behind the few people. The burning pain in his body made him anxious, and only just after he moved to leave, he felt a pair of eyes staring at him tightly. He raised his head, and saw Tuan Tuan, who was being held inside Jiang Che's arms in front of him, and at this moment, she was lying backwards on Jiang Che's shoulders, staring at him with a deadly stare. This night, Jiang Che hadn't even put Tuan Tuan down. This night, he had been rambling on about his guilt and self-reproach, and Wang Bing was very speechless. In Jiang Che's words, the child is too light. She must have suffered by not being by her side. Holding it up is like it weighs nothing. It's all because he's incompetent as a father. Walking is too tiring. It's better for him to hold it all the time. It doesn't weigh much anyway. After listening to his ramblings all night, Wang Bing really wanted to laugh. No weight at all. This is an evil spirit. What weight can it have? He felt that Jiang Che's words were just a play on words, and on the contrary, that evil spirit was still eating him up. Wang Bing also tried to say similar things to see if he could attract the evil spirit's attention, but before he could finish opening his mouth, cold and stern gazes would stare at him, causing him to close his mouth. Daddy, Uncle seems to have something to do. He doesn't want to go all the way with us. Tuan Tuan hugged Jiang Che's neck, not looking at Wang Bing behind him anymore. Why don't we and Auntie Xiaoya go look for mommy by ourselves afterward? Let Uncle have something to do and let him get busy on his own. Jiang Che turned back obediently, and sure enough, he saw Wang Bing's difficult look, and he opened his mouth a little embarrassed. Alright, you definitely have your own things to be busy with when it's dawn. I'm sorry, letting you walk all the way with us. Jiang Che then remembered that the other party had been following them all night. It's mainly because my daughter is afraid of the dark and it's not safe at night. Thank you for following us. Earlier, Xiaoya said that Tuan Tuan had been kidnapped, and he had later found Tuan Tuan, but not that murderer. It must have been because Xiaoya told Wang Bing that he followed them all the way and protected them for the night. Aside from the fact that this kid had been hitting on his own daughter all along, wanting her to recognize his godfather, Jiang Che still had a good feeling about him. But well, Jiang Che could also understand. Who wouldn't like such a cute kid? But this was his good boy. As Tuan Tuan felt Jiang Che's sincere gratitude towards Wang Bing, she couldn't help but hug Jiang Che's neck and place her face on his shoulder. What these two said in the gray mist, she decided to never let Dad know. Dad treats everyone with sincerity. It's the humans who are too bad. Hearing his words, Wang Bing's face turned odd. His daughter was afraid of the dark? Dangerous at night? Doesn't Jiang Che's conscience hurt when he says such things? The most dangerous thing he had seen this night was that precious daughter in Jiang Che's arms. To coax the evil spirit to be happy, nothing was left to chance. He searched for the fact that if his mouth had been as sweet as Jiang Che's when he was in the hands of the spider evil spirit, he wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. If I leave, you must hold your daughter well and not let her get lost again. Even though Tuan Tuan had given him threatening words, he was still ready to moisten them. He stared at Tuan Tuan. As long as Jiang Che held it well and didn't let it wander off, he might actually be able to run away himself. Wang Bing took 2 tentative steps back. He didn't bother to ask what to do about that Xiaoya. We were all just meeting each other. We couldn't give up our lives for Xiaoya. Wang Bing also had to go back to coax the spider evil spirit to be happy, and he could now boldly say that. The trick of being sweet-talking, I really learned it. Don't worry. I definitely won't let my daughter leave my side this time. Jiang Che spoke seriously. He had already tasted the pain of not having a loved one, and would certainly not allow himself to go back to before. That's good. I believe in you too. Wang Bing turned around and left after he finished speaking. He didn't even wait for Jiang Che to reply. Xiaoya watched Wang Bing run away without the slightest fluctuation in her emotions. She had already figured out that she was currently following Jiang Che, and she was the safest on her own. Leaving categorically, she was no different from the corpses that could be found everywhere in this copy. Even, as long as she followed Jiang Che, she would be able to properly learn how Jiang Che got along with the evil spirits, whether it was by tricking or coaxing them, which was a rare experience. Going out to watch a live broadcast and watching the replay couldn't be as genuine as being close by and feeling it for herself. Moreover, one shouldn't die in a short period of time, because Jiang Che hadn't found his wife yet. As long as he never found his wife, then he would always have the value of living. Jiang Che, blood. Xiaoya closed her mouth in the middle of her words. She wanted to say blood slaughter, but then immediately thought that saying this word to Jiang Che might make him unhappy. On your parents' side, did you talk to them after traveling so far? She was curious to know what Jiang Che thought about that side when he left so far away, and whether or not they had secretly followed in private over there. They said for me to rest assured that I'll find them, saying that they'll come to me tomorrow regardless of whether they find them tomorrow or not. A trace of warmth rose in Jiang Che's heart, although he had just returned home and left home again. This time leaving home made him feel an unprecedented warmth. It turned out that having someone waiting for him to come home, and having someone leave a light for him was such a feeling. Hearing his words, Xiaoya's relieved heart hangs again, but with a sigh of relief, because counting like this, they were all still safe today. She knew that tomorrow would be the day Jiang Che died, and what the blood slaughter couple said about coming for Jiang Che was to take his life. The game of cat's paw and rat's mouse, the game of playing house, had come to an end on the last day, and it was time for it to come to an end. Daddy, I'm a little sleepy, I want to take a nap. Jiang Che hugged Tuan Tuan and heard her whisper in his ear. Xiaoya also heard this, but she didn't think that Tuan Tuan really wanted to sleep. According to human research on replicas, on evil spirits, it was proven that evil spirits didn't have a certain rest time, and there was no saying that evil spirits that hunted at night couldn't go out during the day. They don't seem to need to rest at all. It's just that maybe a certain evil spirit loves the midday sun, or a certain evil spirit loves the dusk of the setting sun, and some other weak evil spirits only retreat when they appear. At this moment the troop said it wanted to sleep, not knowing yet what it wanted to do. Then rest quickly. I'll keep holding you. Jiang Che patted her back. Tuan Tuan's little head just slumped towards Jiang Che's shoulder, and both eyes closed over. Tuan Tuan's hands were draped over Jiang Che's shoulders, and while her hands looked soft and powerless, one of them had a death grip on the teddy bear Jiang Che had given her. There was no undulating breathing, and no rolling eye changes on her eyelids, so she didn't look like a child. Like a corpse, Xiaoya secretly skimmed her face to look at her, confirming that this time she finally wasn't like before. When she made a small movement, those dark eyes stared at her in death. She couldn't even hide from Tuan's eyes if she even had any change of thoughts. It was as if this evil spirit had the ability to read minds. Jiang Che, that thing, around your neck. Xiaoya paused. The thing Jiang Che wore around his neck was already covered in dust and tiny debris, because it had been outside for too long. Some of it was air-dried and dried out, unable to see its original appearance. Although there was a moon last night, but the moonlight was clear. Sprinkled on the human body is also silver white light. Cold gray light, can only see the general situation, and cannot carefully measure the appearance of the item. She only saw an extra object on Jiang Che's neck, and only now that it was dawn did she recognize the object on Jiang Che's neck. It was actually a long section of intestines. Earlier, when Tuan Tuan was still around, she was too embarrassed to open her mouth, and asking the question now was also a test to see if this little girl was truly asleep. This is a gift that Tuan Tuan gave me. The corner of Jiang Che's mouth unconsciously hooked up. Xiaoya. She then said that the sudden extra thing on Jiang Che's neck was how it came to be. When the evil spirit gave you something, didn't you feel anything wrong with the feel of it? The bracelet and the clothes are just that finger bone bracelet. Not to the human body structure some understanding of the people. Broken cannot recognize that is a human pinky bone strung together. Clothing is also good. Looks like normal human clothes. But this intestines you cannot recognize on the unreasonable right. Touch the touch is obviously not right, and wet and oily, touch is even more disgusting. Xiaoya opened her mouth, still not daring to say anything more. She was still afraid that this evil spirit was pretending to be asleep. Along the way she kept looking at the direction, knowing in her heart that their location was not far from their destination. Taking advantage of the fact that the troop didn't react, she turned a corner and continued on. Jiang Che didn't know the way, so she was prepared to take a detour to delay her trip to her destination. All the way there, she was thinking about how to survive. Her mind didn't have the slightest clue, and after a bit of time, she should be able to figure it out. Wang Bing was running furiously all the way since he left Zhang Che and the other side. It was only when he arrived inside an abandoned and broken building that he hid inside. Only after arranging spider silks around him did he collapse to the ground and exhale heavily. He now had two choices. One was to go back to the flowery words to trick the spider evil spirits. The other choice was to go trick the other evil spirits. He couldn't decide on the other evil spirits, and he couldn't decide on the spider evil spirits either. He was a little bit stuffed up. Obviously he already had a set of solutions in his mind, but he still didn't dare to take that step. Uncle, what are you thinking about? Wang Bing closed his eyes and thought about the problem. He didn't worry about safety. The surroundings were guarded by him with his spider silk. As long as someone approached, he could get up immediately. That's why he wanted to leave this skill behind, wanting to escape from Copy 9 alive. As long as he got out, he could rely on this skill to snowball and get stronger and stronger. As long as he didn't die, he would have output. But the sudden voice from above his head directly scared him, a voice he was too familiar with. This night he had been tormented by this imp's voice. Why was this imp here? In the next second, Wang Bing felt that his heart was tightly grasped by a hand that was contracting. What are you thinking, uncle? Thinking about how to deal with my father? He looked towards the sound. Tuan Tuan was floating not far in front of him. Beside her, there were countless shadows of young children popping around accompanying her left and right. He was unable to move, and looked down to realize that countless childlike shadows, such as the bone attached to the gangrene wool itself tightly climbed. In the shadow of the abandoned house, Wang Bing felt his whole body was falling. His body was heavy and he couldn't move. He looked down at the greenish-black shadows climbing on his whole body. These children couldn't even see their faces, and could only feel countless hands all climbing on his body, constantly dragging and pulling. And that little devil called Tuan Tuan was floating in a place not far in front of him, looking at himself with a smile. Wang Bing's live broadcast screen, countless audience, a heart directly seized up. Isn't this what it told Wang Bing to go? Now it's catching up again. Do you all believe in the words of the evil spirits? Zhang Che is still holding it in his hand. I really don't know what he's holding. Thinking about how to deal with your dad? Why are you lying to yourself when you can just lie to us? I didn't realize that evil spirits would also find an excuse for their killings. This girl evil spirit is just like the devil. All the way I watched her look here and there, and Wang Bing and Xiaoya stared at them whenever they made a move. It's possible that this little evil spirit is too weak, right? It's hard to catch the prey. Surely we can't let all these prey run away. You guys say she dares to kill Zhang Che. After all, Zhang Che is blood slaughter's prey. The audience didn't bother to speculate on Tuan Tuan's actions, as it was basically faultless with this set of actions, pretending to let go and then coming over to hunt. Wasn't this a regular maneuver of the evil spirits? What everyone wanted to know more was whether Tuan Tuan would get Zhang Che killed, and whether it would fight with blood slaughter and the other evil spirits for messing with Zhang Che. You can't kill me. I'm a slave of the spider evil spirit. You can't kill me. Wang Bing felt his stiff limbs spinning as he was being grabbed by those countless child shadows. It was like a crocodile hunting for food, clenching tightly as the limbs began to spin in different directions. Just halfway through the rotation, he began to wail in pain. Underneath the dark brown eyes, they were filled with fear as well as pain. Slave? Tuan Tuan approached his position and looked condescendingly at the collapsed Wang Bing. In this world, the most worthless thing is a slave, or a slave that has been drained of its value. Human flesh and blood were the least valuable, far less valuable than the emotions provided to the evil spirits. Wang Bing was like this, completely drained of fear when he was first arrested, and when he released Wang Bing, no matter what bad things Wang Bing did with the spider silk, a portion of his fear would be transferred to the evil spirit. There would be drifting and overflowing fear in the middle of the process, but this loss of fear was acceptable. It could be said that Wang Bing coming out to do bad things, including giving skills, didn't have much loss to the spider evil spirit. However, the spider evil spirit also knew that things like giving skills to humans were fine for occasional fun, but if you played too much, you would always play it off. Releasing Wang Bing again was purely out of the predator's bad taste. The reason why he would play like this was also because he knew that this copy would not have any humans escaping from here. Even if he didn't kill them, no human would escape. Tuan was right. Humans were the least valuable here. Only those that hadn't been hunted. There would still be some evil spirits that cared if other evil spirits harvested the fear of their prey, but the ones that were released like this would hardly care that much. It was said that you had to look at the master to beat a dog, but if you really killed it, you wouldn't start a war because of the dog. Tuan Tuan looked at Wang Bing, who was trapped on the ground hissing in pain. It was strange that the human's ability to resist stress was too strong. The ability to adapt to evil spirits was also too strong. Except for the first time when they would be very fearful, they would gradually adjust their mindset later on. Just like the current Wang Bing, The emotion was more of hate. Fear was also there, but far less than hate. Wang Bing let out a wail, and in the next second, he saw that one of his arms was directly wrenched off by the greenish-black toddler shadows. Several cub shadows excitedly ran around holding up his arm that was broken off like a dry corpse, showing off the results of being the first to rip it off. Tuan Tuan looked at the severed arm. There was no blood flowing out from the severed section, and no white bones could be seen. There were only countless insect eggs that filled his flesh and blood. Tuan Tuan smiled. Sure enough, no evil spirit would do something stupid without leaving a backhand. Wang Bing's limbs were being plucked off one by one. He also saw the dense insect eggs underneath that flesh and skin, and at that moment he was already in despair. He let go and lay on the ground, letting the evil spirits tear at his body. Previously, he had thought of bringing Zhang Che's bracelet to avoid the spider evil spirits from finding him and ending his life, but now it seemed that his thoughts were superfluous. He could still feel his limbs in intense pain. The cutting and tearing pain was continuing, but his limbs had long since lost the flesh and blood that belonged to him, and even the inside of his chest and abdomen, which had just been torn open, had been filled with insect eggs. Wang Bing instantly understood what kind of symptom he was having. Phantom limb pain. Phantom limb pain in the past is the amputation of the patient's subjective feeling has been removed, limbs still exist, and accompanied by different degrees, different nature of pain. He sneered twice. He had been saying that Zhang Che was mentally ill, but now, how could mentally ill not be himself? Looking at his torn limbs, the audience watching the live stream also exploded. Everyone had thought that he would be able to rely on his hard-earned skills to battle this evil spirit called Tuan Tuan. Not to say that the fight was back and forth, but at least it wasn't like now, where there was no resistance at all. With him like this, what's the difference between him and an ordinary person? Luckily he died early, or else he really gave me misleading numbness. He's like this just didn't kill him. He wouldn't be able to live for long. This time, this evil spirit called Tuan Tuan really did a great thing. It's a good thing Wang Bing is dead, or else I wouldn't have known that his body was already empty. I was planning to go in and coax the evil spirit to give me abilities just like Zhang Che. I didn't expect Wang Bing's body to be like this. Laughing to death. I told you the evil spirits are not so kind. It's good to die. Watching Wang Bing's breath gradually weaken, the divine splendor in his pupils also disappeared a little bit. After the eggs appeared in the air, they began to break out of their shells little by little, turning over to nibble on Wang Bing's flesh and blood, like a small sesame seed, covering Wang Bing's entire body. As soon as the breath broke, the live broadcast was paused. The live broadcast screen belonging to Wang Bing was completely over. At the last moment of his life, he opened his mouth, and countless small spiders crawled out of his mouth, not even leaving him miserable and desperate last words. At this time, Wang Bing did not know that his death did not attract anyone's sympathy, nor did anyone feel pity. After seeing the changes in his body after his death, everyone felt that he died as he should, and that his death was well deserved. His survival and death verified two things for the crowd. 1. Evil spirits could bestow skills on humans. 2. Evil spirits do not plainly bestow skills on humans without reason. The troop figure disappeared into the distance, and the audience redirected the screen back to Zhang Che's live broadcast room. At this moment, Zhang Che didn't know where he had found a broken parasol and hid it above his head to cover the blazing sunlight. The light in the early morning was intense, blazing the earth since the sun came out. Xiaoya was constantly wiping the sweat from the corners of her forehead, and Zhang Che's face also had fine beads of sweat. She didn't understand. The night of the replica was so gloomy and cold. Why was it so hot right after the sun came out? The morning was supposed to be the coolest, but at this time, it made people feel hot and scorching. Xiaoya wiped her sweat again. The temperature changed so much. Those copy guides didn't say so inside. She stole a glance at Tuan Tuan and Zhang Che's arms. When Tuan Tuan was sleeping, they found a parasol on the ground. It looked dusty and stained with blood, but it didn't affect the shade from the sun at all. She couldn't help but blankly glance at Zhang Che. There was just this one umbrella along the way. Zhang Che held it to shade Tuan Tuan from the sun. She really wanted to spit out the fact that there wasn't a single drop of sweat on that Tuan Tuan's forehead. An evil spirit, did it need an umbrella? However, she didn't say this to Zhang Che's face. The first step Zhang Che took when he got the umbrella was to take it over to Tuan Tuan without a second thought, without even asking her if she needed it. Zhang Che just took the umbrella and gave it to Tuan Tuan without asking her if she needed it. It's no wonder that the copy guide didn't mention the temperature change. For the survivors inside the copy, surviving here is the main purpose. How to survive in the hands of the evil spirits. How to find the exit. How to escape is the main thing. The replica was 3 days long, and each day's temperature would be more exaggerated than the previous day. But the survivor's center of gravity shouldn't be placed on this point, and the survivor who escaped out of the room doesn't think it's anything important. Isn't staying alive the main thing? Even if you feel the heat, feel the cold, Can there be any solution? If the viewers watching the live broadcast couldn't see that the survivalists inside the video were shivering from the cold and their mouths were dry from the heat, then there was no point in saying this. While Xiaoya was secretly casting aspersions, she violently felt another gaze staring at her dead-on. She raised her head, and all of a sudden, she saw that on Jiang Che's shoulder. Tuan Tuan was hugging Jiang Che and staring at her dead-on. Daddy, where are we going? She observed the direction around her, and Xiaoya felt icy cold at once. Auntie Xiaoya is taking us to your mama. She said she's almost there. Jiang Che didn't recognize the road or know the destination either, and all along the way it was wherever Xiaoya said. Auntie Xiaoya, aren't we all going astray? Tuan Tuan stared at Xiaoya. If others didn't know the road, didn't she recognize it? If it was the direction to the exit, they had gone off course by now. Went off course. Xiaoya was shocked. She just wanted to take a detour to stall for a while, but she didn't expect this troop to recognize her intentions as soon as she opened her eyes. Was she just pretending to be asleep or not, and now deliberately pointing out the wrong direction to tease herself? Tuan Tuan smiled sweetly and coldly. She just felt that the direction was a bit off, but she only mentioned it in passing. After all, humans didn't understand the environment of the replica, and it was normal to go the wrong way. It's just that as soon as she voiced it, the change in Sayaka's mood let her know that Sayaka was doing it on purpose. Right, isn't the direction you want to go heading this way? Tuan pointed in the direction of the destination set by Sayaka earlier. Wasn't this group of humans trying to go to the exit there? As an evil spirit, she didn't realize that the humans hadn't found the exit of Copy 9 so far. She simply knew that the humans would try to escape towards the exit by all means. Seeing the direction Tuan Tuan was pointing, Xiaoya's face was miserable. She had just discerned the direction on the high building and deliberately walked around that location. Now that Tuan Tuan was pointing, a violent chill ran down her back. That location was really too special. There were all kinds of eerie and terrifying environments in Copy 9. Only there, quiet and peaceful, like a paradise in a thriller. Was there really an absolutely complete location in the copy? Her answer was no. If there was, it was an illusion, and an extremely dangerous illusion at that. Do you know the direction? Jiang Che looked at his daughter in surprise. He hadn't expected that Tuan Tuan was actually able to point out directions. And looking at Xiaoya's expression, it was clear that she was right. Yeah, maybe it's the telepathy between mother and child. I feel like mom is in that direction. Tuan Tuan narrowed her eyes and smiled, looking innocent and cute. She was good-naturedly cute, showing kindness to her mom who didn't know who she was. Xiaoya laughed awkwardly twice. Yes, it's that way. It's me who went the wrong way. I didn't think that Tuan Tuan would be able to know the way at a young age. This is a weird copy. You're really too good. She appeared to be praising, but she was actually saying that this little girl was abnormal. She sensed out that Jiang Che, this fool, really didn't know that the small child he was holding in his arms was an evil spirit. Really treating this seemingly innocent girl as his daughter? Thinking about how Wang Bing had just left, Tuan Tuan fell asleep right after him. Xiaoya couldn't help but shiver. Her footsteps lurched and, Wang Bing, is he still alive? Of course, maybe this is a mother and child's heart connecting. Jiang Che said this with a bit of a sour chirp. He envied this tacit understanding between Tuan Tuan and his mother that didn't need to be spoken. Sour this kind of telepathy wasn't in himself. If he also had this kind of telepathy with his daughter, he wouldn't be afraid of her getting lost. No matter where she was, he himself would be able to sense where she was. Tuan Tuan was lying on Jiang Che's shoulder. She felt the emotions that were constantly emanating from this skinny body, and this emotion put her at ease. There was no fear, no anger, not a bit of hatred. There was only endless love, and guilt, and a little bit of jealousy. She cocked her head for a long time, but she couldn't figure out what that emotion of jealousy was due to. If only I could also have telepathy with Tuan Tuan, Jiang Che muttered in a small voice. Tuan Tuan froze. That telepathy she just had was completely made up. She just knew what direction the exit was in. Listening to Jiang Che's emotions because of her words, the corners of her eyes curved and she hugged her two hands even tighter. Tuan Tuan was a rare evil spirit in the replica, able to coalesce an entity according to its own thoughts, as well as project its consciousness onto another spirit body according to its own thoughts. The corpses buried under the graveyard were all nutrients for her to coalesce countless spirit bodies. When Wang Bing left, she arranged for her spirit body to secretly follow him until he left his sensing range before projecting her consciousness over. She also relied on this ability to be able to quickly travel between the two sides. Does Daddy want to connect with Tuan Tuan's heart? Tuan Tuan put her finger on his brow. I want to. I'm really afraid of losing Tuan Tuan again. After Jiang Che finished speaking, a mechanical voice suddenly appeared more in his head. Acquired skill, mind reading, can bind an object to sense the other party's orientation, consciousness and thoughts. Only one can be bound at a time. I'm begging for recommendations, monthly votes, and favorites. When this voice just appeared in Jiang Che's head, he wanted to ask what it was. The skill thing was outside his cognitive range. Before entering the replica, those people from the mental hospital had never given them the relevant knowledge. So when he saw this thing, he was in two minds. One could only get a rough idea of what it was from the literal meaning. But even though he didn't know what it was, he knew that it was given to him by Tuan Tuan, and no matter how good or bad it was, he would keep it. Just like the intestines necklace that had been hanging around his neck. Tuan Tuan stretched out one finger to his lips in a gesture of silence. The two large, dark, round eyes fluttered twice, and Jiang Che nodded in understanding. Tuan Tuan retracted her own finger that was placed on Jiang Che's forehead, and she blinked her eyes, waiting for Jiang Che to make an attempt to utilize the skill. Jiang Che frowned as he mentally moved his mind, and a guiding mechanical voice was added to his head that, please select the binding object. Jiang Che chose Tuan Tuan without saying a word. He hadn't thought of binding anyone else. The thought had just risen, and the binding target appeared behind the skill in his head. Acquired skill, mind reading. Bound target, Tuan Tuan. Can't bind other people before unbinding. Can sense the other party's location, consciousness and thoughts. His brain showed the success of the binding, and in that instant, another perception was added to his brain. There were two silhouettes in the space of his consciousness, one large and one small, and he was able to observe the world from the perspective of both of them. This world became dark and illusory in his consciousness. The surroundings and buildings began to appear. The scenery and environment in the distance was blurred, only a simple outline. But the perspective that was dominated by the two men was one where both sides were clearly visible. He was puzzled to realize that both he and the troop were now clearly in the same position, the same spatial range, but the troop perspective end saw a whole lot more than he did. Was this an illusion? Jiang Che wasn't sure as he switched perspectives in confusion. This feeling was too marvelous. There was always a feeling that there were no dead corners in the 360-degree view. Dad! Jiang Che looked at Tuan Tuan suspiciously, and he saw that Tuan Tuan's mouth didn't move, but his voice was transmitted into his brain. Daddy only needs to think for a moment to talk to Tuan Tuan. From now on, we can whisper. Jiang Che stopped walking. He closed his mouth tightly. Can you hear me? Can't hear you. Tuan Tuan heatedly grinned. Jiang Che also grinned. He realized that he really didn't need to speak to communicate with Tuan Yuan. Inside this consciousness, is it true that I will be able to find Tuan Tuan no matter where Tuan Tuan is in the future? Jiang Che joyfully felt the two of them inside the space of consciousness. Yes, even if Dad leaves tomorrow, he can always talk to Tuan Tuan and know where Tuan Tuan is. A hint of sadness surfaced underneath Tuan Tuan's eyes. It was so hard for her to find a human she liked, and she had to leave right away. The human had to leave after 3 days, or else they would dissolve in the copy. However, she had already thought about it, and when the hunting grounds descended into reality, she would go out and look for Jiang Che. Jiang Che nodded suspiciously, not really understanding the subtext in Tuan Tuan's mouth. He thought it was just a metaphor. The metaphor was that in the future, no matter how far apart they were, father and daughter would be able to sense each other. Jiang Che carried Tuan Tuan towards his destination, and this time, his footsteps accelerated slightly. This was because every time he took a corner, Tuan Tuan would tell him in his consciousness how to go. Xiaoya followed behind, and as she tried to interject and give directions, she realized that she couldn't say anything at all. It was because every time Jiang Che moved forward, the direction was towards the destination in the past. Even Jiang Che didn't have to go to high points to judge the direction from time to time like she did. Tuan Tuan didn't forbid her from continuing her movements to find her bearings. After all, Tuan Tuan only knew which direction the exit the humans were looking for was in. She didn't know what direction her mother was in, and they still had to rely on Xiaoya to find someone. When once again coming down from the high point, Xiaoya's hand had just been raised before she could speak. Jiang Che was already heading in the direction she hadn't pointed out. At that moment, Xiaoya realized that something was wrong with Jiang Che. It was as if he had suddenly become able to recognize the road. The most bizarre thing was that Jiang Che and Tuan Tuan, both of them didn't speak anymore along the way. The two of them didn't even have any communication. They didn't even communicate with each other. They had to know that before this, Jiang Che had been hugging Tuan Tuan and muttering non-stop, and that evil spirit had been coming and going from father to father. Now, in her perspective, it was just Jiang Che holding Tuan Tuan and mechanically traveling towards a certain destination. Xiaoya remembered that not long ago, Tuan Tuan's finger had poked Jiang Che's forehead. It couldn't be. It couldn't be that time when Jiang Che's soul had dissolved. Could it? The current Jiang Che was like a puppet on strings, like this evil spirit's giant doll, hugging her and being manipulated by her. Xiaoya's footsteps lurched as her mind began to become confused. Tuan Tuan was being held by Jiang Che on his shoulder. Jiang Che's perspective inside his perception at this moment was 360 degrees without any dead angle. He instantly realized that behind him, Xiaoya's face was pale, her walking was difficult, and her footsteps had stopped. What's wrong? Jiang Che walked in front and without even turning around, he opened his mouth to ask. Xiaoya, who was lying on his shoulder, was staring at her with narrowed eyes and a smile. Xiaoya was instantly emboldened, only to feel a chill stabbing straight to the back of her head. Jiang Che really wasn't right. He didn't even turn around to look at himself, and was aware that his footsteps had stopped. Feeling Xiaoya's fear, Tuan Tuan grinned from ear to ear as she felt that humans were just too much fun. Is Tuan Tuan having fun? Jiang Che was still whispering to Tuan Tuan. Aha! Tuan Tuan replied vigorously. The three of them walked all the way without seeing any shadows of people or evil spirits, and in the ruins where no one was around. The sound of the young child's childish laughter continued to surround the abandoned building, and the echoes reverberated through the building and drifted back again. Dense sweat surfaced on Xiaoya's forehead, her eyes staring deathly at the troop. This demon! At this time, the pop-up screen also sensed that something was wrong with Jiang Che. OMG. This thing is too weird. I don't even know when Jiang Che is in trouble. It's true that he hasn't spoken for a long time. He was quite talkative before. If Jiang Che didn't have live footage of him as a survivalist, I'd really think he's an evil spirit. It's too oozy. He didn't even look back. He knew something was wrong with Xiaoya. The fact that the live footage hasn't dissolved like the dead means he's not dead now. So what is his soul doing now? Trapped in a body? Or completely lost his mind being controlled? I told you, with the evil spirits, playing house or maneuvering, it's all just a game with a tiger. It's better to survive. I am fine. Xiaoya took a big breath and tried to keep herself calm. She knew that she could not run now. Once she ran, then she would immediately face death. Xiaoya's body trembled as she continued to follow Jiang Che again. Previously, she had been used to lead the way in front, but now there was no need for that either. Jiang Che walked in front, and Tuan Tuan continuously gave him directions, the two of them whispering very happily in private. Whether it was Xiaoya or the audience in the live broadcast, they couldn't feel the small movements of the two people's eyes relative to each other, nor could they hear the communication of their hearts. What everyone sees on the air is what the screen shows, and cannot read the thoughts of any of the survivors. The live broadcast pop-ups were not as dense as before, and occasionally a bar crossed the screen, and everyone felt the scene, and for a while they did not know how to open their mouths. Everyone? Has anyone deciphered how long it took for Jiang Che to get hit? What was the trick? I really don't know. I'm not even sure what kind of trick it was. It's true. Humans' understanding of evil spirits is still too little. We don't have any records of this evil spirit's information and skills. I'm really impressed. No. 9. I'm really convinced. Is copy number 9 really unbreakable? While the audience felt weird, Xiaoya's feelings were even more horrifying. From time to time, she heard that little evil spirits suddenly burst out laughing, and Jiang Che, who was holding her, would follow suit. The two of them laughed as if no one else was there, and they didn't know what they were laughing for. After turning another corner, Jiang Che stopped in his tracks. Xiaoya's limbs were numb, lost in thought as she followed behind. Almost bumping into Jiang Che's back, she then reacted and hastily pulled away. Looking at the modern city's architectural style in front of her, Xiaoya couldn't help but draw in a breath of cool air. This was the destination of their trip. And sure enough, Jiang Che was just out of place. She hadn't even pointed out the way afterward. And Jiang Che had been able to find this place with precision. Just like. Xiaoya pondered for a long time and finally came up with the most descriptive term. Local. Jiang Che was like a local of the replica. Where to go and what was there. He knew it all clearly. Xiaoya looked at this environment that was very different from the replica. In this replica that was full of weirdness, blood and violence, such a peaceful environment was really rare. A place where blood stains could be seen everywhere, yet such a clean sanctuary could appear. Xiaoya did not enter it without authorization. It was clean, yet dangerous. Many people had come in copy 9. They were not the first to walk here, nor would they be the last. Before, those who entered here, it didn't take long for the live feed to be inexplicably cut off. Until the replica was closed, no one came out of it. The internet had once given speculation that the exit was here. There are also people who say that the exit of copy 9 is not here, and that the quiet and calm scenery here, like a paradise, is just a trap set for survivors. It was a well-disguised extermination killing game. How could there be an environment just like a modern city in a weird copy? There was no bloodshed, no killing. The tranquility here was more like a layer of blindfolds. A glance at something fake. Perhaps underneath its tranquil and safe environment was land that could devour flesh and blood, a wall that could devour life. This huge modern manor was, in fact, a monster that devoured people. But whichever outcome it was, no one had ever confirmed it. no one could get out alive. That much was true. Jiang Che, your wife is in here. Xiaoya stared at Jiang Che and spoke nonchalantly. Where inside? Without waiting for Jiang Che to reply, Tuan prioritized opening his mouth on Jiang Che's shoulder and asked. The very center. Xiaoya clenched her teeth. The outside might not die. The very center would definitely die. Tuan frowned. This group of survivors really knew the location of the exit. Just here. Jiang Che sensed Tuan's doubt. He quietly asked. What's wrong with Tuan? Why does he look worried and scared? Tuan shook his head. Dad, will you wait for me here? I will go in with Auntie Xiaoya to find Mom. This is that person's territory. She could only guarantee that the evil spirits would not be in danger if they went in, and for the time being, she didn't want Jiang Che to wade into danger. When she found Jiang Che's wife, she would then go and negotiate with that person, giving conditions so that she would let a few people go. Jiang Che was puzzled, but Tuan just shook her head. Tuan just wants to be the first to see Mommy and punish Daddy for losing Tuan. As Tuan said that, with a single movement of her right hand, a black and green colored spirit appeared next to Jiang Che, pulling at the corner of his coat. Daddy, just wait for me here, okay? If you meet a stranger, Tuan will come to you right away. She gave Jiang Che the skill that Jiang Che could feel her position, and she could likewise feel Jiang Che's position. In an instant, Xiaoya saw the greenish-black spirit at Jiang Che's feet, and a cold sweat broke out on her back. Let's go in and find someone. Tuan glanced at Xiaoya, jumped out of Jiang Che's arms, and walked at the front. He's not going? Xiaoya looked at Jiang Che, who was standing obediently at the edge. He's coming over as soon as we find someone. Tuan frowned. There was no way she was going to let Jiang Che go in and take the risk. Moreover, she sensed the change in Xiaoya's emotions in this instant. It was complicated, and all sorts of thoughts surged up in a flash. But if he doesn't go, there's no way for me to find anyone. Xiaoya gritted her teeth. Unless he gives me the token. Otherwise his wife won't believe me. He gave me the bracelet on his wrist so that his wife will believe me. Xiaoya hurriedly pointed at the bracelet on Jiang Che's wrist. At that moment, Tuan instantly laughed. This was because the one emotion she felt the most in Xiaoya's emotions was greed. She instantly stepped forward and grabbed Xiaoya's hand. There is no token. I am the token. Now go in and find someone. Don't make me say it twice. Xiaoya was forcibly pulled by her to take a step into the confines of the manor. The moment she entered the manor, Xiaoya only felt that the scorching temperature of the sun instantly disappeared, and her burning skin began to ease the pain. The fresh breeze carried with it the fragrance of unknown flowers drifting in from afar. The temperature here was pleasant, very suitable for living. Xiaoya had just had this thought when her back gave a jolt of fear. When she smelled the flower scent again, her organs felt refreshed, but her subconscious was frequently retching. She knew that she must have been caught in an illusion. It must be an illusion. Maybe the castle she saw was made of flesh and blood, and what she smelled was the rotten odor of rotting corpses. The mind gagged while the body took deep breaths. The wisteria was growing on a shelf along the path into the castle. Xiaoya's spirit was in a bit of a trance. Feeling the scene, she always felt that she had escaped, and that this might be the outside world. The manor was huge. The two of them walked for a long time without reaching the location of the castle. As soon as she turned her head, Xiaoya saw a few acquaintances. Some other people from the mental hospital had also arrived. I finally meet you guys. Xiaoya ignored the Tuan beside her and greeted excitedly. Now that she was dying, she had to find a few people to draw fire for her. Looking at Xiaoya to find the humans, Tuan frowned. It didn't look like there was a mom in here. Hearing the sound of someone speaking, the few people who were called out by Xiaoya hastily chose to dodge the object before carefully turning back. Stay back. Who are you? The visitor looked at Xiaoya warily, intimidatingly placing his weapon in front of him. The people that Sayaka greeted were a team of 3. Several of them holding guns in their hands. 2 men and 1 woman. All 3 were armed with various weapons. Where hot weapons were of no use against evil spirits, the guns they held in their hands were clearly a defense against humans. But this was all in plain sight, and no one knew if, behind their backs, they had also prepared things to beware of evil spirits. I'm Xiaoya, a nurse from the mental hospital. Xiaoya hurriedly identified herself. Hearing her words, the woman among them nodded. I've read the information before. There is indeed this person. Xiaoya sized up the few people. These 3 people didn't look like ordinary survivalists. The 3 had actually touched the information of everyone in the copy before entering it. Ordinary people wouldn't have done this at all. Just like herself, she had already boasted that she knew the people in the asylum the best, and had been controlling Jiang Che for a long time through Jiang Che's weaknesses, but she realized that she still didn't know everyone in the asylum. Just like the ones in front of her, she wasn't sure who they were. Red Mountain Mental Hospital had a lot of rich people who came here in admiration because of the Heaven's Destiny Circle. and most of these people didn't like to be disturbed by the likes of them, so she didn't recognize many of them. Who is she? After they saw that Xiaoya really didn't have a weapon on her, the gun was aimed back at the troop in the back. Feeling the blackened muzzle of the gun slightly deflecting away from her, Xiaoya let out a slight sigh of relief, but soon after, the woman stared at Tuan Tuan and spoke. In the information prepared earlier, there was no child this big. She spoke in a hurry. Just like what Xiaoya perceived, they weren't ordinary survivalists. They had once escaped alive from another copy, and the three had even obtained a copy special prop each inside. After leaving from the copy, the three had formed a team. Lone wolf in this world is the most undesirable. The three who had an escape experience logically formed a team. The three came to the Red Pearl Mental Hospital. In fact, they made two preparations. One was to recuperate in the Red Pearl Mental Hospital. After all, they did not want to enter the duplicates frequently yet. The second was to predict that the Red Pearl Mental Hospital would descend into the duplicates. Everything is not absolute. In case the Red Pearl Psychiatric Hospital descended into a copy, then they could only find a way to survive. They investigated the information of all the people in the Red Pearl Psychiatric Hospital in advance, looking for if there were any worthy partners. Also, by the way, they understood everyone in the copy, preventing any evil spirits from pretending to be survivalists to deceive them. This matter was not unheard of in the past. Some evil spirits with an appearance similar to that of humans liked to pretend to be survivalists to blend into the ranks of humans, and then began to go on a killing spree. As soon as these words fell, the person with the gun shot directly at the troop without saying a word. Xiaoya looked back in horror. She only heard those people shoot without hesitation after someone said that there were no such children in the Red Pearl Mental Hospital. Tuan Tuan in the back felt the bullets penetrate through her body. She looked down at her stomach as the bullets skimmed through her body as if they were shooting through the air. She grinned a sardonic grin. She knew that this you didn't have any good intentions. Lock it up and see if you can get it killed. She should be the boss here. The man in the lead with the gun licked his lips, and three strange things appeared in the hands of the three of them at the same time. Xiaoya immediately relaxed her heart when she took a look at these three things. She knew that these three people just didn't look ordinary. They should be the ones with the copy special props, and there were three of them all at once. Her long-suppressed heart finally relaxed, after being stared at by this little evil spirit all the way. Now she could finally put her heart down and was finally safe. Just as Xiaoya was excitedly trying to find a place to hide, a bullet shot directly out of her shoulder. Blood flowers exploded in bright, hot blood spilled all over the ground. Xiaoya covered her wound as she looked at the person who shot her with disoriented eyes. The injury was so quick that the pain hadn't even traveled through her nerves to her brain, and she hadn't even had time to scream. Ha, human indeed. Find a place to hide. You'll be useful later. Seeing that she was injured, the three didn't have any thoughts of killing her. This place was the most special location of the copy, and unsurprisingly the exit was here. There were no humans walking to the end this side even if, now that it was hard to find one, they had to leave her behind as a cornerstone to explore the path. Otherwise, in the end, they would have to try the back exit themselves to see if there were any hidden dangers. They were even more delighted to see Tuan Tuan. This evil spirit was tiny and didn't look strong. Every copy had a watchful evil spirit, but this one wasn't necessarily very strong, and to keep people from being able to tell the difference, it either had to hide well or be very strong. Unsurprisingly, it's the gatekeeper's evil spirit. A man licked his lips, already picking up the octave in his hand and beginning to spin the back of the clockwork. A shadow locked onto Tuan, and at her feet, the octavo box instantly grew larger, and cool music began to play. Tuan Tuan stood on top of the music box, unable to move. At this moment, she was like a dancing doll on the octave box, trapped on top and unable to leave. They were happy. They didn't expect to croak and catch a living person and find the evil spirit that was watching the door. Make it quick. The octave box can only be used twice in a short period of time. It stops when the clockwork ends. The person who used the octave box hastily opened his mouth to instruct his other two companions to act as quickly as possible. Where's Mom? Tuan Tuan cocked his head and looked at Xiaoya, a murderous aura already in his eyes. From the moment these few people didn't recognize Xiaoya, she knew that there was no mother in here at all, and in her range of perception, there wasn't a single human in the vicinity other than the three. She felt incomparably angry at the thought that Zhang Che would be disappointed if he knew about this, and as soon as she thought of this, she immediately cut off her perspective connection with Zhang Che alone. She could now see where Zhang Che was and what she was doing, but Zhang Che couldn't see her perspective at this time. Zhang Che could only perceive where she was and still communicate mentally, unable to see her current situation. Mom? Xiaoya hid behind the wall and stuck out a head. Her face was pale with the misery of blood loss. Psycho has a hairy wife. Are you Zhang Che's daughter and you're looking for mommy? Seeing that Tuan Tuan was trapped up there, Xiaoya was also nonchalant. She had been holding her breath for far too long, and now that she saw that Tuan Tuan was trapped, she finally dared to speak. She is not afraid that Tuan Tuan will kill her afterward. Each copy prop has a limit on the number of times it can be used. If these guys' props are used and don't solve this evil spirit, they won't be able to live for long if they themselves die. When Tuan Tuan heard her words, a trace of disappointment crossed the bottom of her eyes, and at this moment, she was most fortunate that she had cut off Jiang Che's field of vision, not allowing him to look at her side of the picture. Otherwise, Jiang Che would be angry if he saw this, angry that he had been cheated by Xiaoya for so long. Tuan Tuan didn't think that Jiang Che didn't have a wife. She only thought that it was Xiaoya who had used this excuse to lie to him. She only thought that Xiaoya had used this excuse to deceive him, and that Jiang Che had mistaken himself for his wife and daughter because he was sick with longing for them. Thinking of this, Tuan Tuan was a little lost. She couldn't help but have a dark thought in the bottom of her heart. If she couldn't find her mom, would she be able to logically become Jiang Che's daughter? That way no one would ever come to uncover the truth. But this thought only just rose. She pressed it down, because Jiang Che was happy and blissful when he saw her, and the thought that if she also deceived him, this human being she liked would know the truth in the future, would be filled with anger or hate the next time he saw himself. Tuan shook her head. This was not what she wanted to see. You guys, all deserve to die. She looked at the four lost. She hadn't sensed that there were any other humans here. So, did Mom stay on the way here forever? She wanted to hurry up and leave this place right now, then return to Jiang Che's side. With a thought, she wanted to instantly move back to the greenish-black shadow beside Jiang Che. She didn't have an entity in the first place, and with two such spirit bodies of hers, her consciousness was even more free to transform between the three. One stayed in the graveyard area to prevent actually dying. Evil spirits could also be cunning. One followed Jiang Che's side, and the other was her original body, following Xiaoya into this place. The free transformation and control between the three was considered the highest upgraded version of the skill, mind reading, she had given Jiang Che. She had wanted to instantly move away, but just as her consciousness touched the area around the octavo box, it was as if she was blocked by an invisible wall. Seeing her look like she had hit a blindfold with a chaotic consciousness, those three people also laughed. Give up. This octave box of mine. 2 chances to use it every day. Trapping you for 10 minutes. Not a problem. The voice of the man who spoke was a bit smug. Among the three, he belonged to the one who played control. 10 minutes. Enough to settle you. Copy props humans could generally only hold one. Like Jiang Che's white coat, it was a prop that was passively effective. This kind of prop was rare, and it was usually used actively to take effect. This was also the reason why they wanted teammates. The human's physique was too weak, and if they used 2 duplicate props at the same time, the second one would extract the human's own essence as a condition for use. That's why most of them hold one per person and use it in conjunction with a team. Some people say that just like online games using skills, humans have a virtual blue bar. Only one prop could be used at a time, and if a second one was forced, human life would be extracted to replenish the blue bar. It was the first time that Tuan Tuan had dealt with humans with props, and she had only wanted to leave and hurry back to Jiang Che to comfort him properly. But she didn't expect that these few people didn't want her to leave. Tuan Tuan, what's wrong with you? Jiang Che's voice came from his consciousness. He had been happily looking at Tuan Tuan's side of the screen. This feeling was very refreshing. Seeing the world from his daughter's tiny perspective. The image continued until they encountered a line of 3 people, and one of the men fired a shot directly towards Tuan Tuan. The image cut off, and Jiang Che's liver and gall bled. I'm fine. Dad, stay there and wait for me to come out to you. Tuan Tuan replied Jiang Che in her consciousness, wanting him not to worry. Although these few people were troublesome and had methods she hadn't seen before, it was simply impossible to get her killed. She still had her spirit body over at the graveyard, and as long as she returned to the graveyard, she would be able to generate a new one. Unless her lair was smashed, she would be immortal. What she was most worried about right now was still Jiang Che's safety. Although Jiang Che had props to mask his human aura, it was ultimately unsafe in the copy. Before, she was able to teleport back for protection, but now not having the means to teleport was what she was most worried about. Jiang Che listened to his daughter's voice telling him not to enter it, and glanced at the greenish-black spirit that was pulling at the corner of his coat, though he didn't know what it was, and with a handful of it, he held it in his arms as he ran towards Tuan Tuan's and the other's location. Tuan Tuan, don't be afraid. I'll save you. This time, I won't leave you behind. Jiang Che spoke softly. Tuan Tuan immediately became anxious as she watched him rush straight in. This was that person's domain. Tuan Tuan had wanted to discuss with that person and greet him before letting Jiang Che in. After all, that person did not like offense. No matter how much she cried out for help in her mind, Jiang Che turned a deaf ear, ironically determining that Tuan Tuan was in danger at this time. You guys, really deserve to die. Tuan Tuan looked at the few people in front of her, her anger about to set her body on fire. Humph. Let's go to hell to talk about what's going on. The woman among them snorted disdainfully, and she and the other man, at the same time, took out their props. The woman picked up a lighter, and the man picked up a baseball bat. This was a trick they had used to cripple an evil spirit yesterday, nearly killing it. At that time, the Octavo had 2 chances to use it, and they had only used it once. And because of the uneven distribution of skills to kill the evil spirit, the 3 of them tacitly let that evil spirit escape with serious injuries. Friends, the evil spirit had to be killed this time. I'll take the skill this time even though I don't know what it is. Next time we'll take turns. The woman was the first to speak. The other 2 didn't say anything, but also acquiesced to the distribution. This was a girl evil spirit. The skills after killing it were not necessarily something good, and they were not necessarily suitable for men. We humans have a saying, this is our hot combo skill. The man using the Octavo looked at the clockwork that was spinning backward. Once the control time was over, he was going to immediately renew it for a second time. The man with the baseball started frantically picking up rocks on the ground and hitting them towards the inside of the octave box. The octabox wasn't big, and the donut was very obvious as a target. The woman with the lighter, on the other hand, approached the virtual octave box with the lighter, and the corner of her mouth rose with a smile that she was about to get a skill, setting the virtual octave box on fire. Yup, they were going to burn the group in 2 controlled times. The projection of the Octavo was virtual, but her fire could set it ablaze. It's a flame that can do substantial damage to evil spirits as well. At this moment, the pop-ups were shocked, and from Sayaka's perspective, the pop-ups were scrolling rapidly. And, crap, this hot-blooded combo technique is really being played by them. These 3 people's coordination is really a little bit extreme. This time there is also a first pass reward. I dare not think about it. Anyone team up? Someone teamed up. Absolutely not betray each other. Interactive back kind of. The 3 of them are really a bit absolute. This time there is a first pass reward. Do not dare to think. Tuan Tuan saw that Zhang Che had already entered the area, seeking out his sense of what he was looking for. With a cruel heart, Tuan Tuan directly cut off Zhang Che's connection, and was now able to keep the conversation going. She would keep telling Zhang Che that she was fine, so that he wouldn't worry. Zhang Che bound others would take the initiative. Others couldn't cut off the connection, but Zhang Che had been given this skill by her, and although she couldn't control Zhang Che's skill, she was able to prevent herself from being controlled. Zhang Che ran to the point in his consciousness, but just halfway there, he realized that the shadow belonging to Tuan Tuan in his consciousness suddenly disappeared. Zhang Che's eyes suddenly turned red. He saw it, saw the 3 people shooting, saw the image on Tuan Tuan's side cut off directly. She must have been injured. She was still a child. How could she be shot? Now, the location information belonging to Tuan Tuan had also disappeared. Zhang Che was completely anxious. How could this group of people shoot at a child? What Zhang Che had in mind? Tuan Tuan got all the information at the first moment. She and Zhang Che were now able to read each other's minds, and she naturally knew exactly what Zhang Che was thinking. At this moment, Tuan Tuan was standing in the flames of the Octavo box. The flames were burning on the surface of her body, but her body was intact. This flame was indeed a bit interesting. There were 2 types of evil spirits, one that had no entity just like her, and one that had an entity. The entity of the troop was not the kind of body of the rest of the evil spirits. This was more like the combination of those grievances in the graveyard coalescing and molding. In general, the first thing to be burned by a flame is the entity. In order to ignite virtual space and objects, a higher temperature was needed to distort the space. Right now, the temperature of this lighter is still a little short. Tuan Tuan smiled. The man with the baseball bat was still picking up rocks and hitting them towards her, before the bullet hit her body and went through her chest. Now the baseball bat the man was holding was a special item. And even if the rocks he picked up were ordinary, they could attach a special layer of substance when struck through the baseball bat. He kept making swinging motions with the bat, and the stones came striking one by one through the octave box towards the troop. The stones were powerful and hit heavy, but this human's power was too small. If she had cleared 3 copies to get the power and other attributes added after clearing the level, the stones from this baseball bat would still be able to cause a little damage to her. At this moment, other than the Octavo box trapping her and not being able to go out, the other 2's attacks couldn't damage her at all. Is that all? Tuan Tuan looked at the 3 of them with cold eyes. At this time, the 3 people also felt a hint of bad luck. The person controlling the octave box watched as the clockwork twisting behind the first section of the octave box was about to end, and he anxiously looked at the 2 people. Are you 2 scheming against each other? If you guys are scheming with each other at a time like this, I won't be renewing the second section of the control. We'll die together. The one controlling the Octavo box was also in a hurry. He had already worked very hard to beat the control, and before this their set of combos hadn't gone wrong at all. He immediately figured out the reason for this. Although they had discussed that the woman would take the last cut to end this evil spirit's life to gain the skill, it was obvious that the woman didn't believe in baseball hands. She was afraid that she would be robbed of her head by the baseball player after she used all her strength. No, brother, I really can't help it. Why do you think of me so much? The baseball player was also anxious. I've swung my fucking hand off and you still suspect me of playing a fake game? The lighter woman also felt the helplessness of this. The temperature of the lighter could not be adjusted at all. This move of hers hadn't gone wrong against any other evil spirits before. Only here, it was like boiling a frog in warm water. The frog could still swim freely in the pot. The problem was that in the reality of boiling a frog in warm water, the temperature of the water was able to gradually rise. There was no way for her to do this at all. Brother, we really can't do anything about it. You renew another wave of rhythm and we'll run together. Right. Go back and renegotiate how to solve it. We still have a day. The two were also in a hurry. They hadn't expected this evil spirit to be so strong. This move wouldn't work against it at all. She takes the skill. You take my music box? He figured out in a flash how the two would solve the problem of uneven distribution. Hey, no, why do you think so? Although I do covet your music box, but it's really not now. The baseball player spoke anxiously. His baseball bat wasn't active equipment. Just like Zhang Che's white coat, his baseball bat's passive attribute, striking any item, could attach a bizarre aura and cause damage to evil spirits. So using a baseball bat was completely physical. That's why he had been eyeing that music box. Right now, the best equipment configuration for a survivalist was 1 active equipment plus N passive equipment. After all, passive equipment didn't need to consume blue bars to be effective, so he had always wanted that music box before. But the three of them had always maintained a triangular balance, and if he grabbed something by force, then the fire engine woman would also be wary of him, and this team would be disbanded as a result. Going solo wasn't desirable in a copy. And at some point, teammates were still important, especially since he also needed Fire Machine Girl's flames to play along. As Tuan watched the scene, feeling the passage of time and listening to them bicker, the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose. This was humanity. It was just so easy to implode, so easy to doubt others, which was like Zhang Che, just sensing that he was in danger. He recklessly ran towards himself, not caring whether he would be in danger or not. Moreover, Zhang Che was aware that these people had guns, and he still came to himself with such righteousness. The people watching the live broadcast were also shocked. The crowd hadn't expected that this hot-blooded combined technique would even suspect each other at such a juncture. Actually, do not blame this brother. He can only be used twice. After 2 times he is a blank slate. 2 people want to solve him easily. If there is one more time, these 2 people want to harm him. He can use the music box to trap the 2 people to escape in a hurry. Although I can see that the 2 people's skills are really ineffective. But this situation does not blame him for suspecting that those 2 people are cheating him out of the number of times he can use them. So you can't even trust the people who broke into the copy together? No effect, hurry up and run. Time is running out. If they don't spin the clockwork and trap them for a while longer, they'll soon be caught up. The situation was actually a stalemate for a moment. The fire engine woman still maintained her flames. Her face had turned pale. Using the flames was continuously depleting her blue bar. Now that she was listening to them arguing, she was instantly furious. Without any hesitation, she directly placed the lighter in her hand into the hand of the man holding the octave box. Little Lee, return it to me later. Let's run now. This evil spirit is too strong. The skill is really ineffective. The pop-up screen exclaimed absolutely. Bull. The best combination is 3 people in a team. This woman is just a move to dissolve the suspicion in the team. Seek recommendations. Seek collection. Seek monthly votes. Please chase reading. Looking at the lighter in his hand. Looking at the baseball man gasping for air and the woman's whitened face, he then believed that the 2 were really using all their strength. Without saying a word, he directly spun the clockwork of the octave box, trapping the troop for one last period of time again. Before leaving, the trio glanced at Xiaoya, who was hiding behind the wall. Without saying a word, they directly picked up the pistol and took a shot at one of Xiaoya's legs. Hurry up and run. Without moving, he glanced towards Xiaoya. Big brothers, take me away with you, please. Xiaoya cried out in pain. She had heard the trio's conversation and the news that they were going to evacuate for the time being. She hadn't expected the trio to have to give her a shot before they left. The wound on her shoulder had been briefly bandaged by her, but it was still difficult to move normally. When another shot came to her thigh. You're not going to get far if you don't run. The man who was holding the octave box and was called Little Lee glanced at her. Then without saying a word he left with his 2 partners. Tuan looked at Xiaoya, who fell to the ground with a smile on her face. She was trapped on top of the octave box with no movement. I'll ask you again for the last time. Do you really know the news about Mom? She still didn't want to give up. Didn't want Jiang Che to know the tragic answer. If Mom hadn't come here, she would have died on the way. Obviously, they, the evil spirits, were already accustomed to life and death, and this was the first time she felt pain for a human's death. She could see that Jiang Che was coming this way, but because she had lost her direction, she was now a little lost. Yet it was safe. Dad, Tuan Tuan is fine. Tuan Tuan is safe. She quickly explained her situation to Jiang Che. Those people also ran away, and Jiang Che coming over was fine. She also released her location information, but still didn't let Jiang Che look at the screen of her viewpoint. She had to finish off Xiaoya first, and she couldn't let Jiang Che see the scene of her killing. I don't believe you. Let me see you. Jiang Che had a dark face. Since he had no direction, he was in the dark here and couldn't find his bearings after turning a few corners. You just follow the position and come over. Tuan Tuan is really fine. Something is wrong with Aunt Xiaoya. Tuan Tuan cried and mourned his voice. Aunt Xiaoya she died in order to protect Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan looked at Xiaoya in front of her with a bitter face, smiling but not laughing. I have Jiang Che's wife's information. Xiaoya hurriedly opened her mouth. She hated that she was fast-talking and started mocking before Tuan Tuan was even dead. Tuan Tuan felt the change in Xiaoya's emotions. She read it. Xiaoya's emotion at this moment was called deception. Tuan Tuan laughed in exasperation. She had been telling lies all along. Only what she had just taunted said was true. Seeing that there was no way for Tuan Tuan to get down from the top of the octave box for the time being, Xiaoya dragged her injured leg and stumbled towards the outside, only for her to leave blood on the ground with every step. Looking at the blood on her leg, and then seeing the blood stains on the ground that couldn't be covered up, the viewers watching the live broadcast couldn't help but sigh, calling her fast-talking. This is the villain, isn't it? Dying of too many words. I finally know why those three people just gave her a shot in the leg and didn't kill her. Compared to hatred, that evil spirit must hate this Xiaoya even more. After shooting her and leaving her blood behind, no matter where she escaped to, the evil spirit will be able to find her, delaying their escape time. This evil spirit is still obsessed with finding her mother. Is she addicted to playing? Some evil spirits just have to find a reason for their killings, even if that reason is absurd. Jiang Che is coming this way. But how did Jiang Che know something happened to her? Jiang Che was already under control. Isn't it normal for him to know? Jiang Che didn't know until he left, but once he left, he realized that Tuan Tuan and Xiaoya were really far away from him, and he had just gone in the opposite direction when he was looking for someone with his head covered. He doesn't ask for anything right now, he only asks for his daughter's safety. However, he gradually let go of his heart, as Tuan Tuan had been talking to him the whole time and was in a good state by the sound of it. It seemed like it was really Xiaoya who had taken the bullet for her, and Xiaoya was a really good person. Was this the reward for being nice to people before? Just like what Xiaoya said, you don't want your daughter's wife to be in danger outside with no one to help her, right? So he lent Xiaoya clothes to protect her from the cold. Now, Xiaoya was really helping her own daughter, even if she gave her life. Let's bury Auntie Xiaoya together when Dad comes. Jiang Che sighed. People can't return from the dead. He can't do anything but be grateful. Good. Tuan Tuan looked at Xiaoya and grinned. His mouth and heart spoke at the same time. I'll bury Auntie Xiaoya with Dad later, so she can be buried in the ground. Xiaoya heard the voice behind her and her whole body chilled with a jolt in her back. She struggled to crawl forward, but she could always hear the imp-like laughter behind her. The audience in Xiaoya's live broadcast screen also followed with a jolt. If she survives this time, I won't believe it even if I die. There's about 3 minutes left for that evil spirit to get out of the trap. It's good that she's not injured. Maybe she can run. And now her legs are still injured. If she hadn't betrayed the evil spirit and taken her to kill others, would she be alive now? Where are the ifs? In the end, the evil spirit was not even seriously injured before she started to put up a fight. This is a waste. If it was me, I probably wouldn't have taunted until the evil spirit died. I'm really afraid that the evil spirit would turn the tables against the wind out of anger. The crowd was mocking, but Xiaoya couldn't see their remarks. Jiang Che also couldn't see the picture from Tuan Tuan's side. He thought that Tuan Tuan had turned off the picture because he didn't want to show himself Xiaoya's misery. The bad guys have all run away. Daddy, don't worry. They're probably afraid that Auntie Xiaoya's dead souls are looking for them. Tuan Tuan laughed. Jiang Che nodded. He recognized Tuan Tuan's words. People who did bad things were afraid of ghosts. At this moment, behind Jiang Che, a shadow was following him step by step. The shadow was holding a crystal ball in its hands, and like a movie, it was playing everything in this area, including Jiang Che and Tuan Tuan's mental dialogue. Humans? Evil spirits? Father and daughter? Looking for mom? What a bit of fun. The black shadow laughed softly, then hid its figure. Jiang Che rushed towards his destination in his consciousness, realizing that Tuan Tuan was in that direction. Right now, he estimated the distance between him and Tuan Tuan, and he still had 10 minutes to go. He was already panting a little, but he couldn't feel tired. He took small steps to rest for a while. That's what he did along the way, running for a while and stopping for a while. This time when he felt a little bit of stamina recovered and was ready to run over in one breath, a slightly puzzled and anxious voice came from behind him. "Hubby, is that you in front?" When Jiang Che heard this voice, his rushing steps instantly stopped. He jerked his head back to look behind him, only to see a young girl grasping at the wall with one hand, a pair of gray eyes looking at him miserably. Her clothes were a little hooked and torn, like she had a hard time surviving after fleeing the famine. Jiang Che's brain was chaotic. That black shadow in his brain began to overlap with the figure in front of him. The young girl's eyes were hanging down, the rest of her eyes peeking at Jiang Che. She had always found the father-daughter combination of a human and an evil spirit to be interesting. She could sense that it was the evil spirit that had lied to this human and tricked him into being his daughter. This human was also a bit of a maniac, believing even that and trying to rescue him despite everything. Fun, love to play. If others can play his daughter, can't she also play his wife? Putting away the crystal ball and transforming into human clothes, she hid behind Jiang Che and called out to him. "Husband, Ah Wei finally found you." Jiang Che's heart felt like it had been hit by a hammer. And with another call, that black shadow in his mind completely became the appearance of the young girl in front of him. Up to this point, a trace of satisfaction rose in Jiang Che's heart. In his brain, the portraits of his father, daughter, wife and daughter were all in place. Jiang Che looked at Ajin's dusty appearance. His heartache overflowed his chest. He quickly ran to Ajin's side and carried her on his back. "I'll take you to your daughter. Our family can be reunited." Ain had never been in such close contact with the opposite sex, especially a human. Originally, when Jiang Che ventured forward, she wanted to directly execute him as punishment for his offense. But what came from the air was a fresh scent that didn't have any malicious intent. This area was all her territory. And ever since the bizarre copy descended, she began to come into contact with humans and their society. It was only then that she realized that the world of humans was completely different from theirs. There was no blood, or ash ruins, or broken limbs all over the ground, or the fear that permeated the air. The human world was fresh and clean, and the air was filled with the scent of grass and trees. The smell of emotions in the air was also very diverse, although there were also a lot of negative ones, but there were still a lot of things that she had never felt before. And the smell of those emotions didn't help the growth of the evil spirits in any way, but she was enjoying this. Warmth. It took her a long time to come up with this word, and she herself was taken aback when it appeared in her mind. It was a word that was just too foreign to the evil spirit. That warm smell was the first to hit her, and with just a slight loss of concentration, she was carried on Jiang Che's back. The human under his hands was soft, and what his fingertips felt was the warm skin of a human, the soft touch of a human body. Jiang Che was already tired. He hadn't slept for a day and a night, and although he hadn't slept mentally, he couldn't avoid being physically fatigued. The person behind him was very light. It only felt the same as the donut, and he couldn't feel any weight on his back. His eyes were a little sour. His mouth was even more bitter, unable to speak. Remembering his wife and daughter's weak appearance, his heart was flooded with deep self-blame. All is his bad. If he earlier to find his wife and daughter is not everyone will not have to live so bitter. It's all my fault for making you all suffer. Jiang Che continued to rush towards his destination. His eyes were sore. His eyes were a little moist. The breeze brushed across his face, blowing away the splash of watery mist. Jiang Che just felt that his eyelashes were wet, the top and bottom sticking together. Seeing things was a little blurry. Tinkerbell leaned on Jiang Che's back. She tilted her head and looked at Jiang Che suspiciously. This human, blaming himself for his guilt? At this time, Tuan Tuan hadn't yet come out of the trap formation in the octavo box, and she was still dead set on the blood trail left behind by Xiaoya's crawling. She was going to torture this Xiaoya until her father came looking for her. This was the price for Xiaoya deceiving them. But soon, she realized that something was wrong. She sensed that Jiang Che's distance was getting farther and farther away from her, and it was clear that Jiang Che had been heading in her direction the entire time. What was going on? She switched the viewpoint on Jiang Che's side, intending to see what was wrong on his side. Just this switch, and Tuan Tuan instantly couldn't sit still. It was true that Jiang Che had been advancing in her direction the entire time, but the path underneath Jiang Che's feet was reorganizing invisibly, and while Jiang Che appeared to be advancing, he had been retreating the entire time, and an area underneath his feet had been reorganizing and moving back. Wife, I've been really happy these past 2 days, finding you and my daughter. Jiang Che pursed his lips, his eyes curving up slightly. Tuan Tuan's perspective had just cut over when she heard these words. She immediately froze, and a touch of frustration rose in the bottom of her heart. Dad found Mom. Then Mom should know that she is not her daughter, right? For a moment, she actually didn't know if she should go back to Jiang Che for another meeting. She could see that Jiang Che had never met his daughter. It should be the same as those people in Xiaoya, who had always deceived him, had always used the excuse of his wife and daughter to lie to him and take advantage of him. Tuan Tuan snorted coldly and skimmed her head. She wasn't coveting that warmth. She was an evil spirit. What happened to just tricking that interesting prey? Later on, she had to find a way to let this prey and his wife and family go. I'm a troop, just love this cat and mouse game. Tuan Tuan shut up and said nothing. Feeling the Octavo's bindings gradually weakening, she took a step out of the range of the Octavo's trap formation and headed in the direction of Xiaoya's bloodstain. Yeah, just a few minutes. Where is everyone? Where did you hide? I couldn't find you. Hiding so well? Tuan followed the trail of blood towards her target, while her mouth was pretending she couldn't find a cry. Sayaka looked at the trail of blood she had shed and felt an imp's voice drilling into her brain in torment. Fear and despair continued to rise in the back of her mind. How could that evil spirit not find her? This evil spirit just wanted to torture her. Listening to the gradually approaching footsteps in her ears, which had been hovering around her all along, even though she knew it was hopeless, Xiaoya still held a trace of thankfulness. She hid in the corner of the wall and peeked her head out a little, wanting to see exactly where the footsteps that were hovering around her had gone. Auntie, what are you looking for? Xiaoya had just poked her head out when she felt a finger behind her poke her shoulder, and an innocent and cute voice also came from behind. Her back went cold, but she didn't dare to turn around. Xiaoya was shocked and propped herself up on the ground, but she felt empty at her arms and her body fell straight to the ground. Raising her head again in shock, she looked at Tuan Tuan who was standing beside her, holding her arm in her hand. The fingers that had lost their blood color were curled up, and just now she had used her own arm precisely to poke herself in the back. Two images snapped into his mind, one of her trapped in an illusion, fearfully open-mouthed as she listened to the footsteps prowling around her. It turned out that the beat just now was just her hallucination. The troop, on the other hand, tore off her arm with one hand at this time. She still wanted to punish her a little more, using all her means. When she saw looking at Xiaoya underneath her, both eyes rolled over and directly fainted. Fear was still spreading in Xiaoya's body, but the eyes of Xiaoya in front of her were tightly closed. The group mockingly laughed. Playing dead? At this time, the people watching the live broadcast also froze. This is scared to faint? Pretending to be dead. The breathing rate can be seen at once. Copy not have a general strategy? Don't pretend to be dead in front of the evil spirits. And don't pretend to be unconscious, because it's useless. Although I don't know how the evil spirits can tell if a human is pretending to be dead or not. She really doesn't have any other way out now, does she? The audience looked at her heaving chest, which was easily recognizable to everyone despite the fact that Ye had tried very hard to adjust her breathing rate. Tuan looked down at the unconscious Xiaoya on the ground. Playing dead, huh? Grinning, he then poked a finger to her brow. Xiaoya was indeed frightened. At this juncture, she couldn't run away, but all she could think of was to play dead. She could feel no more attacks on her limbs from the rest of her body, and could only hope that the little ragamuffin was better at fooling around. But the next second, she felt a cold finger pointing at her brow. There was no pain, and no damage. Just after she thought she had escaped the evil spirit's test of death, she realized she couldn't move at all. The inability of her chest to rise and fall as she breathed made it very difficult. Daddy must be very sad to know that Auntie is dead. Tuan crouched beside her and whispered into her ear. When the time comes, Tuan will bury Auntie Xiaoya together with Daddy. Oh, at these words, Xiaoya still didn't move at all. The viewers realized that after Xiaoya was poked with a finger, the eyes that were moving around under her eyelids, and her chest that was heaving from breathing all stopped. But her live feed hadn't been cut off, which meant that she wasn't dead yet. After hearing Tuan say that he wanted to bury her, everyone immediately understood that Xiaoya's feigned death was really discovered. But this evil spirit chose to use it as a trick. These evil spirits are really vicious. If you want to play dead, then it's as you wish. Being buried alive and not being able to make a sound is the most painful. Must be just that a finger sake. You say will not be buried cannot move after. Behind her again to lift the confinement. It's not that you guys watched the live broadcast or not. There's another female evil spirit on Jiang Che's side, coming to impersonate his wife. This Jiang Che is still a meat and potatoes. So many evil spirits came over to grab him? The crowd looked at Xiaoya lying motionless on the ground, like she was truly dead. Tuan looked at Xiaoya on the ground. She sighed softly. She was talking about burying people together with her dad, but this time, she really didn't dare to appear in front of Jiang Che and do this kind of parent-child game of burying people together with him again. Mom would be afraid of herself, right? Mom would be afraid of herself, right? She didn't want to. and she didn't want to see someone beside Jiang Che showing fear to herself. She stood still and didn't dare to switch to Jiang Che's side. Tuan, Daddy brought mommy over to look for you. I found it. Jiang Che's voice that communicated with her mind was filled with joy that could not be concealed. Take a look at. Just one look. After taking a look at what kind of person Jiang Che liked, she would leave at ease and then go to the person in charge of this area and beg her to let Jiang Che go. As she looked into Jiang Che's vision, Jiang Che was still running towards her, but it was as if he was caught in this manners trap, caught in an infinite dead loop. Tuan sighed. What a stupid human, having to go save him himself. It's all said for him not to come in without authorization. At the thought of going to save Jiang Che from appearing in front of him, Tuan inclined his head and grunted. Scared is scared. It's just a female human anyway. She doesn't care how this human woman feels about herself. She saw Jiang Che carrying a somewhat skinny woman on his back. This must be Jiang Che's wife. What a skinny human. This little bit of road had to be carried by a dad, and also hit a trap to make that dad keep running. A touch of anger rose in the bottom of Tuan's heart, not thinking for a second that she had also let Jiang Che carry her all the way. Even if she thought about this matter, she could still justify it. She didn't have weight. Humans have weight. It's tiring. Can it be compared? That woman was quietly lying on Jiang Che's back, holding a crystal ball in her hand. Little by little, she moved her field of vision to align the woman's face. Upon seeing the standard gray eyes, Tuan's eyes widened in shock. Just for a moment, she saw the woman look into the crystal ball in her hand, which mirrored her own reflection, and the woman grinned at her. In that instant, Tuan felt herself locked in place, being watched. A chill ran down her back as she felt that grin. It was. Tuan couldn't help but feel fear even as an evil spirit. Where was this Jiang Che's wife? Dad, you really recognized the wrong person. Tuan glanced at Shaya, who was lying motionless on the ground, and directly left her here to hurry towards Jiang Che's location. She had thought that the wife in Jiang Che's mouth was a skinny human being, and hadn't thought that it was actually that person in disguise? Not. Wait for me to think. Tuan was in a frantic rush. But she also realized that the path in front of her was beginning to reorganize. She and Jiang Che began to run towards each other, but they could never reach each other. Tuan remembered the greenish-black spirit body that she had left for Jiang Che and tried to perform a consciousness transient, and her attempts were unsuccessful. Tuan was lying on Jiang Che's back. She did control the two's travel route, and if she didn't want to, the two would never be able to meet each other in this area. She had previously thought that it was just an evil spirit pretending to be Jiang Che's daughter to tease this human. But now that she saw the two of them anxiously running in both directions, how did she feel that the father-daughter bond between the two of them was real? My lord, please, let my father go. I'll do anything. After Tuan realized that she was having trouble traveling, she immediately knew what was happening. She directly fell to her knees without saying a word and begged into the void. She knew that the other party could hear and knew what she was doing. You, father and daughter? A voice rang in Tuan's head, light and nice with doubt. Yes, Tuan dropped to her knees, recognizing the relationship without any hesitation. Have you recovered your memories from before the evil spirit? No. Tuan shook her head. She did not reply. After becoming an evil spirit, previous memories were basically non-existent and impossible to recover. Moreover, she was a combination of countless spirits. There was no pre-birth. Then why? Tinkerbell asked suspiciously. If she didn't, why would she be special to a human? Isn't it a tease? Because he's good to me. He's clean. A bitter smile rose from the corner of Tuan's mouth. Jiang Che had offended that lord by barging in here because he wanted to save her. She had to send Jiang Che out. My lord, please let him go. I'll hunt more humans in the future to repay your favor. At these words, the troupe felt the ethereal voice disappear all of a sudden. She remained on her knees, waiting for the other party's answer. What if I want you dead? Take the initiative to merge with me and grow my body. It wasn't silent for too long before Tuan heard the person's voice coming, and as soon as it came, it was asking for his life. Tuan froze, and his spirit turned into a trance. The growth route of evil spirits. Besides absorbing the negative emotions of humans, there was another way to become stronger. Among the negative emotions, fear was especially good. The other was to absorb other evil spirits and use them to nourish themselves. However, evil spirits would resist and have a high failure rate, and might encounter backlash at some point. So generally, evil spirits would not do this kind of forced devouring. Unless this evil spirit voluntarily gets devoured. But no one in the world was stupid enough to be voluntarily devoured. And this almost never happened. Tinkerbell was lying on Jiang Che's back gazing at the crystal ball in his hand. On the image shadowed by the crystal ball, Tuan lowered his head without making any movements. Afterward, a voice resounded in Jiang Che's as well as Tinkerbell's head. Tinkerbell was able to supervise everything in her area, And while the audience couldn't hear Jiang Che's and Tuan Tuan's private mind chats, she was able to hear them clearly. Daddy, remember to find the bear and hide it in a location that only you know. She reluctantly glanced at the bear she was holding in her arms, and her fingers unconsciously pinched the teddy bear's head. The doll carried a gentle warmth even if no one was covering it with their body heat. Tinkerbell saw that Tuan Tuan pinched that doll and hugged it unconsciously. The doll then began to glow and shine, and Tuan Tuan's breath became much weaker. Obviously too much loss from the act just now. One should know that even when faced with a human's special combo technique, she was able to treat it with ease. Now it was just a single action that directly plunged her into a weakened state. Tinkerbell immediately obtained information through the crystal ball. A message also instantly appeared in Jiang Che's head. Acquired skill, return to life. Returns to life at the doll after death, restoring 80% of the state. Remarks, Dad, don't be afraid. There's still regeneration. One of the Tuan Tuan's own skills. Regeneration, she has a total of 2 regenerating spirits, and if she keeps growing, she can gain more, so it can be said that she is truly immortal. The reason why she only appeared at night was not that she wasn't strong, but that she just wanted to simply linger until she was able to spawn 100 or 80 rejuvenating spirit bodies, and she had nothing to worry about no matter where she went. But she hadn't really grown up yet, and now that she had given Jiang Che a spirit body, she was already a bit overdrawn. Tinkerbell froze. She had thought that the other party would refuse after hesitating and thinking about it, but it didn't occur to her that in the end, she had given Jiang Che a life-saving skill, and even though it could only be used once, to a human, this one-time skill was already precious. Jiang Che's running footsteps instantly stopped. He looked at the skill in his head in disbelief, and a trace of a bad premonition actually arose in his heart, feeling like he was about to lose something. Tuan Tuan? Jiang Che gave a small call. What's wrong, Dad? What is that skill? Jiang Che wanted to ask, but he didn't know how to open his mouth. He always felt that the moment he opened his mouth, it would be parting. That's Tuan Tuan's best skill. Tuan Tuan didn't tell him anything else. She got up and stood in place, staring into the void. My lord, I promise you, and you promise me to release him. Tinker looked at Tuan Tuan inside the crystal ball. She had stood up from the ground, her eyes full of candor. Openness to die. Is it worth it? She spoke doubtfully. Evil spirits giving up their powerful and long lives for the ridiculously short lives of humans was something she had never heard of or seen before. While fear can make me stronger, I've realized since I met him that fear really does smell pretty bad. What about the first time someone brought me a present? I love it. She picked up the teddy bear and couldn't help but rub it against her face. Although it was only a day together, she really coveted this warmth. Weekdays had been him hiding in the ground, and only when seekers came for copies would they come out of the darkness to toy with them a bit. Life in the shadows was so boring. Tuan closed her eyes, but waited for a long time without feeling the demise of life. She opened her eyes in confusion, and then saw Jiang Che's side of the path of advance begin to change, and if she had been constantly lengthening the distance between the two of them before, now there was actually a feeling of shrinking. In just a few breaths, she saw Jiang Che appear in front of her. Tuan Tuan. Jiang Che was carrying Tuan Tuan on his back, and as he looked at the young girl who suddenly appeared in front of him, he surprised her by speeding up his steps. Tuan Tuan was still wondering why when she saw Jiang Che quickly run to her side and put Ding Wei down. I'm so happy, baby. Our family is finally reunited. Ding Wei pretended to be weak as she leaned on Jiang Che. She waved at Tuan Yuan. Baby, come here quickly. Mommy missed you. Tuan Tuan froze as she looked at the scene in front of her, her legs uncontrollably walking over and burrowing into Ding Wei's arms. This adult. For the first time, Tuan Tuan felt the power of this adult, to be able to control himself like this. It was feared that there wouldn't be many people in the replica who would be her match. Tuan Tuan was lying in her arms, looking up at her suspiciously. Ding Ding didn't seem to see her gaze and just reached out her hand and pinched her face. All thin. Jiang Che looked at the two people in front of him who were in love with their mother and daughter, and his heart warmed. He seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly took out a blue rose gemstone corsage from his suitcase, handing it over to Ding Ding's face. What is this? Tinkerbell cocked her head. This is the gift I prepared for you. Because it was rushed, this is already the best looking thing I could find. Jiang Che's eyes fluttered as he looked at Tinkerbell. He had also been to the stabilization district before while the nurse wasn't paying attention, and this trinket had always been put on display in the stabilization district. Those rich people liked to display their collections when they had nothing else to do. One, they wanted to show off, and the other was that people wished to give it to those seekers who had copies of the special props to see if they were willing to exchange it with themselves. After all, most of the active use equipment could only carry one. It was better to get too much active equipment than to take it out and trade it for a bit of your favorite. Passive equipment was almost never traded. In this era of bizarre descent, money was something outside of the body was visualized even more. Those rich people put their precious items on display. This was also a kind of cooperation among the rich people. Instead of devaluing each other's collections, it was better to make the already valuable collections appear more valuable. The item had always been placed in a display case and placed in the highest and most prominent position. It was enough to show its preciousness. Ding Ding looked at the blue rose gemstone corsage in front of her and looked at Jiang Che's bright and expectant eyes. At that moment, she only felt a light that rushed into her heart. In this dark and bloody copy full of killings, the warm and calm environment of her area was decorated by her learning from the human world. And underneath the whitewash there was still bloody wreckage everywhere. But in this whitewashed castle, there was one thing that was real today. That is his heart. Tinker took the corsage and placed it in her hand to play with it carefully. The gemstone surface was smooth to the touch and had a cool tactile sensation. She had robbed many humans before, and some of the jewelry was as cold and temperatureless as this one. But the sapphire corsage lying in her hand made her fingertips feel a kind of hot burning temperature. Looking at the sapphire corsage under her hand and seriously surveying it, the viewers watching the live broadcast were dumbfounded. No! The little evil spirit brought Jiang Che to find the big evil spirit. I thought Jiang Che was going to die? What is this now? I should have said that these things can buy off evil spirits. Using these things to exchange special props is better than exchanging lives with evil spirits. I should have thought of that. In mythology, dragons like shiny gold jewelry. Who says evil spirits don't? Has no one tried this before? How could anyone? It's not like everyone has a brain problem. Okay, I've learned. I'll try it next time. I suggest you be careful. It can't be a mistake. Each evil spirit has different preferences. Maybe it's just a female evil spirit that Jiang Che bumped into by mistake. Right. What's the saying? Foolish people have foolish blessings. The viewers in the live broadcast room looked enviously at Jiang Che. Enviously looking at the evil spirit holding the sapphire corsage in her hand as if it were a treasure. Dad. Aunt Xiaoyashi. Let me take you there. Tuan Tuan was momentarily unsure of what exactly this adult wanted to do. She just had to divert everyone's attention. She wasn't a match for this adult. It was probably because the adult wanted to wait until after sending Jiang Che away before taking her life. However, she was already prepared. It would be better for her to die after Jiang Che left. Humans were a very fragile creature. If something happened to herself, this fragile human didn't know how sad she would be. Xiaoya. Jiang Che sighed. I haven't even had a chance to say thank you to her. It's because of her that I found you guys. Jiang Che's eyes were filled with guilt towards Xiaoya. From the moment Tuan Tuan said that Xiaoya had blocked the gun for her, Jiang Che had completely treated Xiaoya as a good person. Ding Ding was silent and didn't say anything. She saw the whole thing through the crystal ball. She turned her head to look at Tuan Tuan and the other party just smiled shyly. She didn't have the heart to tell Jiang Che that Xiaoya was crippled by herself, nor was she able to explain that she was able to survive after those three people shot at her. Jiang Che looked at Tuan Tuan with heartache. She must have been terrified before. Her breath was all unsteady now. Let's go bury Auntie Xiaoya together. Jiang Che sighed and took one person in each of his left and right hands. Tuan Tuan led Jiang Che towards Xiaoya's location, and as she watched Jiang Che reach for that adult, she had wanted to pull Jiang Che over to prevent him from taking offense. Previously, carrying that adult on her back, she had already felt it was incredible, but at the time, she thought it was just that lord's prank. But now, she watched with her own eyes as that lord was being held by Jiang Che without any resistance. Tuan Tuan secretly looked at the two of them holding their hands with their fingers crossed, as if they were a loving couple. She rubbed her eyes, afraid that she had misread. Ding Ding didn't care about Tuan Tuan's strange gaze. She just felt the happy and joyful emotions that constantly emanated from Jiang Che's body. It really was just like what Tuan Yuan said. Humans were really strange, fun and warm. Xiaoya's corpse wasn't far away. Just after walking for a few minutes, Jiang Che saw Xiaoya lying motionless in front of him. Her face was already pale, and the severed limbs were thrown on her side, enough to see how cruel the murderer was. He unconsciously covered Tuan Tuan's and also Ding Ding's eyes, not letting them see the bloody scene in front of them. You guys rest on the side. I'll bury it myself. Jiang Che sighed. This scene was just a bit chesty for him to see. He thought that Xiaoya had just been shot and died. He didn't think that she had died so tragically. He also saw the two gunshots on Xiaoya's body, the piece of clothing blossoming with gorgeous blood flowers from where it was shot. Tuan is not afraid. Auntie Xiaoya is like this because of me. I'm not afraid. Tuan Tuan peeled away Jiang Che's hand and stared earnestly into his eyes. I'm not afraid either. This is to save Tuan Tuan from being like this. I won't just watch. Ding Ding also pulled away Jiang Che's hand. She wasn't afraid of this in the first place, and at this time, she didn't have much of a reaction to watching. Jiang Che took a deep breath as he looked at Tuan Tuan with relief. Our Tuan Tuan is so good and has grown up. Saying this, he touched Tuan Tuan's head. At this time, The audience watching the live broadcast was somewhat speechless. This time it really isn't Jiang Che who was stupid. This is being cheated too much. This evil spirit said that Xiaoya's death was because of her. And it wasn't fake at all. But it was because of her. Or she did it herself. Jiang Che also simply do not know the situation well. His mental illness is just looking for relatives everywhere. But he and ordinary survivors are not the same. Simply do not know how many survivors participated in the copy. In other words, he does not even know that the two in front of him are not human. That's why this is the worst. A psychopath who became obsessively crazy because of his family. Thought he had found his family. And at the end of his life, these evil spirits will tell you that it's not true. Everything is not true. You have a fucking family. Crap. This is real tragedy. This is real torture. This place has no exit in sight. So it's not a bad idea to die. But it's good to fulfill your wish before you die. The audience had been watching and talking. At this moment, Jiang Che realized that there happened to be a few shovels next to him. He didn't think about how shovels suddenly appeared here, and took the lead to walk over and take the shovels and start digging a pit on the land next to him with a humming and puffing sound. The two wanted to go over to help, but they were held down by Jiang Che. I'll be fine with this. I'll put the body in later and everyone will just fill in the sand together. Jiang Che refused the two men's help. This bit of hard labor, it was better for him to do it. As the man of the house, as the pillar of the family, as the man of the house, as the backbone of the family, it was incumbent on him to do this little bit of work. The crowd was speechless as they watched this scene. Do you know that you three are the weakest amongst yourselves? I told you that this evil spirit is torturing him. But Jiang Che, besides suffering a bit, is indeed the one who lives the most freely within these survivalists. Jiang Che was digging a pit over there, and Tuan Tuan and Ding Wei were sitting on the rocks next to her. Tuan Tuan squatted beside her and spoke in a small voice. My lord. She still wanted to know what exactly this adult was thinking. Shoo. Tinker put her finger to her lips and made a gesture of silence. Don't say lord. Say mommy. Tuan Tuan paused for a second, then glanced at Jiang Che, who was digging a hole next to him. Mom, do you like dad too? To say a few words about the update time. Update every night around 11:30 p.m. Begging for recommendation votes, begging for collection, begging for monthly votes. Do you like daddy too? Hearing this question from the group, Tinkerbell sat down on a rock and cupped her chin in her hands. She quietly watched the teenager who was digging a hole in front of her, first moving Xiaoya's severed limbs and body to a hidden place to put them away, before he started to look for a dirt place and started shoveling the dirt on the ground. His officer was very serious, occasionally casting glances towards Tuan Tuan and Ding Ding. Jiang Che dug the hole, and his gaze occasionally landed on Xiaoya's corpse. Thank you. Jiang Che looked at her unbreathing body. I didn't expect that after lending you clothes in the first place, you would return such kindness to me. It's just a pity that this is some kind of copy or something, and I don't know how to get back, or else I would have brought you back. Jiang Che dug a hole while talking to Xiaoya in a low voice. Ever since that little nurse told him back then that he could find his family in the replica, he hadn't heard of any information related to the hospital since he entered the replica. During that time, he had also thought about going back, such as taking his family to the place where he lived, but he didn't even know how he got in. This kind of thought was just fleeting. Being able to be with his family was more reassuring than anything else. Go back. His heart is actually afraid. If he goes back, will be separated from his family again. He does not want to go back. Xiaoya is not dead now. There is a trace of breathing in the maintenance. Her live broadcast also still exists. On behalf of her life is not completely extinct. Xiaoya's body couldn't move. Her eyes were slightly open. She couldn't open her eyes, nor could she close them completely. She then silently watched as the two evil spirits instructed Jiang Che to dig a pit to bury her. In Jiang Che's field of vision, Xiaoya's face was pale, blood staining her entire body, and her deathly appearance made him feel a little guilty in his heart. The viewers of Xiaoya's live broadcast had become few and far between. She was already destined to die, and no one was willing to stay on her side for much longer. After all, watching a live broadcast was to learn techniques, learn points, and learn everyone's skills to survive in a copy, not to watch others die here. Not to mention the fact that there were many overlapping locations between her and Jiang Che's current screenshots. It was still easier to watch Jiang Che. It feels like Jiang Che doesn't have any skills to learn here either. But I just can't leave. What do you mean there's no skill? Go Dao is not a skill? I've really learned a lot from Jiang Che, but I just don't dare. If Jiang Che hadn't been in copy 9, with this luck, wouldn't he have gotten out alive? I still like that survival trio just now. That's real skill. The last move to dispel the contradiction of the team is really absolute. That woman can be in the team is a bit of a level. It's a feeling I've never felt before. Tink answered the group's question. She didn't know if it was like, just felt that this human, really special. My lord, mom, there are so many survivalists. It's not bad for him, can we let him go? Tuan Tuan squatted beside Tinkerbell and asked in a small voice. Tinker was silent for a long time. You know, our various copies are sat by various lords, and you guys, in fact, are considered to be my people. Fear could make the evil spirits grow, but the flesh and blood essence of humans dissolved after the replicas, which was considered to be the foundation that built up the strength of the replicas. Letting one or two people go really didn't have much of an effect on the replicas, but they, the lords of the heads, might be the ones to see the difference between the subtleties of a few human flesh and blood. Tuan Tuan glanced towards Zhang Che's position, then firmly looked back towards Tinkerbell. Big Mom, when the hunting grounds descend, I will charge for you. Tuan Tuan placed his right hand on his brow. This was the highest ritual for an evil spirit to show loyalty, placing his hand on his core weakness and informing the lord he was loyal to of his weakness. There were many copies of eerie, sort of lands that were the responsibility of lords large and small. The various lords in turn have countless evil spirits of varying strengths under their command, and every time the hunting grounds descend, not all of them are willing to travel to the human world, because while the human world could certainly be harvested, it was vulnerable to siege. Humans entered the replicas, which were demarcated areas that only humans in that area could be forced to enter. Those outside would only be able to watch during the time the replica was closed. Advent hunting grounds were different, although they were also only able to enter and not leave. Humans could actively choose whether or not to enter a certain hunting ground. Some humans who had acquired skills or had special copy props would work together in groups at this time. Hunting grounds. Evil spirits hunt humans and humans hunt evil spirits. The hunting grounds descended on both sides, and as long as they succeeded, the harvest was quite abundant. Ding Wei didn't say anything, she just quietly looked at Zhang Che. The pit Zhang Che dug was very deep, and seemed to be thinking that the temperature of this place was a bit scorching. He planned to bury Xiaoya a bit deeper, and then make it so that she didn't have to be so uncomfortable after her death. Look what you guys have dug. Zhang Che suddenly noticed that the soles of his feet began to glow, and then a glowing ice-colored light burst out before projecting onto a door. He climbed up from the half-man-high pit and looked at the door that was flowing with ice-colored cold light. What is this thing? Tuan Tuan, you guys stay back for now. Zhang Che looked at the thing in front of him warily. This thing appeared in too strange. When that light landed on top of this ruined door in front of him, it seemed that even the surroundings became clear. Tuan Tuan was surprised to see that ice-colored cold light, and when she saw the light evolve above the abandoned door, Tuan Tuan lowered her head and couldn't help but wipe the corners of her eyes. Thank you. She knew that this was the exit of the copy. At the same time, the crystal ball in Tinkerbell's hand disappeared. The exit of copy 9 had never been fixed at a certain place. It had always been the crystal ball in Tinkerbell's hand. Once touched, one could leave. What are you talking about? Isn't this something he dug up himself? Tinkerbell didn't pay any attention to Tuan Tuan's thanks. As Zhang Che dug out this light, a voice simultaneously appeared in the heads of all the surviving survivors in copy 9. The exit of copy 9 has been opened. Please go and escape, all survivors. This prompt, too, appeared in the broadcast room. Everyone looked at Zhang Che in dismay, only to see that he had already reached out to tentatively touch the light door in front of him. Crap, what a fucking fool. Copy 9. Ah. Despair. The exit was dug out just like that? Now that these two evil spirits haven't reacted, Zhang Che will be able to leave as long as he touches it. Those behind him may not be so sure. I'm really convinced. Why don't I have this kind of luck? On this day, luck overcame all capital. Everyone nervously looked at Zhang Che's hand as his tentative right hand was about to touch that ice-colored light. Hurry up! Xiaoya wasn't dead yet, and she was staring deathly at the door that appeared steeply in front of her. It was only a step away from her. She even only needed to twist herself and roll a little bit to touch the exit, then escape and get the first pass reward for copy 9. But she couldn't move. She could only half open her eyes and play the role of a dead man who couldn't rest in peace, watching Zhang Che, the big fool in her heart, leave. Both Tuan Tuan and Ding Wei didn't stop Zhang Che's movements, even though trying to stop him was just a thought. This second seemed to pass extremely slowly to everyone. The hope that was within reach in the eyes of humans, in the eyes of Tinker Bell, was also something that could be stopped with just a thought. Zhang Che's hand was getting closer and closer to the door of light, and the number of people in the live broadcast room skyrocketed, and in an instant, it had already exceeded 10 million. The light broke through the clouds, and all the survivors saw the location where the light door opened, and the survivors who were in the shadows instantly mobilized and ran towards the exit. This was the second day of the copy. Everyone could not help but rejoice. Originally, they had all despaired. In this copy 9 where no exit could be found, everyone started to wait for death. But they didn't think that someone had opened the exit? The pop-up screen was even more boisterous. Grass, shit, luck. Once he makes it out, who dares to think he's a psychopath? Brother Zhang Che, Can we team up? I'm absolutely strong. But I'm just a little short on luck. I can't say anything about this luck. Digging a hole to find the exit? Who would have thought that the exit is underground? No wonder no one has ever found the location of the exit in copy 9. The copies are littered with corpses. But who, in their right mind, would want to bury corpses? After all, no one has ever buried a corpse in a place like a copy. 3 days was already a tight time frame. And even if a close companion died, perhaps they would just put their body in a cool place. Once Jiang Che touched the exit, he would become the first person to pass the 9th copy. Even if he had a brain problem, everyone would treat him as if he didn't have a problem in the future. Jiang Che only felt that the world suddenly quieted down. He seemed to be able to hear the sounds of traffic outside through that light door. He could see the neon of the city outside, and he could also hear the sound of people behind the door. The same message appeared in his mind. The message that the exit to copy 9 is now open. Please go and escape, all survivors. He didn't know what an exit was, but he had a very strong feeling. This light door in front of himself was the exit. Leaving? What about after leaving? He turned around violently and saw Tuan Tuan and Ding Ding still sitting on the stone steps by the side of the road. The two mothers and daughters were laughing and chatting. The scene was so peaceful that the two of them didn't even look at what he was doing. Jiang Che only felt that if he left, then he would be separated from the family he had just met. Once again, by millions of miles. He didn't want to leave. He withdrew his hand and picked up the shovel in his hand. Tuan Tuan, Daddy dug it up. Let's bury Auntie Xiaoya together with Mommy. Jiang Che picked up the limbs on the ground and placed Xiaoya's body inside. Tuan Tuan looked not far away as Jiang Che waved his hand at him, beckoning for the two to go over. The bloodstains on Xiaoya's face on the ground had already been wiped away by Jiang Che, who seemed to also be afraid that her blood-covered face would frighten his wife and daughter, or also wanted to make Xiaoya's walk a little more peaceful. Tuan Tuan smiled, unable to suppress her tears. Tinkerbell was fuming. She couldn't understand why this human didn't leave. As she was thinking about it, a pair of small hands took hold of her. Mom, come on, together. If it was said that before, Tuan was still calling her adult, and still had respect for her towards the strong. Then now, there was only openness in her heart. She pulled Tinkerbell and went over for a parent-child family game of bury Xiaoya together. The shovels on the ground were all changed out by Tinkerbell earlier, and now there was just enough for the three of them. Until the dirt fell inch by inch on the surface of Xiaoya's body, piece by piece the dirt buried it completely. In Xiaoya's live broadcast, countless pieces of dirt covered the screen. Occasionally light was able to pass through the gaps in the dirt, but as it became thicker and thicker, the light gradually disappeared. At this time, Xiaoya could move. Heavy breathing could be heard in the darkness of the live feed, and the sound of the dirt rubbing against her body could be heard. But soon, the breathing began to become rapid, and little by little, the dirt debris entered the airway, and Xiaoya's breathing gradually stopped. The scene ended. She died, right in front of the exit. As the original mound of earth was filled in, the door that was glowing with light was also gradually disappearing. During the period of burying Xiaoya, Ding Wei had been watching Jiang Che, seeing if he would take advantage of the opportunity to suddenly leave. However, Jiang Che's emotions had always been stable, and the disappearance of that light didn't affect him. Until the light completely disappeared, that door also disappeared. The crystal ball returned to Tinker's hand. At the same time, a prompt appeared in the survivors' heads. The door to copy 9 has closed. Please continue your efforts. Survivalists. Jiang Che's face didn't change. Tuan Tuan was connected to him and heard the voice as well. Tuan Tuan held Jiang Che's hand, squeezing it tightly but ready to let go. Auntie Xiaoya, thank you. Tuan Tuan looked at the tree branch standing in front of him, unable to find a tombstone. They found a branch and stuck it on Xiaoya's grave as a tombstone. The conditions were limited and everything was kept simple. It wasn't until Jiang Che buried the piton, until the light gate disappeared, until the message of the gate closing was displayed on the live broadcast screen, that the audience watching the live broadcast became anxious. True brain problem. I really believe he's mentally ill now, so it really wasn't a fake all the way. No, my blood pressure is up. I feel like my chest is about to explode. Originally, it was hard for me to watch a psychopath pass, but now that he's not passing, it's even harder than killing me. I'm afraid the most angry ones are the survivors in the copy. Originally, all of them were living well, but the moment they heard the sound, they went out directly. When the people come back, they will all go out. I'm not sure if I can find them. Waiting for the people to find, all have to blow up. After doing all this, Jiang Che held the two of them on his left and right. Mom and Dad have been waiting for us for a long time. We should go back for dinner. Jiang Che walked back towards the route he remembered. Tuan Tuan heard his mouth say Mom and Dad. Before she thought that the Mom and Dad in Jiang Che's mouth were humans. But now, she wasn't sure. After all, this dad of his own, who looked a bit clumsy, could be easily fooled yet. Ding Ding heard this and also looked at Tuan Yuan in confusion. Who were Jiang Che's mom and dad again? Tuan shook her head. She didn't know either. She tried to read Jiang Che's inner thoughts, but in Jiang Che's thoughts, mom and dad were just mom and dad. Just like when she read the information about Jiang Che's wife and daughter in his mind right now. She couldn't read anything unusual. At this time, far away in the small, solitary building, Mr. and Mrs. Bloodslaughter sensed the glow of that exit and, it's good that someone opens the door. When the time comes, begging that Lord to let one of the sons go shouldn't be a problem. Jiang Che led the two of them back, one on each side of his left and right hands. Tuan was on the left, secretly looking at Ding Wei. She sized up Ding Wei and Jiang Che with their fingers crossed, their eyes furtive, as she watched Jiang Che holding Ding Wei, about to leave the area under her control to look for her so-called parents. Tuan's eyes stared even harder. She watched with unblinking eyes as Tinker Bell's feet walked out of the area she was in without any hesitation. As she left she waved her hand and the evil spirits guarding the territory crawled out of the shadows. She wouldn't let the humans roam this way without her. She frowned as she walked out of the territory. Since she had been exposed to the human world once, she had fallen in love with that environment and had dressed up the area under her control in a similar fashion. And now that she had walked out of the castle's boundaries, she realized that the environment outside was much dirtier than the area under her control, and there was a thick layer of dust floating in the air as well. After Jiang Che left this area, the number of people in his live broadcast room was also decreasing crazily. This was because the viewers also couldn't have imagined that Jiang Che would actually leave like this. The exit was right there. He just left like that? The farther Jiang Che got from the exit, the fewer people there were in the live broadcast room. Everyone could only watch one person at a time. And as Jiang Che moved away from the exit, they exited Jiang Che's live stream to focus on others, to see if the other survivor was able to escape. The light of the exit was dazzling, and the entire time it was open. It was pointing the way for the survivalists in the copy. The survivor at that moment was like a flatboat drifting in the endless sea in the dark night, suddenly seeing a lighthouse pointing the way at a certain moment. In the dark night of confusion, they saw the bright light of return, and those who had been hiding in the darkness came out one after another, and the broken light of hope rose up again. The light of the exit quickly disappeared, and everyone's sense of the direction of the exit quickly disappeared. In a shadow, there were three people crouching in a corner, breathing heavily. The trio looked at the light with some dismay, because this direction was exactly where they had just escaped. Shaoli had already returned the lighter to the woman. Sister Xia, I'm sorry, it was my problem. But then again, isn't Zhao Chang at fault? If he hadn't been coveting my props in the past, I wouldn't have gotten suspicious in the end. He panicked at the thought of his trio almost being reunited because of him. I've said it all. That's really unbeatable. Baseball man Zhao Chang was a bit speechless. That baseball bat of his was really consuming stamina when he used it, and he still had a sense of priorities. Even if he wanted that octave box, he wouldn't choose to strike now. I don't blame you guys. I just didn't expect this evil spirit to be so strong. The woman called Sister Xia waved her hand, hastily terminating the fight between the two. We said before we entered the copy that once we enter the copy, we can't count each other out no matter what. Sister Xia played with the lighter in her hand, and now that the exit has opened, that direction, Sister Xia closed her mouth, and the other two didn't say anything either. They could feel it. It would only take 20 minutes for them to make it back, but none of the three offered the words to go over and take a look now. Let's wait a bit. Wait for tomorrow. We already know the location. Tomorrow when our copy prop count is restored, we'll go over again. There was still the last day left. They weren't in a hurry. They wanted to take a break and recover the strength of the team, and it's also a good way to observe how many people will die over there. The moment she thought of that child with the evil smile, she couldn't help but start sweating at her back. What we thought before wasn't wrong. That little evil spirit must have something to do with the exit of the copy. She should be the key. The two didn't argue anymore. Each nestled in a corner and nodded. This was copy number 9. Even if they knew where the exit was, would it be so easy to get out? It can't be said that they just saw that they couldn't find us after we escaped and specifically opened the door to tempt us to go there. Sister Xia let out a cold laugh. Otherwise how could there be an exit that just opened and then closed? Whoever goes over now is a stupid dear, said Sister Xia with great certainty. When the group of people who went over today are almost dead, the last ones who survived will still be able to cooperate with the rest of us and impact a wave. Right now, the three of them had the most viewers in their live broadcast, but the three of them didn't know about it. This was because the three of them were the most hopeful and the closest. Everyone thought that if they went back now, they would be able to look for some traces and find where Xiaoya's grave was located, and maybe they would be able to dig the body out with some attempted digging. Aside from Jiang Che, the one who was going against the exit, almost all the survivors were out. all running towards the location of the exit, but everyone was too far away, and if they wanted to rush over, it would take at least an hour. Here, the three closest people were the Xia trio. So cautious. Go now. Going now is the safest, and these three are the ones who know the scene best. The three of them have the best chance of finding an exit out. I'm really pissed off. Don't the three of them have any guts at all? Jiang Che took away the evil spirit and created an excellent opportunity for everyone to escape, but no one knew about it. Everyone watched helplessly as the three of them stayed in the corner, as motionless as a king. Switching the camera to look at the other survivors, most of them are heavily injured. Not all survivors have the same combination of skills as them, and not everyone who enters the copy can find their partners. The fastest one, an hour to reach the destination, but they were too far apart before, and now that they had come over this way, they froze and couldn't find the exact location, or even an exact range. A group of people carefully searched for the direction where the exit was in the manor, dodging around with misty eyes. When Tinkerbell felt the sudden invasion of many humans in her territory, she just let out a light laugh and lifted her finger in the air. No one knew what action she did. However, Tuan could feel that several powerful auras had awakened in the manor behind her. Daddy, where are the grandparents? Tuan pulled Jiang Che's arm, childishly cute. Jiang Che felt the temperature of the bracelet on his wrist, which had actually been pointing him in the right direction. As long as he deviated from the direction, the temperature would become hot. We're almost there. There's still about half an hour left. Jiang Che's footsteps were fast as he walked back. It wasn't that he was fast, it was that he always felt that the distance had gotten shorter. Ding Ding had been using the shrinking ground technique the entire time, and every time Jiang Che adjusted his direction, she shortened Jiang Che's path ahead. It was just that the closer she got to her destination, the more a hint of worry rose on her brow, because ahead was the direction of the blood slaughter couple. Jiang Che's parents might still be alive if they hid in the area of the other evil spirits. Here, they simply couldn't hide. She wondered if Jiang Che's parents were really hiding in the blood two couples area. Should she adjust the distance between Jiang Che and his destination? Adjust it so that he couldn't walk to his destination all the time, and then end the 3 days and send Jiang Che out. Tuan also frowned. Blood 2 was different from her. The couple took pleasure in killing. She sighed. She should have guessed it a long time ago. The white coat on Jiang Che was able to mask human aura. Most likely it was from the blood slaughter couple's side that she found to wear by chance. Are the grandparents wearing the same as you? Tuan pulled the clothes on Jiang Che's body and asked innocently and adorably. Daddy, you're wearing a white coat? Are you a doctor? Are grandparents too? She felt Tuan's eyes, and was constantly sidestepping Jiang Che's words. If Jiang Che's parents also had similar items to conceal their breath, there were still chances of them being alive. I'm not a doctor. Jiang Che scratched the back of his head, not knowing how to go about explaining. But Mom and Dad, they do wear something similar to me. He remembered the nurse's uniform on the blood-clothed nurse, and this one on himself, which was kind of a parent-child outfit, right? As soon as Jiang Che's words left his mouth, he felt the two beside him both let out a sudden sigh of relief. Don't be nervous, the ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her in-laws sooner or later. He thought that Ding Ding was nervous. Who's ugly? Ding Ding froze and gave him a blank look. He was worried about his parents. Can't this fool see that? This fool is really not defensive about people. Doesn't he know that this is a very dangerous place? Tuan had been reading Jiang Che's heart the whole time, and she felt in Jiang Che's memories that, along the way, Jiang Che was feeling emotional, memories cutting through his brain like snippets, as well as constant flashes of the situation he had been living in all these years. Blood draws, examinations, regular physical checkups of various wonders of the body. In that place called the Red Pearl Psychiatric Hospital, there were a lot of people who were the same as Jiang Che. Jiang Che's memories of those nurses' mouths would always say some inexplicable words of good health, heart, liver and kidneys are all good, already matched successfully. In the future, 3 meals a day are well organized. There is a golden master to support them. I really envy them mental patients, carefree until death. Some psychiatric patients will not reappear after they disappear, and the internal explanation is, he got well and has been discharged from the hospital. There were just too many words like this, stinging the group's eyes a little sore. For a while, she couldn't tell if those outside the replica were just evil spirits. Tuan was reading Jiang Che's memories, and she also took the initiative to open that part up to Tinkerbell. Jiang Che could connect to one person, and as the holder of the skill, she could connect to too many people. It was just that she usually disdained connecting humans to read their dirty thoughts. After all, they were all prey that were going to die sooner or later. Was there any point in knowing what the prey was thinking at the last moment of their lives? With Tinker's permission, she made a mind connection with Tinker and shared her thoughts with her. Tinkerbell quietly followed Jiang Che and watched his scene in the mental hospital. After watching more, she understood. What appeared to be a mental hospital was actually an organ donor center. Don't worry. This time, no one can get out except you and your family. Tinker held his hand. The bones of the human hand were so brittle that she felt like she could crush them with just a little bit of effort. Get out? Out where? Jiang Che looked at her suspiciously. This sentence directly baffled Tinkerbell, because in the thoughts she read, it seemed like Jiang Che really didn't want to go out, and only wanted to be with his family. Tuan Tuan couldn't help but purse her lips and snicker out as she looked at Ding Wei's speechlessness. She hadn't thought that the Lord of the Hall 9 copy would be worried about tricking a human into leaving the copy. I see other families. You being the head of the family, you need to go out and earn money to support your family. Tinker recalled the common sense of humans he knew. Even though you can't let go of your wife and daughter and family, you still have to leave. Jiang Che was stunned. He opened his mouth but couldn't say anything because he also felt that it made sense. He needed to be a responsible husband, a responsible son, and a responsible father. Then he couldn't stay at home all the time. He needed to go out and fight for his family, even though he'd only just been reunited and couldn't bear to part. I know. Jiang Che nodded. I won't let you all suffer after me. He watched as Tuan Tuan hugged that little bear tightly, and then watched as Ding Ding pinned the sapphire corsage to his chest. It was the first time he had ever given his family a gift, and he really didn't seem to have the money for a second one. He lowered his head and regretted that he was a bit incompetent as the family breadwinner. Tinkerbell sensed the emotions escaping from Jiang Che's body and glanced at Tuan Tuan. The other party just spread his hands and said helplessly, "That's just how Dad is." Tinkerbell perceived that pure emotion, unadulterated by any bit of impurities. She was not an ordinary little evil spirit. Any change in human emotions could not escape her perception. As long as there was a subtle emotion that was not right, she would be able to detect the flickering emotional weakness of the opponent in front of her. This man in front of her was full of sincerity, and at the moment his heart was even more filled with determination, truly wanting to make a world for both their mothers. She cried a little as she read the thought. This weak human could be poked to death with a single finger of his own. As a result, his heart of wanting to protect himself was stronger than ever. Yeah, Daddy is Tuan Tuan's big hero. Tuan Tuan hugged Jiang Che's leg as her two eyes sparkled. What she wanted had never been a strong man, but rather Jiang Che's company. Jiang Che picked her up with one hand and hugged Tuan Tuan with one hand, while holding Ting Ting with the other. Feeling the weight of the troop, chagrin thoughts kept surfacing in his mind. My daughter is also too light. She doesn't have any weight at all. She must have suffered a lot, right? It's all my fault. Tinkerbell held her forehead with one hand, as she handed over a heartfelt message towards Tuan Tuan. Why don't you adjust your weight a little bit? A little bit more? Tuan Tuan blinked for a moment, then looked towards Tinkerbell. I don't. Clumsy daddies are cute too. Daddy, why don't you hug mommy too? Tuan Tuan's imp voice rang out from Jiang Che's arms. Tuan Tuan can walk by herself. Jiang Che paused in his steps as he looked towards Tinkerbell's weak and thin appearance. Then I'll entrust Tuan Tuan. With that, he put Tuan Tuan down and picked up Ding Wei in a princess hug. So light. This was Jiang Che's first thought when he hugged it. Before he rushed on the road, he just felt light, but he didn't have the heart to feel it seriously. Now that his mood was relaxed, his perception of weight became clearer. Such a big person, it was actually as light as Tuan Tuan. Sure enough, it's all my fault. They've really suffered by following me. It won't happen again. Ding Ding and Tuan Tuan listened to Jiang Che's heart at the same time. Tinkerbell lowered her head and didn't intentionally increase her weight. Sure enough, Tuan Tuan was right. Being clumsy was also cute. Moreover, if one adjusts their weight, they shall not crush this little body's bones to death? I'm not wanting him to feel sorry for me. I'm just afraid of tiring him out. The sun is coming back soon. Bloodslaughter felt the gradually approaching aura, and his whole body was trembling with excitement. He was able to feel the location of the bracelet and was now rushing back towards his home location. During this day, he hunted through the duplicates as he had done before, following the same routine, catching a few humans and returning others' prey. He felt marvelous that he had let a human go without even the slightest thought of pursuing the hunt. He didn't even think about whether the human would escape and not come back. Or rather, after the human gave him a gift with eyes full of sincerity, he felt that it wouldn't hurt if the other person just left. Inside the small, solitary building, he dutifully simmered and cooked the meal. Coming back soon? Nurse Blood asked as she raised her head in delight. Having been cleaning up before this, well, it's almost here. It's estimated that there's still half an hour to go. Blood Nurse pinched the speed of the bracelet. It was just a pity that the audience couldn't check the dynamics of the evil spirits when there were no players around. Otherwise, people wouldn't know how shocked they would be when they saw the scene inside the small building. At this moment, Bloodslaughter was frowning at the food in his hands, and what was on the table was no longer bloody and sticky blood and meat, but instant food that he didn't know where to find. The bloodstains in the room had also been cleaned up a lot. Except for the old dirt. It was much cleaner than before. On the tabletop, besides many compressed cookies, there were also instant hot small hot pots of food. He looked at the text on the package and looked at the cooking steps on it without understanding. Just adding water is enough? Humans were also advancing too fast, right? But why were there some that didn't even have cooking steps and a production date? No shelf life either? If he didn't know that this was what humans ate themselves and wouldn't be a problem, he would really be skeptical by these 3 less products. It was normal for humans to bring food. After all, if you don't eat or drink for 3 days, even if you find the exit, you probably won't have the stamina or energy to break through. Humans want to bring something such as a copy. Just need to touch any movable item with both hands when entering the copy. Then it can be included in the copy together. That was why many humans would prepare a huge suitcase filled with the items they needed. Once they entered the replica, they also just casually hid all their food, not even having to make it too hidden. Because everyone knew that the evil spirits were not interested in any of these things. Many people even felt that they were having their last meal in the copy, and would strive to bring a little bit of good food with them, not to mention any seafood feasts or top-notch ingredients, as these foods could also easily spoil in the strange temperature environment of the replica. Most people would bring along some delicious and conveniently processed instant food. Rich people will even customize some food that can be brought into the copy of simple and easy to eat. Now on the blood butcher is placed countless things. Some of the hot pot is ordinary people buy in the supermarket, written on the way of instant food. There is also the date of production and shelf life. But those dirt cheap customized instant hot food how to do is nothing labeled. After all, these cooking methods, for human beings, has been considered common sense. There shouldn't be anything bad. But I don't know which one tastes good. Why don't you try the flavors and see which one tastes better? Blood Slaughter fiddled with the food on the table. He looked at the top with a puzzled look on his face. This was how the evil spirit's perception of human food was skewed. They didn't know which ones tasted good and which ones didn't. Nor did they know if the food that they felt was delicious was in line with human tastes or not. Me? Nurse Blood laughed at his remark. I'm not a human. How would I know these things? Then what? Blood Slaughter looked at the things on the table with a confused expression. Those that weren't labeled with words, he didn't even know what to do with them. How about grabbing a human? Nurse Blood asked tentatively. Okay, there's still half an hour left. Hurry up or your son will be back. Blood Slaughter knocked his brain. Humans were really too complicated. Nurse Blood quickly went out the door. The scene where they forced the humans to question them must have been brutal. She didn't want her son to see that scene yet. The moment the exit location appeared, there were humans who stormed towards the exit, and there were also humans who returned to the location where they had stashed their food. There were several SSS-ranked copies alongside Copy 9, and all of these copies' escape ports had been exposed, with some of the exits being displayed in plain sight. But still, few survivors were able to escape from them. The evil spirits sitting at the escape port would not be something an ordinary person could deal with. Can you survive if you go over there? Not necessarily. Even so, one must still go. After all, this is the hope of escape. It was just that before chasing the hope, many humans wanted to eat their last meal properly. At this time in the crowd's live feed, viewers watched as countless people returned to the locations where they had stashed their food, muttering about their last meal. Humans have traditionally had the tradition of enjoying their last meal well, even if they are executed in prison. Their last meal is not to say big fish and meat, but they can still eat relatively well. Didn't think of the final round without realizing it. I used to mock others for entering the copy with food, but I actually prepared it for myself, questioning everyone, understanding everyone, becoming everyone. If only I had the money. For the last meal, I'd like to have a good meal, but unfortunately, for the last meal, I'll still have to eat the more expensive instant hot small hot pot. Rich people's food is customized, and while I'm eating blistered hairy tripe hot pot, the tycoons are eating instant hot seafood abalone. The audience constantly lamented. No one could have imagined before the replica descended that one day they would have the opportunity to prepare their last meal for themselves. After 2 days, more than 300 survivors were now still alive. About 50. These 50 people were already the last of the elites, and more or less all of them had the copy props that they had traded in earlier. No, where's my rice? A man returned to the location where he had put the food in the first place. He had randomly found a shady spot to put it before, and he had even made a mark here. Now, the mark was still there, but the food was gone. Crap, who took my food? It's the last meal. Didn't you prepare it for yourself? Grass, someone stole mine. I'm here to steal yours too. Here and there, shouts and curses rang out in countless live broadcasts, as the crowd realized that the food they had prepared was gone. They had wanted to go and steal others, but either they didn't know where others' food was stored, or it was gone even after they went there. Watching the live broadcast of the people also some righteous indignation. The sense of generation directly pull full. This matter is more hateful than the theft of takeout. Who is so ungrateful to steal other people's food? Stealing other people's food? I haven't seen a single survivor stealing food in countless live broadcasts. Evil spirits don't eat human food. Did the survivor steal it or did the evil spirits throw it? I didn't feel any empathy when I saw other survivors running away, but now I'm really angry when I see food being stolen. All the survivors were angry. Everyone searched around, trying to find traces of the food thief. Searching around, not a shadow to see. This gave a lot of people angry laugh. Not to say whether I can survive this time. If not, I'm afraid I'm the first starving ghost. This is the real despair, right? Is it someone who knows they can't get out and then steals other people's food? Actually, I am not hungry, and I have prepared a lot of compressed cookies in my backpack, but this is my last meal. Countless people muttered to themselves out of thin air, which seemed to be addressed to the live viewers. The blood-clad nurse was out and about. Trying to find humans in the replica was a very simple task. She quickly found the target of her trip, a middle-aged man, and when she saw him, he was wiping the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. The temperature of the second day had been so scorching that his skin was a little flabby, and it had only been a day since the copy had been put through its paces. He hadn't found his meal, and in desperation he hurried towards the exit, panting as he trotted. He carried a watch on his wrist, a special prop he had acquired at great expense. It could actively dial back the hands and retrace time. According to the seller, there was no upper limit to the time of backtracking. If he was strong and had a long blue bar, he kept backtracking to the day before the copy descended. Foreseeing in advance where the future copy is, and avoiding it urgently can never enter the copy, or at the moment of one's imminent death, backtrack time to a time when one was safe and sound. The seller asked for a particularly expensive price, but he had the money and could afford it. It's just that he regretted buying it. This prop was indeed like what the seller said, able to go back in time without any upper limit, but when he tried to use it when he got it, he found that after exhausting all his essence, time only went back 1 second. He knew that he had been screwed over. He had gotten a prop that was invincible in the world, but this world didn't have any humans who could use it perfectly. That's why it flowed into the hands of an ingrate like him. All he was thinking about now was whether he could fight for a chance to live by exhausting all his essence and blood at the end of his life. That is, if he were to rewind a minute, he might also be able to take the opportunity to escape from the hands of the evil spirits. But this was only his own conjecture, because he understood that even if he used his life to go backward, the time would not exceed 5 seconds. If one could really go back 1 minute, it would be a godsend. Some people said that by going back in time 1 second immediately after taking damage, wouldn't it be possible to go back to a time when you weren't hurt? This he agreed with, but it was already in the hands of the evil spirit, and it was just the difference between not being able to hit it once and then hitting it again. To the evil spirits, it was just a funny little thing that needed 2 hits, selling it and not being able to sell it, and not having the money to buy a new copy of the prop. That was his current situation. He was still thinking about how he could muddle through the exit when he felt a chill on his back, followed by a hand with sharp nails grabbing him by the neck and picking him up. Fear instantly surged to his heart. His face reddened and he had trouble holding his breath. In just an instant, he was carried by that hand and twisted around. His 180-pound body was lifted up by the neck, his feet off the ground. He looked at the evil spirit in front of him, the centipede-like scars on his body, the leather stitching spreading from his face to the inside of his neck clothes. He hit the evil spirit. There wasn't a single piece of intact skin on this evil spirit's entire body. It was all stitched up. Information rapidly crashed outwards in his brain. A message quickly hit his brain. He had memorized the relevant information before and now directly recognized who this evil spirit was. The blood-clad nurse. The thought that he was going to be scooped up full of fat and his body would be sewn together with strange things gave him the urge to kill himself right away. Hey, gotcha. The blood-clothed nurse grabbed him by the neck and dragged him like a dead pig towards his home location. At this time, his live stream viewers sighed. Another dead one. Back off. Look at the others. Hey, no one can find this exit after it's closed. The first thing you need to do is to get out of the car and get out of the car. The moment he was caught by the blood-clothed nurse, the live broadcast instantly cleared. This is already the last time. Everyone is more interested in seeing who can escape. To see how everyone escaped. Despair welled up in the middle-aged fat man as he watched her drag himself home. No sooner had he risen to the idea of suicide than his body was imprisoned, unable to end itself. Looking at the small, solitary building with the closed door, he closed his eyes. He had already accepted death, hadn't he? In the end it's still a bit ungrateful, right? Not having a full meal at the end. Who TM so unethical? Stole the meal prepared by Lousy. The middle-aged fat man closed his eyes, despairing and cursing angrily in his heart. He didn't even dare to open his eyes, didn't dare to see how gruesome his death would be. He felt himself being dragged through the house and then thrown in a corner. A few minutes passed and he didn't feel any pain in his body, nor did he feel like he was being bled or separated from his limbs. Carefully, he opened his eyes a crack and peeked around. Only just opening his eyes, he froze, because in front of him lay many instant hot pots and other instant foods, and he could also make out his share of the deluxe bento. The blood butcher, who was carrying a sawed meat knife, was crouching in front of him, his skull pieced together in a mask, looking at him coldly. "You, tell me, which of these things tastes good?" Seeing him open his eyes, Blood Butcher pushed the countless instant foods in front of him. "Ha!" The middle-aged fat man looked at the scene in front of him with some consternation. The environment of this room was also clean and abnormal. The desktop as well as the floor was piled up with human food. He had long been accustomed to replicas full of blood and dust, and this scene was unfamiliar to him. Escaped by himself? This blood slaughter is someone cosplaying? I'm dead? Dreaming? Speak! Blood Slaughter's gloomy voice rang out in front of him. He was immediately startled and quickly picked up that instant hot pot of his. This is delicious. He didn't know if other people's rice was delicious, but he could guarantee that his own rice was absolutely delicious, because it was all what he loved to eat. Blood too gently took the things in his hand and looked up and down. The middle-aged fat man was a bit overwhelmed as he looked at the food on the ground in confusion. All kinds of it. There were a lot of numbers and colorful varieties. He could tell that the last meal that most of the survivors had prepared for themselves was here. What the hell is this? Evil spirits eating human food and asking him which one tastes better? So much rice, rating all the survivalist layers, right? He looked apprehensively at the two evil spirits in the room, only to see Blood Slaughter pick up his portion of rice and place it on the table, and then narrow his eyes in death. What else? Seeking collections, seeking recommendations, seeking monthly votes. Push a friend's book for everyone. You can read together. The first question had him sweating. The latter had him at a loss for words. What else? The middle-aged fat man's one brain was empty. What was he talking about? Seeing that he didn't make a move, Blood Slaughter then snorted coldly, but was afraid that he was scaring the human in front of him. I mean, what else tastes better? Hearing him describe his problem in detail, the middle-aged fat man was dumbfounded. He looked at the wide array of food in front of him. As a rich man, what's expensive? What's cheap? What's tasty? And what's average? He had a number in his heart. He first ruled out the instant hot small hot pot that he bought from the supermarket. This was the food that those ordinary nurses in the hospital had prepared for themselves. Some people wanted to have a good meal, but there were others who didn't have this mind. They just wanted to come out alive. There was no point in eating well if you couldn't escape from your copy alive. He carefully picked out two and buried his head in one, holding it high above his head. His eyes were closed and he didn't dare to look at the evil spirits in front of him. His brain was chaotic and his body was numb. He couldn't even think about what to do when he connected. This scene was completely beyond his cognitive range. That group of people outside will be shocked when they see my live feed. Evil spirits actually like human food. At this juncture, he didn't think about his own life and death, because it was useless to think about it, and he really didn't have the ability to escape from here. All he was thinking about now was that he was on TV, and the live broadcast was going to be as hot as it could be. Shit, it's worth it to be famous before you die. He thought about raising his head, wanting to give his life one last glorious image. It's all on TV. There's nothing wrong with dying a righteous death, right? This is the most awesome moment of my Xiongjia's life. Holding this thought, he raised his head. When he looked at the two evil spirits, he only saw him standing in front of the table with the 3 portions of food he had selected. Burying his head in thought, the two evil spirits, none of them looked at themselves. How about asking that human again? Blood Slaughter sidestepped his face. He really couldn't figure it out. This human selected the food, although there is no production date. But look at the things inside is really more exquisite. A transparent small box. The things inside are independent small package. There is also a small water bag and some other materials. The blood-clothed nurse snorted coldly and walked toward the middle-aged fat man. Xiong wanted to die a little more magnificent. But when he saw the blood-clothed nurse walking towards himself with a cold face, he was again abashed and immediately lowered his head. He was still a little too overestimating his guts. He lowered his head and hid, and in the next second, he felt his entire body being lifted up. Finished. His heart was cold, not resisting at all, allowing it to pick him up. But he had heard that Blood Slaughter's favorite thing was torture. The more the prey resisted, the more miserable the howling was, the more the hunter's killing was aroused. You, come here and get these done. He was thrown into a chair at the table, and he froze as he watched the two evil spirits seemingly have no intention of harming him. You just have 10 minutes. The blood-clad nurse spoke in a cold voice. Pick out 10 more besides these 3 on the table and get them done together. She took a rough look at those instant foods, which usually required a 10-minute wait, calculating that Zhang Che would be back in half an hour. 10 minutes to process the food, 10 minutes to wait for the food to be finished, and a few minutes to vacate. It was a way to leave some wiggle room. Take action. Don't waste time. Blood Slaughter's icy voice rang in his ears again. Xiong was startled and immediately unwrapped the packaging on the table. He then realized that this Blood 2 couple really didn't make a move on him. He even withdrew from the kitchen, seemingly afraid of causing psychological pressure on him to affect his efficiency. Xiongjia's hand movements did not dare to stop at all. He looked at the food in his hands and only felt incomparably ridiculous. Evil spirits, really like eating human food. He thought about the audience in his live broadcast room. Now everyone must be thief-pulling shock, right? He even thought of the scene where he was surrounded by countless people. He hadn't thought that one day, he would be able to become a replica textbook. Xiong did not know. At this time his live room has been empty. Outside the audience and the view that he was captured must die. Then directly quit, without the slightest hesitation. Things like a desperate turnaround usually didn't happen to this kind of mediocre roadie. On the other side of the road, Zhang Che's live room was also empty. From the moment he stepped away from the exit, the audience passed by quickly. The live room theme, Mighty Ghost Overdrive, was no longer appealing either. What people wanted to see was the use of playing house to survive. And after Zhang Che gave up the opportunity that was within reach, the audience realized that this psychopath was truly stupid. There was something really wrong with his brain. Ding Ding was held in Zhang Che's arms. She unconsciously pressed her face to Zhang Che's chest. The powerful heart was beating rapidly. She knew that the heart, which was a human's weak point, could cause a human to lose their life with just one blow aimed at it. And now, this weakness was exploding with a rhythm she had never felt before, and her body temperature was hot. Zhang Che's cheeks were slightly flushed, the tips of his ears were a little hot. He had been princess hugging Tinkerbell since he put Tuan Tuan down, and at this moment, feeling an ear pressed against his chest, his palms were a little sweaty. Very tired? Ding Wei looked at him suspiciously. Just a stretch of road had tired him out and he was sweating profusely. Zhang Che hastily shook his head. It's not. Why are you sweating so much? Tinker reached out her hand to wipe the beads of sweat hanging on his face. From what she knew about humans, most of them only sweated in 3 situations. One was tiredness, the second was heat, and the third was the cold sweat of fear. Although the temperature in the duplicate was abnormal, Zhang Che was by her side and the temperature she felt was naturally pleasant. The first thing that was ruled out was heat, and she also didn't feel fear in Zhang Che's emotions, so that cold sweat option was also ruled out. Then there was only one option left, tiredness. Her fingers that touched Zhang Che's face felt a temperature that was even hotter than her body. No. The coldness of Tinker's fingertips was like a current drilling into Zhang Che's body. I'm just happy, excited, happy. There are still some. In front of his daughter's face he is not good to say straight. Knowing that the group can read most of his inner thoughts, he is even more dead to suppress the contents of his brain. Has been channeling thoughts to think about how the family will go in the future. How to be happy together. Tinkerbell withdrew her own hand. She had understood humans and immediately understood what Zhang Che was thinking at this time. What are you guys talking about? Tuan Tuan poked her head over in confusion. She couldn't understand what the two were saying at once. She frowned as she went to read Zhang Che's inner thoughts at this moment. Countless thoughts were read to her. Jumbled up and buying a bicycle for Tuan Tuan. Buy pretty clothes for my wife. Jewelry can't be missing either. Wife is so pretty. Daughter is so cute. Mom's cooking was so delicious yesterday. The happiest and most joyful time of my life. I've only heard of the Huangpu River, haven't taken my wife and daughter to see it yet. Next time we'll go ride the Ferris wheel together. What the hell? How come the contents of the brain are messed up in an instant? Tinkerbell seemed to have thought of something as she reached out and pointed towards Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan froze. The heartfelt words that kept popping up in Zhang Che's head came to an abrupt end. She cocked her head and her steps were halted. In the future, she'll only know what you want to say if you take the initiative to communicate with her, Tinker said in a small voice. Zhang Che nodded vigorously. Good. They really were a family. He hadn't even told his wife about this little secret he had with Tuan Tuan yet, but she knew all about it. Tuan Tuan was a little lost in thought. Why? Although she also didn't understand what those messy and incoherent thoughts in Zhang Che's head were. Was there anything she couldn't know? Daddy, what's a Ferris wheel? She immediately opened her mouth and asked. Zhang Che's old face flushed. He knew it. After concluding the heart-linking skill, he could often feel what Tuan Tuan was thinking in his heart. And likewise, Tuan Tuan definitely knew what he was thinking. Just now for a split second, he thought of countless things to cover up his innermost thoughts. Luckily, it was covered. Ferris wheel. Zhang Che was a bit lost in thought when he heard this question. Just now he was in too much of a hurry. He messed up and thought of a lot of things he didn't even react to himself. A kind of. Jiang Che did not know how to describe with the group. In the hospital these years, he was a child just occasionally listened to the nurses their mouths to discuss mentioning the amusement park Ferris wheel, and then those nurses said the most out of their mouths. That is, what the evil spirits, props, tips, strategies. The most common thing that came out of those nurses' mouths later was the evil spirits, props, tricks, tips, etc. Although no one said it anymore, but he still always remembered it in the bottom of his heart. Just now his mind was not choosing what to remember, and now that he was asked, he really didn't know what the Ferris wheel was. I don't know, but I heard that you can sit and fly to a very high position. It's very beautiful, very romantic, and very exciting. He tried hard to describe it to Tuan Tuan, but he didn't know where to start. At this moment, both Tuan Tuan and Ding Wei were silent as they felt the confusion in Jiang Che's heart. Tinkerbell suddenly frowned as that feeling of being spied on rose up again in an instant. Before this, she had always had the feeling of being spied on, but didn't know where that feeling came from. It was like the feeling she had when she used her crystal ball to look across the field, only this time, she was the one being observed. After bursting the escape port to Jiang Che taking the two of them far away, this feeling of being spied on disappeared. It had been until just now that this feeling, again, had risen violently. Earlier, the viewers of Jiang Che's live broadcast had indeed switched the camera to look at the other survivors, but after looking for a long time, they realized that the others couldn't even find an exit, wandering around that castle manor like a headless fly. No one had even gotten close to the spot where they buried Xiaoya, let alone dug the exit out. Some people were also unfortunate enough to encounter the evil spirits patrolling and roaming around in the replica, and were hunted down and killed. Seeing that no one had a chance to get out for the time being, the viewers switched cameras over to see what Jiang Che was doing. This time, they realized that Jiang Che was holding a slim female evil spirit in his arms as if he had entered the coiled silk cave, and that little demonic troop from before was grasping the corners of his clothes and following him all the way. No, everyone is looking for the exit. This brother, these two evil spirits are addicted to playing with him, aren't they? He's actually quite pathetic. I guess his self-consciousness is controlled, like a puppet, but now he's the only one who knows where the exit is. That's why these two evil spirits are looking for the exit. That's why these two evil spirits are controlling him to leave. These two evil spirits must be laughing. Humans are searching everywhere for the exit. The only one who knows the exact location of the exit is now being taken away. Tinker frowned. That feeling of being spied on was getting worse. And this feeling of being spied on was not like the spying of the humans in the copy. It was more like the outside world. One could only say that it was worthy of being the boss of Copy 9. Just a little bit of perception could analyze where the peeping sensation was coming from. Tinker frowned. The humans in the outside world were spying on them? Although she didn't know how the humans did it, but thinking about it, she thought about it and the crystal ball in her hand disappeared without moving. In the next second, at the location of Xiaoya's corpse, a blinding light bloomed once again. She awakened a few evil spirits from her territory to go over and guard the exit, while she herself felt the sense of prying eyes and the shadows disappear cleanly in an instant. The strength of those few evil spirits was only below that of Tinker. Copy 9 was known as an SSS class copy. Even if Tinker Bell didn't personally guard the exit, it was absolutely impossible for an ordinary human to escape. The moment the light of the exit bloomed, Tinker Bell only felt that the prying eyes in the darkness instantly disappeared. She instantly determined that the sense of prying eyes came from a human. Other than humans, no one was interested in the exit. The people who had just flooded in at Jiang Che's live broadcast instantly retreated again. Crap! It's open. How did it suddenly open? It's like a seal. If it's opened once, it can't be hidden, right? The soil is still trying to cover it? The audience retreated from Jiang Che's live room like a tidal wave and went to the perspective of the group closest to the exit to check the situation. The troupe looked at Tinkerbell suspiciously. They had traveled so far, and they still had the exit location over there? The exit location of Copy 9 was never a fixed orientation. It was the crystal ball in Tinkerbell's hand, wherever she wanted to put it. Then let's next time go together. Tinkerbell smiled and looked at Jiang Che. She could feel Jiang Che's yearning for this attraction. He was actually as confused as herself about many things about humans. Jiang Che nodded heavily, his heart rising with emotion and joy. Before he wouldn't have absent every bit of joy with his family. Alright, we'll go play together in the future. He looked ahead to the crumbling ruins. One of the small, solitary buildings was built in the very center. That's where my parents are. The location of the small, solitary building was very conspicuous, and was the most intact one in this ruin that was like the aftermath of a great fire. Tuan Tuan and Ding Ding looked at the area in front of them, their two pairs of eyes blinking rapidly. Jiang Che's parents were truly bold. However, There was a saying amongst humans that it was called darkness under the lights, and the closer something was, the less likely it was to not be discovered or detected. Unexpectedly, Jiang Che's parents, relying on an item similar to a doctor's robe to hide their human aura, directly hid in the location where the blood slaughter couple lived. Tinkerbell let out a sigh of relief. These two were still smart. Luckily, they were hiding like this. If they went to ask for someone themselves, they thought that the blood slaughter couple would be able to give themselves a few points to release them. At this moment, she looked furiously at Jiang Che. Did the other party recognize him? Was he trying to use himself to save his parents before being nice to himself? Tinkerbell's heart was in turmoil for a while, and all the way she leaned against Jiang Che's chest, feeling that sincere and hot heart. This human made her feel a different kind of emotion, and she enjoyed that blazing temperature. And now, reality was gradually shattering her illusions. Was he just using himself? With her mind in turmoil, Ding Wei didn't speak for a while. Jiang Che walked to the entrance of the small, solitary building with her in his arms with great generosity, and knocked on the door with a thud. Mom and Dad, I'm back.